the settings on this game seem to be trapped behind the getting into your profile and all that. So if the sound ends up being a little off, I had not planned for that to be a thing and didn't give myself enough time to prepare because dealing with a lot of stuff off stream. So that said, today we're going to be checking out the last gas station. Now, I haven't played this game yet. It did have a demo during Next Fest, and I heard nothing but positive things about it. The very broad description I would say I've gotten from the people who, and everyone I've seen played has spoken highly of it, is that it's gas station simulator, way less jank, lovely pixel art, and a lot of supernatural stuff with an actual story to the game. And yeah, and it did release just yesterday, which is part of why we're playing it. So we're going to go ahead and get started, because I would go through the settings and be like, what's the accessibility settings they have? But devs, how do I get to your settings? So this is a party foul I'll give on accessibility. I should be able to get to your settings in the game before I am in the account, because more than likely we're going to have some type of animated intro with sound and all that if I hit escape it'll probably skip, which means all of my sound's going to be wrong until I start the game, skip past it, hit my settings, back out, and then restart the game. But we'll try this. Let's create a profile, so it's not a text box, we'll do this. On stream. Okay, this is... Okay, I take that back. That's not so bad. When there's a profile, I wasn't expecting it to, like, have the main menu here. That's actually not that bad. So I take that back just a little bit. I don't know where our volume's at. We're gonna go ahead and do that. Not a lot of settings here from the looks of it. It looks like we just have volume control, language support, and resolution. And whether you want it windowed or not. I assume windowed is just gonna make it straight up windowed. Because it doesn't say, like, full screen windowed. And then Stream Deck, I assume, just gives it a little bit more configurability there. So really not much in the way of settings. Just volume controls. That's not necessarily bad. Is Buc-ee's the big rival? I mean, they're big. But we also don't know, because for this to be the last gas station, I'm curious about how all this goes. So we'll go ahead and new game. Okay, at first I thought this was a loading screen, but it's not, I guess? Here it is, your gas station. Are you sure it's the right one? There are no others around, trust me. Then, where did you fill up when it was closed? Well, we had to make do. So will you fill my tank as we agreed? 10 liters will be enough for me. Sure, let me just figure out how it all works here. Okay, so even though it's saying WASD, I don't actually use a QWERTY keyboard, I use a Dvorak keyboard. It is working with my Dvorak layout. So I'm not technically pushing WASD, I'm pushing the equivalent buttons. Okay, pump gas. Alright, shift to speed up pumping, space to start, and then release to stop. Put the nozzle back to complete pumping. Alright. Popularity is the gas station's most important parameter. The higher it is, the more customers will come. Also, this gas station has clearly not been used in at least like 30 years with how overgrown and destroyed this is. There is zero chance I gave that person gas that's any good. Popularity is the gas station's most important parameter. The higher it is, the more customers will come. Popularity grows with positive reviews left by every well-served customer. Looks like I'm out of gas. To be honest, it's a miracle that there was any left. At all. But I urgently need to order more. Yeah, the gas is completely separated. It'd be like turpentine and just a sludge in that tank. What a mess. Nope. Sorry. Mess, I'm too tired to clean you up today. Volume on the music seems a little on the loud side. You can use this computer to order goods, equipment, decor, and even upgrade the buildings on your premises. Now's the perfect time to order more gas. I like how supposedly we are on our own computer, and there's just big locks over everything on the desktop. Like, we didn't need a password or anything again here, we just got in here. But weirdly, stuff's locked. The price per liter changes every day, but there's always a small profit for you. If this graph is green, it means the current price of gas is more favorable. It is not green. So I got 300 and something bucks. So I'm going to spend $94 because I do see it's red, but it says we will always at least get a profit from it. King Fuel, a revenant of the old world. Take the delivery. King Fuel, Revenant of the Old World. Goods acceptable certificate. I guess we just stamp. It is weird that they're also moving my controls around a lot. So, like, for this area I use Q to advance, for that area I use F to advance, in this area I use Shift. Hello, full tank, please. As it's getting late, new customers will stop coming to the gas station, and it's best to serve those who have already come before nightfall. Otherwise, they'll leave bad reviews. So wait, I could just leave them there? It's just until night it's okay? I think the driver mentioned that the locals tend to stay indoors at night. I guess that means no new customers today? It's time to go to the computer and order goods for the store. Customers won't come at night, making it the perfect time to order gas or goods, rearrange the store, or purchase a few upgrades. Alright. Alright, so we can order goods. Does it say what goods I should be ordering? Order goods. Sure, so I have no context of what we should be ordering. I'm assuming that's a crate and not individual packages? Yeah, it's 8. So we've got 8 of those. So I'm going to order all the stuff that's on discount. Because green mean good. Red mean bad. I'm assuming I won't... Okay, and I can't actually... classified? Okay. Cloven Peak, a place where the world is cracking at the seams. Beyond the lithium salt flats of the windmill fields, amid the strength of the virgin forest untouched by civilization, rises a mountain known locally as Cloven Peak. Few know that this remote area is home to the world's only mine of cobalt, a key element for modern batteries. But researchers like us were intrigued by the Cloven Peak for the entirely different reasons, and long before the ill-fated deposit was discovered. Ever since the 60s, numerous witnesses have reported strange lights in the sky, giant footprints on the ground, and groaning sounds from the rift. Even the ancient legends of the indigenous people are filled with ominous stories around these parts. Nowadays, even the most daring of tourists tend to stay away from Cloven Peak, as they say modern technology there behaves oddly. Compasses go crazy, cars stall, and batteries drain at an astonishing rate. But the real seekers of truth won't be deterred by campfire scares. Together, we'll try to figure out if all of these stories are just products of people's imaginations running wild, or if all this smoke does have a fire burning underneath. Lab Rat, founder of Cloven Peak. Yeah, so I can't click on these two. So basically what I've done is I bought all of the stuff that was on its good price. I'm going to probably overspend on this, because the game gave me no context of what I should be ordering. Oh, goods go here. Okay, spent $141 on that. Pick up the voice recorder. Deep Intelligent Audio Note Assistant. Day 5. I didn't record anything for a couple of days because, firstly, I misplaced one of my voice recorders, and secondly, there wasn't much to record. All the time we were just unloading and setting up equipment. So bring the box from storage. What the hell was that? Ah, I push and hold. Fair enough. Move item, place items, take item off shelf, change item, auto stock. Excellent. I liked that I didn't have to actually do anything with that. So instead of any kind of logic, yeah, just chuck it on the shelf. Go to bed. Alright, finances. We earned $50, $10.11 in tips. We spent $94 on materials with a net profit of negative $43.47. Considering we had to buy inventory, that's fine. We served 3 customers and we got tips from all 3 customers. We've got 69.82 liters of gas left in our fuel tank. Our popularity is +1 and civilization is +8. What the hell's the civilization score? I don't know why everyone kept warning me about the nights out here. I haven't slept this well in ages. Alright then, time to tackle the mess in the store. Keeping all accessible spaces spotless earns you bonus popularity. Controversially, litter will lower it. Popularity isn't everything. The gas station has other important parameters that influence the popularity. Okay, so you're saying popularity isn't everything. You need stuff other than popularity to get the popularity that is everything. I understand. As well as demand and markups for goods and services. Did I level? It's not enough to just bag trash. You have to take the bag and throw it in the trash bin outside. I see. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like civilization. What am I doing with civilization? And also, is that a radiation jar in the corner I've got there? I'll take care of you once everything's cleaned up. Alright, you got lucky. Point the scanner at an item and press left mouse button. Don't make me count change. Give the customer change in the amount on the receipt. Of course. These coins are kinda hard to make out. There's a customer at the gas pump. Hello, full tank, please. All right. Okay. So basically, we need to just run the store for a hot minute. Now, I did see that we can have 150 liters is what it said on the other screen. Let's not wait. Gas prices still suck. It is what it is. Maybe this is a culture thing, but it's not normal for customers to pump their own gas. It depends on where you're at. Like, for us in the US, most places you pump your own gas, but if you go to places like Oregon and all that, I believe it's actually illegal for you to pump your own gas. That they do have as a way to protect local jobs that the people pump gas for you. You have a gas station attendant. And I know there's places outside the US that have that too. It's kind of different places here and there. Okay. Alright. Oregon just changed the rules a year or so ago. Your partner moved from there? Gotcha. Well, thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, no, I know they used to. The one thing I am noticing is a little bit of a frame stutter that I see once in a while. It's not terrible, but it's definitely noticeable. Like, it's fine now, but every once in a while, you see it. $5.50. I keep hearing like the sad "it's dirty" sound. I'm like, well, they're literally dumping some on the floor, and they'll be like, "I'm sad. The thing I just dumped on the floor made me sad." And you're like, "Come on, man." Let's see. Here in Canada, yeah, most of the pumps you fill yourself, but 1 hour full serve, and they do it for you. That makes sense, because especially when it comes to like people with disabilities and all that, there's definitely some disabilities that don't impair your ability to drive, but could make dealing with pumping gas kind of a hassle. Like certain like mobility kind of accessibility needs. Oh, this goes way far to the right than I thought it would. Do you... Deep Intelligent Radio Note Assistant. I mentioned the missing recorders to Red Elk. He smiled strangely and replied, "That was not common for things to disappear here. Oh, how the local mystics love to mess with your head. Ha! I say that as if I've not been doing the same thing myself only recently. I wouldn't be surprised if Red Elk himself stole my recorder as a donation to the local Legends Fund, so to speak. But something tells me I should order another box of these Dianas just in case." Okay, and that's as far to the right as I can go. Let's see, in Oregon and New Jersey, they still pump gas for a while. Yeah, and what some people were saying was that Oregon no longer does it, that they did have that until about a year or two ago. But I know they did have it until at least recently. Okay, and that's as far to the left as we can go. Okay, so just checking to see if there's anything interesting either direction to interact with. We did find another recorder, which is fine. I'm assuming at some point I'll be able to, like, up and down my price of gas or something like that, judging by the fact I can interact with that. Um... Day 82. I spent the day just the way I wanted. I forgot about my search and simply enjoyed the local scenery. I met the sheriff at the gas station. We got to talking. She told me the gas station had been abandoned for a while and that she was still investigating the disappearance of its owner, which had occurred a couple weeks before our arrival. She was hoping for our help. I had to disappoint her in telling her there had been no surveillance at the time of the disappearance and that we would be leaving soon. Another mysterious incident in these parts that will never be solved. So much remains unknown. I like the idea. Could I not stock more? That's fine. I don't care. I'm not missing other shells, right? I'm assuming we'll be buying a lot of shells. And what is the trap door with an ominous red light in my pack room here? I'm not sure if you saw, there was someone looking through the back window that just scooched to the right when I walked in there. You, someone back there permanent on me? Well, it's probably fine. So let's see here. You have 1, you have 8. So you're on a discount. You're on a discount. You're on a discount. I'm sure at some point we'll end up wanting to have everything in stock. Okay, that would give me everything. That one I've got 1. I'm hoping we'll have a sorting so that we could go and be like, what am I low on? You've only got 2. Okay, that'll do. No, it won't. I don't have the storage for it. Alright. Let's take the meds off of there. And you out there, and that'll have to do. Alright. I don't believe it gets to horror, but it does get to supernatural. Oh, I went too far. Okay. And we got plenty of gas, so let's go ahead and go to bed. Alright. So, with this, we got a net profit of $1.20 today. Heck yeah, man. We spent 86 bucks on supplies, we earned $87.20, and we got $19.80 in tips. So the services, we got $38.21 from the store and $48.99 in the gas. I appreciate that the gas station is actually our main earner. Like in real life, it actually ends up being the convenience store when you're not a licensee, a franchisee. But if you're running a gas station with your own, yeah, you do want to sell stuff in the store, but like the gas actually does matter. So we served 7 people, and 6 of them gave us tips. None were unsatisfied. What was that sound? Probably the person that was perving outside your window. Or apparently the military. I can outrun big heavy vehicles. Day 90. It is commonly believed that end brings back memories of beginning. And now, watching the soldiers load equipment, I do indeed remember the day, full of enthusiasm, I watched it being unloaded. But I've never been sure that this isn't the end. My work here is just starting. I wonder how long it will take for them to notice my absence. Anything over here? I do appreciate that as you hold run, you get going pretty good speed. Okay, so we randomly had what, as far as I could tell, was the military going by. And nothing in here. Alright. I guess go back to sleep. I don't have enough shelving here. I need to buy some more. Shelves. We don't have a gum shelf. Dear goodness. How could we? Oh, that just lets you organize. Alright, well, I actually don't... So it looks like that just instantly gave it to me. When there are no customers in the store, you can go to design mode to manage the placement of shelves. Why? Oh, I have to actually grab the inventory, that's right. Lady, did you just walk into my place holding a fire extinguisher? Or was that like your oxygen tank? And lady, the way you're looking and focused to either side really does concern me. Quite a bit, actually. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's so great that you're open again, but aren't you afraid? Of what? Well, you know, this is a bad place. What's wrong with it? Haven't you heard? The previous owner of this gas station went missing. They never found him. And it wasn't just him. Bad things have been happening here since long as I can remember. At the gas station? Oh, if only. You might think I'm just a crazy old woman, but mark my words, you better not go out at night. Oh, but I talk too much. You must have a lot of work to do. Do come again. I will. I will until you're violently murdered in your bed one night. And then I'll sit over here and say, I told you so. Nobody listens. Oh, almost went over. Okay, so we got our tips. We're trying to hit popularity 5. We are currently at popularity 4. It's also weird to me that usually a lot of the things have a cutoff. So when you're pumping gas, you don't have to be like, ah, here's the sweet spot. You just hold the thing, and it goes click when you're full, and you don't have to worry about it after that. So it's a little weird being like, oh no, I gotta time it. And it's obviously for just the minigame thing. As far as I can tell, I'm assuming I have a hoodie or a sweater tied around my waist. That we're wearing, like, jeans, shoes, an orange and white shirt, and have a magenta hoodie? Those old pumps didn't have the stop. Did my popularity go down? Oh, I have a customer inside the store I didn't see. Okay. The real crime here is that we're paying in cash on everything. Alright, so we just need to serve a couple more customers. And whatnot. And then we'll be good to go. If we get one more car at the gas pump, then I should be able to get another full load of gas ordered. Wait, what business does the game have being so cute? I mean, it's been pretty nice so far. I assume time is passing. I do see, I think it's a lightning bolt on the left is our civilization score, which... Again, really not sure what that means. Why did the music get all ominous? I'm just going to pretend absolutely everything is fine. And we'll just go about our business, running our store. And pretending nothing is wrong and nothing can hurt us. Ooh, upgrades. Okay. Oh, okay, so there's a lot in here. So I could upgrade my fuel tank by getting a second one. I could get a lamp post. I could get a attraction spot. I can get a bathroom. Alright, well first let's check. That requires store level 2. We already have all the shelves here. So I have only one of these. It is on sale, so let's snag that. I got 2 of the med kits, let's snag that. Fuel's a good price now? It is. Sadly, I can't order the 100, but I will grab the 50. If I'd used 3 more liters of fuel, we could have gotten the bigger one. Let's see, how much old world charm and convenience your store station provides, considering it appeals to the semi-post-apocalyptic world? Where's my fuel? Sir, I expected you 5 minutes ago. I get a discount, right? Okay. So I've got all that. We've got what fuel we can do. There's no new shelves to get, but we could upgrade gas station stuff. I don't have quite enough for a second pump, but what I can do is I can buy a restroom, and we can buy a lamppost. So let's go look at our brand new upgraded place. Alright everyone, time for exciting times. We have our brand new lamppost. Bougie living right there. And where exactly is our restroom? Was it over here? And here is our lovely state-of-the-art outhouse right next to the trash can. Yeah, ooh la la. Alright, I'm guessing we're gonna go sleep and things are gonna happen. Alright, so our net profit was negative $22.70. Again, because I keep spending all my money upgrading and doing stuff. We have gained 2 popularity and 2 civilization. Alright, we got an engine running. What was that noise outside? Are you ever going to get a normal night's sleep? Sorry, we don't work nights. Okay. Just making sure nothing else is going on. Lots of dark foreshadowing. Well, this game, from my understanding, doesn't go like horror or anything like that, but it does have supernatural. Okay, well, everything's fine. Day 10. We're continuing the monitoring. There is 0 anomalous activity so far. All indicators are within the normal range. Well, except for the regular disappearance of my voice recorders, I think Red Elk set his mind to convince me of something. If he knew what I was doing before this project, he wouldn't be trying so hard. Alright. This store looks too boring. I need to buy some decor. I think I saw a link on the decor store on my computer. Man, I got 29 bucks. You best set that. I mean, $15. We can actually afford that. Evolution of fuel panel. Fire, diesel, what looks like atomic. Alright. So I've unlocked all the sections of the computer from the looks of it. Okay. I keep forgetting to actually put it back. Before more customers come in, we are low on fuel. Alright. So we just need to go and get enough customers done to finish like the story objective or whatever. No one in my store. Okay, we just had a person go into our store. Card only. I want to count your change. I'm assuming we'll get upgrades later that'll do stuff like make some of these mini games go faster. They just need to refuel 2 more cars and check out 1 more person. Sir, you need to get back here. You have to buy the gas. You have to buy the gas, sir. Sir, I will run you down. Oh, that's the parking lot? Okay, never mind. You're welcome. Come inside, sir. When he started to slow down, I was like, maybe I've made a mistake. I'm also gonna need a bigger gas pump. Imagine reality if you end up needing to literally send the truck to refill up your gas pump multiple times per day. Just need to sell 2 more liters of gas. If we sell 2 more liters of gas, then I can get another full shipment of fuel. Yeah, so it looks like my civilization rating is just like decorating the place and all that. And that boosts my overall, oh, repair gas pump too? Okay. Come on, one more person to the pumps, please. You watch too many road rage YouTube videos for that car stopping not to cause concerns. Well, it's definitely one of those things that's chasing, like, is this an actual mechanic? Not that they had road rage actually be like, what do you want, or whatever. Hey, Duchess, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak, I appreciate it. So, we'll grab the 50 fuel. Because we'll do that. And then with that done, let's grab all this. Let's check our inventory. It'll say anything that's 4 or less gets ordered. So nothing to order there. So it wants me to upgrade and get my second fuel pump fixed, which I have just enough money for. Upgrade the store to level 2. What's it say the cost for store level 2 is? $350. Okay. Sure. Will we get an actual night's sleep tonight? Net profit, minus $60. Okay. I mean, I guess I am ending every day with less money, but we are still making money compared to our stuff there. It's stuff like here where it's capital spending, not operating expenses that are a reason we're not profitable. Thank you, Copper, for the 65 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Hey, we actually slept well. And nothing nightmarish happened while we were sleeping. Are you gonna give me 2 pumps I gotta deal with now? Hey, Crocodile Dundee, how's it going? Good to see you, man. I was gonna make commentary on what you bought, but honestly, the only thing I could recognize was the gum, and it just doesn't feel as impactful. Oh wait, whoa, that's a big knife. What? I'm talking about the knife on your belt. Oh, this? I'm used to it that it feels like part of my body. There's no need to be afraid of the knife. It's just an extension of its owner. Should I be afraid of the owner then? Not in my case. For me, the knife is just a survival tool, or I would even say an organ? Are you a hunter, or do you just enjoy wilderness survival trips? A little bit of both. Well, see you again. Alright. Very quickly, I'm going to want to have staff. By that I mean specifically a cashier, because pretty much every game in existence that you count your change, it's the first thing I want to never do again. I did my time at retail, I don't want to count change. Link to the game, please. If you do ! Steam, I believe it'll give you the link to the Steam page. We're not sponsored or anything else like that. The devs just, they did give me a key. So this is a key that was given to me, just to be clear. But if you do ! Steam, I believe it'll tell you what the price of the game is and give you a link to the Steam page for it, if I remember correctly. Alright, so we can go here. It just takes a moment to run. $12. That seems like a very reasonable price. Honestly, $12 is definitely a good price. I'm guessing that's a sale price. Just because it being, you know, $11.89, that definitely feels like, you know, taking a number or taking 10% off or something like that. $15% off? Yep. All right. We're just running around doing our stuff here. Oops. Sorry, goat. I would take care of you faster, but you had to litter on my floor, which means I had to deal with it. One, two, three. You're gonna litter in my store twice? Come on, man. Okay. So my assumption is we just want to keep going through our upgrades, because it mentions that specifically we'll get more customers based on, like, our popularity score and all that, which does seem to be tied directly to our quote-unquote civilization score. So it seems like even though the next thing it wants me to do is get the upgrade to store level 2, if we detour just long enough to get our advertisement. That sets us back, I think it was $100. But that should speed up the rate we make money going forward. Okay, so fuel. You can only get the 50, or not low enough to get the rest. I go deal with the fuel. Alright. It looks like you can't get extra fuel, like overfill. It makes the text red, and it's like, oh, I see. Alright, so let's order our goods. I'm assuming you always get a profit on these things. So rather than sitting here and be like, oh, let's min-max to try and always catch it on whatever's the best sale, we're just gonna go and do that. I didn't check to see if there's a shipping fee. I probably should. Because we definitely have sent a delivery to get us like one thing of bottled water. For $2.53. Cool. I'm sure that guy doesn't feel like we wasted his time. Upgrades. So, attraction spot allows you to display and replace attractions in this spot. Sure. Oh. What does the moon symbol mean? I see. So these will all boost the amount of customers I get, and some of them are actually relatively cheap. Maybe it has a night effect? I'm curious about that. So it's saying net profit minus $51. Oh, another night of not getting sleep. Who's making that racket again? We're closed at night. Come back in the morning. The military here sucks. They just keep showing up and waking up at me at night and don't take, hey, we're not closing we're not open at night. Grant, to be clear, we do have the lights on. Wait, did I just hear a door open back there? Yeah, no, it does look... Well, I mean, it's the same style truck, yeah. Okay, I mean, everything seems fine. No new recorder that I'm seeing. Alright. So we got some upgrades we can get, which should increase the number of customers. None of them look particularly expensive. I'm assuming those cars going by, I'm assuming we'll have 2 customers walk into our store. Also, the butterfly directly below us seems very differently animated from the entire rest of the game. Like, it just weirdly has a hard edge outline, and none of the rest of the game has had that. Excuse me, miss. Where can I find the Cloven Peak Mountain? Cloven Peak? Right past the gas station. Just look back when you get outside. Oh, how embarrassing of me to have missed it. Thank you. Stop littering in my store. I do appreciate that most of the stuff they're buying is actually like road safety stuff and stuff like that. So like buying your little emergency cones you put out next to your car when, you know, if it breaks down. You know, stuff to like patch your tires up on the go. Give me them tips. Give me all that money. Also, we should probably clean up the pile of refuse that's just sitting right outside my building. Like, I know there's like, hey, upgrade your building, but it's a literal heap of garbage. Like, right here, this is clearly just piles of literal trash. Just, you know, just tuck a little bit in that dumpster each day. Uh, 20, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so the noise that sounds like it's bad, I think that's literally just when someone throws something on the ground. So they've, you know, made a messier store, quote-unquote. It just lets you know of that. Because they keep being like, oh no, I was too slow. I didn't even see you sneak in here. Okay. When we get our staff, no idea. Earn your first $1,000. Cool, man. Well, you do that. Gas, 100 liters, go. I appreciate you're buying everything, but like, could you get out of the way? I gotta go and accept the delivery. Okay. It'll be nighttime relatively soon. Yeah, I'm assuming we'll get staff, or if not staff, they'll do something like change the pumps to be better, or change the register, where instead of having to count the change, you just do a thing to automate it. Okay. So we're pretty much full on fuel. I'll get an order of that. An order of those. An order of you. And while we're sitting here, upgrades. So we've got all the upgrades from there until we get the gas station 2. We go to the design section. Let's get the tire robot. Yeah, the tire robot and the old light. Neat. Yeah, so I don't know what that moon symbol does. Mystery. Okay. Design elements installed at your gas station. The sum of all these bonuses and penalties to mystery displayed below. Okay, so there is a mystery stat, which feels like something I should probably not be doing, but we're going to absolutely do. We can get the woodland store sign. Interestingly enough, I can buy a second one of those. I'm going to do that anyways, because I have no concept of what any of this does. And I'm here to tinker, and we've already supplied ourselves. Oh, I see. Popularity reflects all that, so we don't care about that. Yeah, so we've got 4 points in design, but I can't... Interestingly enough, I can look at any one of these stats except legends. I can't select legends. I'm surprised you don't have to clean the outhouse. I might have to. Alright, so we gained 1 popularity, 3 civilization, and 4 mystery. We had net profit of negative $12.60. But that's with all of our upgrades counting against that. Oh. No, in the middle of the night, mysterious nonsense? That doesn't seem right. Hey, Tire Guy, how you doing? Let's double check to make sure I don't actually have to clean the toilet. Okay. Tire Guy holding it down. May we all too aspire to be as cool as Tire Guy is. Yeah, it's this blue butterfly here. This one animated blue butterfly straight below me has a weird hard black outline and nothing else does. So it just doesn't feel like it belongs. Like, it's not a bad butterfly or anything. It just feels like with the animation style they've done for literally everything else, it's one kind of outlier by itself. Sir, did you litter in my store? Well, I don't even think it's higher res. It's just, if you look at our character design, there's no hard outlines. Is there a max amount of fuel you can hold? Right now it's 150. So that's the reason I wait till I'm right below 50 and then I buy 100 liters. I'm assuming you littered at my counter. Everyone in this town is terrible. Like the fact that every other one of them litters at my store is downright appalling. I don't think it's based on like what type of character it is or anything like that. It's just an RNG thing. Bunch of animals. Yep. I need to buy gas. We definitely want the bigger gas pumps. Fuel, 100 liters, get the order. Unless you want 17 liters or less, you're gonna have to wait. which they wanted 24, so I would have had not enough. We don't have a customer waiting, right? No. Alright, so we're just burning through getting everyone their gas. Which it does seem like the gas is really good money. All things considered. Like, even when we're stuck buying it at the not as good price, we're spending like 90 bucks for 100 liters, and then I'm selling it for like 120, 140. Like, yeah, like right now the price is almost $1.50. Did he get a gas attendant? Not that I've seen. I'm willing to bet there's something. I would be very, very shocked if once things get going, if we don't either get a way to automate the gas pumps, or an attendant or something of that nature. Also, Raccoon, my dude, that window is missing. Maybe that should be the thing upgrading. Instead of worrying about putting a little tire person in front of your shop, maybe replace the missing window full of cobwebs? Or at least just get rid of the cobwebs if nothing else. Yeah, no, I know I need to upgrade the store to level 2. I've just been grabbing the things that give me more business and all that first. Which I'm sure the unlocks will give me more stuff there. They've got inventory to add there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's at a bad price. We'll hold out. Let's have another $5 delivery. Why is there a glowing triangle on the ground here? Does that happen over here too? No. That's not ominous. Okay. Yeah, so you're at 350. So that makes our warehouse bigger. Add some civilization. Auto repair shop 2. Gas station sign. Lamppost, attraction spot. Restroom level 2. Cash register level 2, which adds a card terminal. Parking lot. Gas pump level 2. For precise fueling, simply enter the numbers. The rest is automated. Okay. Bigger fuel tank. A lot of stuff in the auto repair shop. Car wash. Entrance billboard. Lamppost. Attraction spot. Even better restroom. A cleaner bot, so I don't have to do that. Cash register level 3. Items are automatically scanned. Parking lot. Gas pump. Gas pump. Self-serve, payment, and refueling. So fully automated. Yeah, so by the time we get to gas station level 3, the fuel pumps are fully automated. I figured it was going to be something like that. So you can go to design. Yeah, so it looks like the old lampposts and all that would be here. This adds 2 more civilization. We do have a second attraction spot. I am going to buy it, because those ones seem to go away when I get them. Yes, so I've got those. Got only 1 sign spot, 1 facade spot, and 2 lamp spots. Okay. So what's interesting is by adding that... Did I uninstall the first robot? I did. I was curious why my, Yeah, the shortcut keys seem to change a lot. Like I said before, it's like, it'll be F on one screen, it'll be Q on the next screen, it'll be Shift on this screen. And that's a little confusing for me because, like, you kind of don't know what the accept button's going to be. You just have to, like, remember each screen. That is definitely one that I feel like it either should just be left click / F accepts, this / that denies, consistently on everything. We made a net profit of $33.32. Oh, good. We're going to be bothered again. Let me guess. For God's sakes, enough already. I told you we don't work at night. I was not anticipating a person rolling up on me with a shotgun. This was not the direction I was expecting this to go. I'll only say this once. Get off our land. Your land? But this gas station belongs to me. I can show you the papers. I won't say it again. Well, at least now I know what happened to the previous owner. What? Did you also make the previous owner disappear? What? You were the one who kidnapped him. Me? I've only been here for like a couple of days. And if someone is kidnapping people out here, maybe I really should get out. So, you're not working for them? For whom? The aliens. The government. The aliens? Are you kidding me? Ha! Another skeptic. You'll change your tune when they come for you. Good luck. And now's where we call the sheriff. Because, you know, if someone literally rolls up on you with a shotgun, it's like, get off my land or whatever, and you're like, dude, it ain't yours. That's when you call the sheriff and be like, hey man, I don't think this guy should be allowed to own a gun. He is just randomly accosting people at gunpoint. That is not acceptable behavior in pretty much any society. I'm working for the ailments. I am running a gas station, and certainly breathing in gas fumes would qualify as a source of many ailments. I'm also curious the context of the game's called The Last Gas Station. Clearly I can't be the last gas station, because if I was, how are these cars even getting here? But that's probably just more realistically, like, the name is something other than, like, literally the last gas station. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, the last gas station in town or whatever. I also have no time frame. Your tire guy got beat up? No, the tire guy got moved over here. I accidentally moved him. The tire guy's watching my front door. Nightmare Saw Pony is watching, you know, holding the fort by the parking lot. Like, definitely if you want to commit a robbery, you want to be dealing with Tire Guy. He's just going to kick you off property. You don't want to deal with Nightmare Saw Pony. Nightmare Saw Pony, like, you know, even in court cases, they're like, hey, we're redacting the photo evidence because it'll sway the case too strong. Like, anyone sees it, doesn't matter what the rest of the case is, they're just not going to side with it because of Nightmare Fuel. We will not traumatize the jury. I mean, our price per liter, because it's in liters here, is $1.45 right now. I have noticed the price does seem to be going up each day, because I think it was $1.41 yesterday we were charging. So I'm assuming we're just slowly increasing the price a couple of cents every single day. Hoping our customers won't notice. Who's the real monster in this story? Fortunately, for reality, we did not get the privilege of naming our place, because that would have been like less than ethical gas, you know, or less than ethical fuel or whatever. And considering we're charging like a 50% markup on our gas, because we're buying it at 80-something cents and selling it for like $1.50, and slowly increasing the price every single day, despite the prices that we're paying not particularly going up either. Did you litter on my floor? What is with you people? You're all terrible. You start charging at 20%, you made a mess of my floor surcharge. You're lucky you actually spent a considerable amount of money, so I'm willing to forgive you this time. Littering on your way out the door. I mean, you have a monopoly of this area. You think you'd charge more? Yep. What is with everyone here paying with such big bills? The good news is it looks like we're getting our store upgrade today, which I'm assuming will make our place slightly less an absolute dump. They're all counterfeiters. I mean, that's probably fair. To be fair, I'm probably passing off their counterfeit bills as my change anyways, so the fact that it's counterfeit doesn't really make a difference one way or the other to me. Alright. So we've been here 8 days, and we've already been threatened at gunpoint. Going great. Really making a... I'm not sure if I'm like a raccoon or a red panda or something in between. I'm not entirely sure what we are. Okay. I'll be able to do that. A fox? With that tail? Really? I mean, maybe? Like, I'm getting strong red panda vibes. Either way, whatever it is. It's an anthropomorphic animal, so it can be whatever it decides to be. The computer bloop sounds are way too much like the Steam message sounds. Messaging on Steam. I don't know, that's sus. People messaging on Steam? Okay. And we have just barely enough upgrader store to level 2. And it's basically like get all the upgrades. Okay, so we did get rid of the literal piles of garbage behind our store. We apparently built a massive extension on our building and didn't bother to get rid of the moss or anything, but it's just part of its charm. Oh, I actually have like another section over here. And we still have our ominous trap door. So let's see. So with this, we can now get postcards, snacks, car fluids. I see. I don't have the money to do that. We can get bigger gas pumps and better refueling and better parking and all that. So I think the priority is going to be on this, and then the secondary priority is going to be on upgrading our... Yeah, so I think... Oh, hey. I quickly found a suitable room and necessary materials at the base. Word had already spread that the project was nearing completion, so the soldiers looked at me with bewilderment, but fulfilled the whim of their nominal superior. A sensory deprivation chamber and 10 whole days are at my disposal. Was something new on the windowsill? I think maybe. You know, I think it's just, if we look at the room, I think it got tidied up. Like this room, we got like the extra section over here, but otherwise it's mostly the same. This got slightly cleaned up and extended to the right, and weirdly the bay door moved, which I'm dubious of that. But yeah, no, our bedroom is cleaner than it was, because there was junk in the sink before. But yeah, it looks like there's maybe books on my windowsill. I can't interact with them. But yeah, so it looks like when we upgrade the place, like, and the rug is not a mess. But yeah, so it looks like we just kind of tidied the place up. Alright, net profit of minus 130 because we bought a massive upgrade that cost 350. What was that sound? Just go back to bed, man. Just go back to bed. It ain't worth it anymore. This poor raccoon box red panda thing is just like, dude, just give me a couple of days where I actually get to sleep. Yep, I see nothing, so I guess we just go back to bed. Oh, I guess I should also check in my work. Oh. Okay, I wasn't literally expecting to be abducted by aliens. Ooh, what a strange dream. Dang that redneck with his UFO ravings. Actually, I can make a profit on it. New legend unlock. Customers will now pay more attention to themed products and purchase them at a higher rate. The higher the Legends fame level, the greater the markup and the demand. The Legends level increases when you sell themed merchandise and install the corresponding elements. For over a century, the locals have been sharing blurry photos of unidentified flying objects. Some believe a secret alien base is located nearby. Oh, good. We're gonna do, like, you know, tourist trap scams and all that. And take advantage of local legends and all that as a means of exploiting, I mean, deriving value in visiting people. Hello, sir and/or madam. I will get you your gas. Just remember, there is a 30% kindness markup. That anytime we are kind to you, you have to pay 30%. Ma'am, 30% more. Alright. I will say, for just like random station wagons and all that, these these vehicles have some pretty big gas tanks that they're only spending like $1 something a liter, and it's coming out to be like $60, $70 a tank. The gas goes from before the oil crisis. Yeah, I still am not clear, like, I mean, obviously this is a fictional world. We are an anthropomorphic raccoon after all. Well, whatever animal we are. We are an anthropomorphic animal filling up gas tanks on old school pumps. But it's really unclear exactly what time frame. We haven't seen anything like a cell phone or anything else like that. But we have seen cars that aren't exactly... Oh no, the cops are here. We gotta check our license and our permits and realize we're operating illegally. I see you've settled in nicely. I do my best. I hope the locals aren't bothering you too much. There were a couple of incidents, but I think those guys were harmless. Especially the one who rolled up and pointed a shotgun at me in the middle of the night and told me to get off my land. Definitely harmless. Just a couple. You're lucky. Well, if something goes wrong, you know where to find me. Thank you. Come again. I will. I don't know where to find you? I am unaware of where to actually find you. Alright. And think. Was that Gecko a police officer? I think so. That's the vibe I got, is that they're supposed to be a police officer. Alright, so we're making solid money. We're already up to about 350, and I'll spend about 100 of that on another whole thing of fuel. Alright, give me just a second, chat. I'm just snoozing this ad break that's coming up real fast. To try and have it so that it lines up more with when my wife Tim gets home. That way, you know, when she gets home, I can go and do the break right then. Alright, so we need to go and buy more fuel. So, boom. I imagine getting much larger fuel pump will enable me to be a little bit pickier about when I buy. Okay. Alright. So we're doing good. Making good money. Our civilization and our mystery score is going up. It'll be curious about, like, buying the themed stuff to improve our sales and all that, and how all that works. Because from the implications is, I would, boost a legend or whatever. So, like, say the UFO things, I'd put a bunch of, like, space nonsense around the property, and then potentially that would help out. That's the implication I got. It could just be strictly the Legends score. Yeah, so today the price is $153. Oh. Oh, weird. So, it's literally directly... I get to charge more based on my civilization thing. So every time I add something nice to my property, I just jack up the price on my gas. Okay, so pretty much that tells me at all times I absolutely want to take the time to upgrade civilization stuff. It literally just makes it so I can get more money per item. Okay, so let's grab the gas. Yeah, so I'm spending 73 cents per gallon, or per liter. And I'm charging $1.50 something per liter. So we are more than doubling the price on the gas from, you know, what I pay to what I charge. And don't get me wrong, it is a thing. Usually it's used in manufacturing, that the broad idea is for every stage in manufacturing you want to double your price. And so what I mean by that, like, is if you have one person who is mining the ore, the next person who refines that ore into, like, whatever metals you're going to ultimately use, you would want at that stage to double the price from what was brought in to out. Obviously it doesn't actually work that way out in reality, but that's kind of the idea, is each you know, company or whatever hands it goes through, you expect the price to kind of double each time. Okay, so you got just shy of 300 bucks. What is the cloven truth at the bottom corner of the PC? Oh, that gives me information about it. So we have UFO. Oh, I guess there's a whole big dialogue for each one of these. For a century, the locals have been constantly claiming there are strange lights and unidentified flying objects in the sky. The police regularly get calls from the amnesiac abduction victims, along with complaints about strange sounds in the night. The first recorded sightings date back to the 1950s. An old civil aviation pilot, who identified himself as G. Briggs, described 3 orbs hovering over Cloven Peak on a local radio station. A listener noted that this description is strikingly resembling phenomena described in indigenous legends. Some have claimed that an alien base is located in the area, either at the bottom of the lake or even within the peak itself. Classified requires level 10 UFO. Classified requires level 40 UFO. Alright, so we saw... So that mentions the 60s, or at least past the 60s. Oh, and we can really, really lean into the alien junk. Oh my god, we can lean so hard into the alien stuff. I'm actually looking forward to that. But right now, I do think the upgrades for quality of life are going to be way, way more my priority. Okay, so precise refueling is simple. And then we have the cash register. Eliminating the need to count out change. Done. Done. I never want to count out change ever again. Alright. I can't quite afford that, but we can upgrade the restroom. Oh, good. We've moved from an outhouse to a porta potty. Heck yeah. Them's the big upgrades. And we still, after spending almost $250 on upgrades, did still turn about $31 in profit. We actually got to sleep a nice sleep. Oh, look at us, all well rested. Getting a full night's sleep with no immediate emergencies or anything like that. It'll be curious when we get the auto repair shop. My assumption is that'll be new tasks for me to work on. And it seems like we're not going to get someone to work the pumps for us. Instead, the pumps are going to become self-service. Oh my god, lady. We've got someone waiting at the pump for me. I thought the whole point was I didn't have to do this. I'm assuming it's only sometimes. Don't litter in my store. Yeah, we got a card reader. I'm guessing it's just only sometimes they use the card reader, which is a little disappointing. It's fair. But this is more of a problem of me just doing so many of these types of games that it's like, it comes to counting change, you're like, but I don't want to count change. Like, I want to automate that away as fast as I can. All right. Because one of the things that a lot of these mini games will end up getting pretty old pretty fast. But usually the way they work around is, like I said, they'll usually give you either like staff members to do it, or you'll be able to streamline the mini game, or whatever the specific game does. They usually let you get to that point relatively quickly before it hits the point where you're like, oh my god, please no more. Alright. Because a lot of these cars are now asking for like 30 and 40 liters. Oh! Okay. I was on the fence that they were still happy. I don't think they were as happy as they could have been. Oh wait, am I charging them $8.50 to use the toilet? I just noticed I got like $8 for WC, which in a lot of places, like we don't typically use WC here in the US, but in a lot of other places WC is per wash closet, which is basically toilet. Yeah, I'm getting paid $8.60 every time someone uses our toilet. All right, we're shutting down the gas station. We're working in the toilet business. Okay. Don't litter in my store. Look, I've seen Zootopia. I know you're a really, super racist sheep. That doesn't mean littering is okay. Frankly, I don't see how that in any ways that can be considered positive. Ah, yeah. Again with the modern times, just scanning the old card. So much better than counting change. Maybe the butterfly was the government's behind it? No, that's the birds. Everyone knows birds aren't real. Butterflies, absolutely, though. Alright. How much fuel do I have? Okay, so I can only buy 50 fuel. And goods-wise, that's all fine there. Order some of that. Oh, got you. So, that fire extinguisher is considered an alien-appropriate good. I see. And that package of gum is an alien good. Sure. We still haven't seen a single bird in this game. Well, the government realizes that we're onto them, and so they are trying to, keep it on the down low. They're trying to be a little bit misdirecting. Alright. It does make me curious with, like, all the supernatural stuff going on, and the fact that we see, like, this giant, military truck parade kind of goes in, like, your second day in town or whatever. Okay, so we got all that. So again, keep with the upgrades first. So we can get our gas pump. Okay. Gas pump number 1 has been upgraded with something that isn't older than I am. And we can go ahead and buy both of these spots. Okay. So that means once we get more money, we can buy another decoration for in front of our building, as well as another lamppost. Legends Progress +1 UFOs. Heck yeah, +1 mystery and +4 civilization rating. Is 2 home yet? Let me just see if that's Tomb trying to leave me a message real quick. No. Okay, that's fine. We'll snooze the ad one last time, which is as far as I can snooze it. What was that sound? I think the sound is coming from there. What the hell was that? I mean, it looked like a possum with a knife? Day 7. Well, we finally started monitoring. Nearly 80% coverage. Scanning in all frequencies. Our neuroanalyst's machine. And what was there 50 years ago during the last attempt? 30% coverage at most. And infrared cameras representing state-of-the-art. Whatever it is, we'll definitely catch it this time. And we'll see which of my hypotheses are correct. Hypothesi. Alright. And just doing a check. Yeah, so it seems like the progression of this game will probably be like Gas Station Simulator, where you could probably put ridiculous number of hours in the game, but you could also probably unlock all the things in a dozen or 2 hours, would be my guess. Which is nothing wrong with that. I do like a game who get in, do its thing, do it well, and then get out. Customer at the pump, right? Ooh, new fancy pump. Enter order. Okay, so just push F to begin processing, push space to actually get gas. I like that way more. We want one of those. I was wondering if we pay any taxes like mineral oil or VAT, does this go off for 100%? I haven't seen anything implying taxes. That's why we're so lucrative, is we're all under the table here. Can we put an out of order sign on the not fancy gas pump? How are you doing out here? Have you noticed anything strange yet? Tell her about the cowboy in the pickup. Tell her about the guy with a knife. I think the cowboy with the pickup. Do you mean the local UFOologist in the black pickup truck? You mean the UFO in the black ologist pickup truck? Ah, so you've met Bill. He must have told you about his usual fiddle-faddle. Well, he gave me a business idea. Oh, that's nice. Don't be mad at him. He only looks dangerous. He fell off a barn roof when he was a little kid and believes all sorts of tall tales and such. So, there's no UFOs around here? No, of course not. Some people see things, but it's all because of the lake. Tell her about the guy with a knife. Some guy with a knife was hanging around here last night. Do you know who it might be? At night, here? Whoever it was, I advise you to stay away. Especially if you saw him come out of the lake. Ask about the lake. What's wrong with the lake? Oh, a lot of things. Did you know, for example, that it has no bottom? What do you mean? Just what I said. The last time they went and tried to measure its depth, and the entire research ship disappeared. Back when I was very young, some of the things that wash up upon the shore, or that the fishermen catch, are mind-boggling. And the indigenous people have so many legends about it. They say that one the sunny day, you can see a golden statue at the bottom. Didn't you say the lake has no bottom? That's the thing. That's the thing. Well, I've talked your ear off, and Logan is getting tired. Alright, see you again. For sure. New legend unlocked. Customers will now pay more attention to themed products. They purchase them at higher prices. We already read that part. Legend of the Lake. The deep waters of the lake in Cloven hold many secrets. Some claim to have even seen the giant monster in the pre-dawn mist. Others whisper of light underwater, and some even speak of artifacts belonging to long-lost civilizations from other continents. Pay with your card. Suck. Pay with your card. Thank you, sir. You're not like those other customers. Oh, that's so much better. None of this timing nonsense. We just push 2 buttons and money happens. And someday, the dream is, you'll push even less buttons and money will happen. Charge an inconvenience fee for paying with cash. You joke about that, but there's places that do that now. Like, it's a thing that people like, shouldn't you go the other way around because the credit cards do surtax and all that? But when it comes to companies that, like, genuinely they're doing enough business that you taking the extra time required to process a cash transaction versus, you know, beep and you walk, that they will genuinely charge you extra because it hurts their business to have the line. That's usually only like very high traffic places. Whereas a lot of places it would charge you a convenience fee for the credit card because the credit cards do charge them a fee for running the transactions. Look, man, they just want to charge you a fee. All right. What happens? What happened to the customer is always right. The customer, first of all, you got the quote wrong. The customer is always right in matters of taste. There's actually more to it, but it's not the customer is always right. It's customers are always right in matters of taste. People misquote it to mean entirely different things. Well, it turns out that at that point, they said it was going to become an eyewitness. I already was one. I must admit, it scared me quite a bit at first. But then I thought, isn't that why I'm here? After so many years, when I had long since stopped believing in it, I suddenly witnessed something inexplicable. And not just witnessed, I came into contact. Never saw a transaction fee on the West Coast, only on the East Coast. I've seen it on the West Coast as well when I was over there. I'd say it's more common on the East Coast, but yeah. Also, the guy who wrote that book died painlessly. I have no idea about that one. But yeah, no, there's a lot of quotes that are misquoted to mean, like, the opposite of what they actually mean. So here, like, the customer is always right in the matters of taste. And yeah, there's also... what were some of the other ones? So there's the customer's always right in matters of taste. You have jack of all trades, master of none, and it's like... And the people leave off the other thing, but still better... is like still better than the I can't remember. It's like better than having a talent of few, or like basically the idea is that being a jack of all trades is often better than being better than the master of one. But yeah, so like literally people like cut off the enemy thing. You'll have people saying pick yourself up by your bootstraps, which that one's not misquoted, but it is literally the opposite meaning of what's there. People be like, pick yourself up by your bootstraps. The original meaning is, this is something that is absurd / impossible, because if you think about it, your bootstraps are on your feet. If you attempt to pick yourself up by your feet, you fall on your butt. Yeah, one bad apple spoils the batch, which is the idea that, like, you don't want to have a single bad apple. One bad apple ruins everything, versus one bad apple being like, oh, it's just one off. Yeah, the blood is thicker than water. The blood of the covenant is thicker than water of the womb. Yep, that's the full quote. Yeah, it's a very common thing. Yeah, I'm a let's see, you're a master of one and a jack of all trades, 52 years as a locksmith. But yeah, the general idea would be more, like with a jack of all trades and all that one, it's basically what's better, specialization or just broad skill. And, in a lot of cases, having a wider net of skills is going to serve you better in the long run than being very skilled in just one thing. And in reality, even if someone does have something that they specialize in, usually they will have skills in other things as well. But there are some people who poo-poo people who generalize as opposed to specialize. And it's like, no. There's definitely strong benefits in either strategy. And broadly speaking, when it comes to me hiring devs, I would take a dev that has a broader skill set over someone who's over-specialized any day of the week, unless I'm hiring for that one specific specialty, at which point, usually, I only care about, like, having that person as long as that specialty's there. Once I'm not doing that specialty anymore, they don't serve value anymore because they over-specialized. That said, like I said, most of the time in reality is people who specialize still have general skills, and that's perfectly fine. Alright, so I gotta step away for just a minute. My wife should be home by now, so I can run down, welcome her home, throw some food in, and I'm gonna quickly do one quick thing I mentioned earlier in the stream. My AC cut out. I just gotta take a shot back to the drain pipe to clear it out, because it's turning on and off because it's backing up. It's a Florida thing, or actually a tropics thing. So I'm gonna quickly do that. I'll be back in just about 5 minutes, and I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. All right, and we're back. Oh yeah, the what was that, water park simulator video? Yeah, I was supposed to tase naughty customers, and I don't even remember why. I think it was like our employee messed up an order and just jokingly zapped him, and it went ting. Is like, wait, zap zap, and it just kept counting. I'm like, all right, let's just zap this guy until I get my credit for the 15. And it worked. So we definitely have okay, so it's nighttime. Right, we haven't slept yet. We had hit the end of the day. Our fuel is fine. I think we had already ordered our products. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we already ordered our products. So what we'd want to do now is go for our upgrades. So let's go here. And this is where we're starting to get like actual decisions, because I can upgrade my fuel tank, and that gives me a whole lot more fuel storage. Or we can upgrade our fuel pump to make sure I never have to do the more laborious way ever again. The parking lot will just give us more customers, broadly speaking. We have these over here. Let's go for I think the fuel tank is the more correct decision. Okay. And is there any decorations we can get worthwhile? Warning signs. Gotcha. So some of these have multiple things, and some of them only help with one thing. We'll definitely need to figure some of that out. We did get... So interestingly enough, I can get the old sign, which gives me one of each stat, or I can get ones more specialized. So we do have one of those. So let's go outside and put that out there, because having the street light only gives me one civilization. First, if I do that one, then I get one civilization and... or get an extra civilization and a mystery, so we'll lean into both. Alright, so massive loss in net profit just because we did a bunch of upgrades. Otherwise, we would have been profitable. So lots of capital spending, operating costs haven't really changed any. So now, I did miss if it meant I have 250 more fuel or 250 total fuel. I think it was more, though. So let's check our gas prices for today. It is a high price day. Honestly, I'm not going to fret it. If our fuel gets low, we're going to buy. It does say we will always turn a profit. And it looks like the only difference between the fuel is about a 10% on the low and high from what I've noticed. I could be wrong. And if it's only a 10%, that's not that big a deal. Like, min-maxing to get an extra, like, 10-20 cents per liter. That's like growing up... Oh, hey, you. You gonna threaten me with a gun again? I must apologize. What? I said I must apologize. Oh, sorry. I didn't recognize you without your gun pointing at my face. It's me who's sorry. I shouldn't have behaved like that. Well, the doors of my gas station are open to everyone who comes unarmed. I just want you to understand, that was against cattle thieves. I nearly lost my farm because of them. I'm very sorry that someone is stealing your livestock from you, has brought you to this state. But that's no reason to threaten others.
Thank you, Windy3213, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Windy, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those months to use it here, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much for that. And hey, Serverlord, how's it going? You're right, please forgive me. I'll think about it. Till next time. Yeah, and It's nice to see you opened this place again. Thank you. But if you see the Beholder's Triangle in the sky, you'd better hide under a roof. Beholder's Triangle? Looks like 3 stars. You'll know it. What is a triangle? So, what does this triangle do? Nobody knows. Sometimes people see it, and then all sorts of things happen. It crops up all over the sky. Normal stars don't do that. I see. I'll keep an eye out then. Thank you, Lightbeat.
Enjoy.
You enjoy.
Okay.
I love you.
I love
The main character have a way too much sass towards the person who pointed the gun here. I mean, to be fair, I would probably have similar sass to be like, hey, you know what? I'm happy to do business as long as your gun doesn't get anywhere near inside my store. Because for those who missed it, we just walked outside of her, store one night and he was pointing a shotgun at us. I'm like, I'm sorry, but this is definitely not acceptable behavior. Okay, so it's 250 total liters that it can have, not 250 plus liters. That's fine.
Thank you Server Lord for subscribing for 19 months. Back from my few months off. Glad to be home. Lost 20 plus kg in the last few years. Been nature walking in the Rhine forests. But I am glad I am back home.
It's good to have you back. And I mean, hopefully we're looking to lose those kilograms. Most of us are. At which point, if that is something you wanted, I'm glad you got that. I do know we have 1 or 2 people in the community who keeping the weight up is the challenge, which I'm mildly jealous of, but also is its own struggle and its own pain. Dang, man, that little teeny tiny car having like 45-liter tank. Where does it keep it? Is it like got no trunk? It's just a fuel tank in the back. All right. No, don't park at the old pub. Pull up. No one wants to deal with this old-timey pump. Got like timing and such you gotta do, and I gotta put back the nozzle, and it's gross. It's like effort. Alright, but thank you for the hype train and all that stuff, kicking that off.
Thank you Magic_Feet_14 for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Magic Feet, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Doesn't mean the whole updated support channel. Thank you so much for that. And for those who missed, we're also charging $8.60 to use the Porta-John. But not just using a toilet, a Porta-John. I like to assume it's coin operated. We've also jacked up the price of our gas another 20 cents over the last day. So clearly we are an absolutely ruthless business owner. That every opportunity we get, we are just hiking prices and all that. Does the streamer who used to be a really lean kid? Yes, there's an operative word there. Used to. Then I got a desk job. And now those days are gone. Now I have to actually put like effort into keeping myself reasonably healthy. Alright, so let's get our gas. I definitely like the quality of life here of like, you can take the time to configure all your shelves, or you can just walk up and be like, just chuck this crap on the shelf. I don't want to think about it. It's probably not min-maxed or anything at all, and I do not care. The lack of effort about it is wonderful. Okay, so let's check in our goods. We'll do this. We'll toss these on as well. Toss those in there. Okay. So we've got all our upgrades. Oh, that's because we scrolled up. So we can grab you. So both of our gas pumps are now modernized. And we'll get ourselves a bigger parking lot. Because for those who missed, every time we upgrade our stuff, we get points in civilization. And those points in civilization increase the amount I charge for gas. As well as a lot of other benefits, like they're just quality of life things. Got like an itch on my nose and it's driving me nuts. And so that just means the price of gas goes up. So, we are going to increase our price in our gas from yesterday, another 26 cents. So, to clarify, we have increased the price of our gas pretty close to like 30-40%. Well, 30% overnight. Every single day that we can do that. Okay, so no special events last night. You know, I'm having a lot of fun with it. Oh no, it's the cops. They're onto our price gouging ways. We're the last gas station. And, you know, we just keep increasing our prices every single day. Without fail. You thought it was Starbound at first because you read the title? Oh, you love playing Starbound? I enjoyed Starbound a lot. The devs definitely had some like checkered stuff that happened where they had like unpaid artists and all that, which is a big bummer. Tell me, is it true? Or tell me, is it true? Is what true? That previous owner at the gas station went missing? Sadly, yes. And left no trace? I'm afraid the problem with this place is not the lack of traces, rather the opposite. And it's very easy to blame everything on the woods. Do people often go missing out there? More often than I'd like. And nothing can be done about it? It's a small town, no budget, no staff, and the forest area is huge. I see. So try. Not to go outside at night? I was gonna say to not wander off too far into the forest, but if I were you, I'd heed the advice about the night too. Alright, I'll be careful, thank you. Have a good day. Tell her about the guy with a knife. Sheriff, I'd like to report an odd man with a knife. Did he threaten you? No, he woke me up a few nights ago, but ran away as soon as I saw him. That is odd, but that's just what I've been saying all along. It's not mystic phenomena that you should be afraid of, but your classic run-of-the-mill criminals and madmen. But what did he look like? Like a homeless guy or a redneck? I don't know, it was dark. Oh well, I'll patrol this area more often. Can't promise much more for now. I understand, thank you. Ask about the missing people. Tell me, are these people that go missing more often than you'd like? Do they have anything in common? Why do you ask? I'd like to know if I could be in danger too. The main recurring theme is their proximity to the highway. That's not very comforting. That's why I'm telling you. Be careful. Any idea what it was about, the highway? Would you prefer an answer based on mysticism or statistics? Both? Well, according to the common beliefs, the highway is a symbol of the transition and separation. That is why the spirits from the other side most often meet or carry out their dealings here. Besides, the terrain around there is different. Sharp turns, elevations, change, limited visibility, frequent fog, ice, landslides, sinkholes, and other unpleasant phenomena. Car accidents keep happening, even to this day, and it's quite common in the earlier years. People even called it the Road of Death back in the day, although not anymore. Chilling, what's the statistical answer? Essentially the same. A mountain road is a dangerous place, and people, on average, go there more often than not than to the surrounding forests, with all that entails. As you can see, all these things have common rational explanations. So there might not be any maniacs or ghosts out here at all? Yes and no. How so? If you were a maniac, where would you prefer to strike? In a place where people never go missing, or somewhere they often do, so you'll have plenty of cover. Thank you. Your explanation is rational, but no less disturbing. That's why I'm telling you, be careful. Now, I definitely will. Also, this is holding up the line. I've become quite acquainted with some of the people, but I don't know what to expect from them. Which people? Ask about the customers. It was one of my customers. The farmer UFOologist. Ask about a farmer in a black pickup truck. He believes in UFOs. Ah, Bill. Is he dangerous? Exactly as dangerous as a fool can be. But he's not evil by nature. It's unlikely he's behind all these disappearances. Old lady with a tank. There was this old lady with a scuba tank? Who, Marge? She's definitely not a threat. She is simply an unhappy woman who couldn't bear the loss of a loved one. Besides, we're neighbors. If she were involved in the disappearances, I would have noticed. What is that tank she's carrying around? You mean Logan? It would be better if you ask her yourself. I see. Thanks for the information. Alright, now back to actually being a store. It's like everyone else in the line's like, seriously, I just need to get home to my kids, man. You've been talking for like 20 minutes. This is terrible customer service. I understand you want to catch up with a friend, but this is neither the time nor the place. And you're like, dude, I work from sunrise to sunset. This is the only time I get to catch up with people. I appreciate that a lot of you paid by card and made my life easier. This new last gas station we built farther down the road. We're doing this for progress, so we had to jack up the prices a little, and sadly the old station went bankrupt and closed, but this is still an improvement, right? Right? What? Why are there no old station building? Well, we clean up behind ourselves, of course. Yeah. Oh, I could buy 100 liters of gas. Yeah, because like the bad price day for gas, I believe I was spending about 90 bucks to fill up, and then this one was 85. So the good and the bad price on gas doesn't seem to be relevant enough to be like, hey, let me wait for a better deal. It's probably the same with the goods as well. Look, man. This job was easy before the customers started showing up. Ugh, paying in cash. Did you make me have to bring you up in cash and then litter on your way out? You're all terrible. Okay. And we just had the person inside the store litter at the cash register. Did you wait for me to clean it up and then litter in the exact same spot? Do you want to be banned from my store for life? And she goes over, she's like, I've got no control or autonomy in my day-to-day life, so I just like to step on the little people. It makes me feel like I've got control of something. Women deserved her change in all pennies. That's where you get, like, the rolls of pennies, and just while she's standing there, you just open the roll and then dump them on the counter one after the other. Be like, you can count them. All $10 are there. You saw me open those rolls, but believe me, I'm not putting them back in those rolls. Mayhaps not be a jerk next time. Alright, so let's top off our fuel pumps as best I can. You know, she'll bring them back next time. You know, that would be a fair response, is to pay someone $20 in pennies and you set it aside, and then come back to the store, buy something over $20, and then just start with the 20 bucks in loose pennies. Alright, let's get our next upgrade. Okay. And the repair shop. Okay, so that should be to the left, if I'm not mistaken, because that's where our tire man is. Alright. It amuses me that almost every day is like, hey, you got a negative profit because, like, you know, you did all these upgrades or whatever. Pump the tires. There we go. Oh, second customer at the repair shop. That's something I don't want to deal with too particularly long. We'll definitely want to upgrade that as fast as we can. It does seem like the gas pump's where I'm making the most of our money. Because we look at our prices now, we're spending about 80 cents, so we're making an extra $1 on every unit, which means each time when they come up here for, like, you know, 30, 40 bucks worth of gas, that's literally just, you know, that much money we're making off of it. You seem like with the times you're gonna pay with the card? Yeah, that's the one. You seem very quiet today. What? Is something wrong? Wrong? Oh, it's my Bessie is missing, and I'm at my wit's end. Bessie? My snail, my darling Bessie. I woke up this morning and she was gone. And everything was covered in wet tracks. The lake got her because I talked too much. Maybe those are Bessie's tracks? No, I haven't seen anything like them before. The lake could have got Could get me because of Logan, but Bessie. Oh, my poor Bessie. Ask about Logan. And who is this Logan who keeps the lake away from you? My protector. As long as he's with me, I'm not afraid of the lake. Are you talking about the scuba tank? He doesn't like it when people call him that. Sorry. It's alright, you're new here. Well, I'm really sorry for you. I hope you find Bessie. Oh, me too, my dear, me too. Oh, exact change, you're wonderful. How's the hunt going? Nothing to brag about yet, but I'm just getting started. Are you tracking something in particular? I've traveled all over the world, and I heard that there's one last beast here that's never been caught. Some kind of lake monster? No, I'm a hunter, not a fisherman. Frankly, I think this monster is just a myth. Then what are you chasing? Bigfoot. Ever heard of it? If I have, I probably didn't pay much attention to it. Too bad. At one time, this legend was very popular around these parts. What made you believe that Bigfoot still lives here today? Let's just say I had no choice. That, plus there were some recent findings. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Well, good luck with the hunt. Till next time. Thanks. I'll definitely be dropping by for supplies. Local hunters have from time immemorial been telling stories of a giant footprints on the ground and blurry silhouettes peering from behind trees. A rare unknown species to science? Or the mysterious inhabitants of the Shangri-La? The entrance to which, according to indigenous legends, is somewhere in Cloven? Words are hard, chat. So we got Bigfoot, we got aliens, we had, what was the other one we had? There was another, oh, and like just lake stuff, like being a monster or shiny things or whatever. I like the idea that you're like, you know what, there's all this weird phenomena, let's just go ahead and like theme our gas station around it and capitalize on that. I thought I heard another car coming. There was. Okay. And just getting everything all upgraded again. And we've already sold enough gas to get another shipment of 100 liters. Huh? Oh, I think it's telling me that the gas truck is still on its way back. It's fine. There's like a delay on how often I can do the gas station. Okay. I thought we had another car go by to park at us. Oh, they use the toilet. Oh, good. We also increased the cost of our toilets as we increase this. So we increased the cost of our toilet. That person spent about $10.80 to use a porta potty. Again, I feel like we just close the gas station and just line up some porta johns over there. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Yep, and we are all about the ruthlessly increasing our prices for it. Okay, we've already topped off our gas. Let's go over here. that all away. Now we can go to our goods here. We'll go ahead and get a stack of those. A stack of these. A stack of you. Honestly, those med kits seem to sell pretty consistently. Which means, you know, kudos on the locals actually being good about, you know, getting their, like, medical supplies and all that stuff sorted. Alright, so I got $600 to still work with to upgrade things. Okay, so upgrade-wise, we'll grab you. Okay. So that will add the ability to change oil to the gas station, which adds 2 to civilization. But we could probably go in here. I don't know how many different things we have. Okay. Oh, for a lot of money, we can buy some really fancy stuff. So we've got the decorations. The thing I'm not fully sure about is how many spots for decorations we have. Let's lean in towards the alien thing. So I've got the sky map, which gives me both mystery and alien. Well, it looks like later we'll get ones that add everything too. Those are at store level 3. Do I hold out for store level 3? How much is store level 3? We don't know. Let's hold out for the auto repair shop, because we'll be able to get the other stuff there, and then we can continue to upgrade, because all these other ones give me more customers. So we're making a profit of $350. What was that sound? Just go back. Footprints, are they coming from the warehouse? I mean, they definitely seem to go to, like, that hatch down there, but I can't interact with it. Well, past midnight. So it's day 69. Well, past midnight, but I can't sleep. How can I catch something that managed to evade the gaze of our most modern equipment, yet regularly catches the eye of every village bum? Have I been playing the scientist too much? Maybe it's time to return to the good old magical thinking, to where all of this began for me, to become one of the eyewitnesses again? I need to talk to Red Elk. I keep expecting at some point to be able to go a little bit farther to the right or left. Wait, what was that? Oh, that's just... Yes, there's a lightning symbol on this light, which is weird. So that one had a lightning symbol. There's a moon symbol here by the gas tank. We saw a triangle symbol by the light over here, which is all getting very ominous. How long do you normally stream? I usually stream for about 9 hours a night. Ah, here's the second one. Day 1. I decided to record my observations as if I were a real scientist. Although, why? As if? That's what I am now, officially. Funding, military support, equipment. I counted 23 vehicles in the convoy. All of this, after so many years in abuse and ridicule. It's a funny old world. Who knew you had to enter via Cobalt? Oh, I think we're arriving. Alright, so we're getting a bunch of those stories. I do wonder with, like, the day 69, I don't think there's going to be, like, a full log. I think we're going to have, like, times that it drops for a while. It'd be like, I haven't written in a while because of whatever. Or maybe not. Maybe we have a whole lot of dialogue to go. Okay, so it's 750 are... Oh, you can see the triangle things the guy mentioned? I didn't even notice. $2.4. Honestly, our repair shop is not as good as money as it's hoping. It's all about the gasoline. Inflate 5 tires in the auto shop. Has it really only been 5? Okay. Need to go in here and get the gas in better shape. I do like that, like, your decorations and all that increase the fuel prices and all that, so you're not just decorating to decorate. It functionally does make it so you make more money. Like, genuinely. It also feels like this isn't going to get a game that's going to get particularly grindy. The speed we're making money just keeps accelerating little by little. And that, like, we went from having a mini game that, like, required timing as more involved, to now we're at a mini game that's literally just kind of... Oh, you're probably not back yet, are you? Now we're at a mini game where it's just kind of like hit your 2 buttons, get moving on. And then we did see at the next higher gas station level, there's literally a thing to make it self-serve, so you don't even get involved in it at all. Okay. The next question is if I could just upgrade the shop while I'm physically doing. Can I upgrade during the day? I'm gonna guess it's probably a no, because I could see it breaking things. Or it's a yes. Alright, so we have the middle of the day, and we have increased our gas prices by another, what was that, like 8 cents? Wasn't watching too carefully. Another person here. You gonna pull up? Sir and or madam? You gonna... Okay. Oh. My microphone is perfectly hiding that as like, what do you want? Alright, so let's see if the repair shop person pulled up or not. Okay, so there's nothing to interact with here. You doing okay there? You alright? Do you need help? Someone holding you hostage? Blink twice if you're in trouble. Alright, so I'm assuming upgrading in the middle of the day made it very full of sad. So I think we'll just go away and eat a bad review. It'll be our first bad review, which will hurt. It'll hurt right in there for about 30 seconds until I get paid. Oh, well, that's kind of ominous. The sky being kind of on fire. Not sure if that's supposed to be the Northern Lights or like ethereal fire or something like that. It's very green. A good, yeah, it's a good gas price day, so get our stuff there. I think it is supposed to be the Northern Lights. It's reasonable Northern Lights. But yeah, no, it's very green, and I think the reason they did that is the actual Northern Lights are like very kaleidoscopic, very rainbow colored. Like it's got a whole mess of colors. And that might be hard to present in the game's color palette without it looking weird. And it also makes it slightly more ominous. Okay, so upgrade-wise, we have everything here. Requires complete... Oh, right, we had, So inflate tires, change oil, repair shop tips, refuel cars, customers at the register. That's fine. So they've got all that. We already went through this, I believe. We could start adding shelves. I think, though, I want to go with the design stuff first. I wish I could easily see how many decoration spots. Oh, I see. So I've got that one up there, like the history of fuel or whatever. And I'm guessing this is one more banner spot. So it looks like I have 2 banner spots inside the house, like inside the place. So what we want to do is we want to go all in on the alien nonsense. That's where I think we're going. We are Team Aliens. So we're going to grab that. Oh, good. So it also lets me know because I buy those and they vanish off the list. I believe that takes care of all the light poles. Oh, there's more spots. Okay, so I actually had one more spot for those than I thought I did. Oh. Well, that doesn't do anything for us. I'm sure we'll get another light post. Okay, either way, we boost our alien nonsense a little bit. And we spent a whole lot of money. Oh, that smell. I need to figure out what's burning. Add oil. F, remove the cap. Okay, so that's a whole process. The one nice thing about the auto repair stuff is there's no material consumable. You just make money. So let's go ahead and get the fuel. All right. 2.6. There we go. Did you just litter? Paying with cash. I very much look forward to automating our register and our fuel pumps entirely. All right. Why does everyone litter at the register? Oh my god. I'm literally taking out the trash because you're leaving trash at your feet at the register, lady. I will always prioritize cleaning versus serving. And you're buying one thing of gum. I hope your credit card charged you like a $5 transaction. Did you just litter on your way out? Yeah, you better run. Okay. My customers are the worst. Okay, you want 2.5. Is there another car waiting? There is. Okay, so we got that all squared away. Getting a little glowing gas. Alright. So good news is, we're very quickly getting our oil changes and all that squared away. The refueling the cars looks like it's going to take us a little while to get done, as well as the customers of the register, which I'm finding kind of amusing that those are the things that are being held up a little bit. But we'll see. Oh, yeah. Alright, so it's nighttime. Let's go check out the source of smoke. I'm assuming we actually could leave off the left side now. Oh, wait, there we go. Go towards the smoke. Not that I believe in all this nonsense, but I'd rather go in the morning. You and your being safe and out wandering in the wilderness at night. I deliberately was trying to not do it during the work shift because, you know, then I'm not making money and my day is going to waste. Alright. So I've got all those things. Got all these things. We're good here. Yeah, we'll end up having this stuff we'll sell as well. For just additional stuff. Yeah, so we gotta wait till all our previous things are done there. We do have the decor. So we'll not grab that. Yeah, so 2 alien, 1 mystery. We can get the festive petrol sign. We could change our paint to cloth and wood. Parquet floor. And if we get, if we do the UFO-ologist shelter, it gives us 10 aliens, but costs us 5 civilization. Alright, and then meanwhile, we'll go to our shelves. We'll buy a car fluid shelf. And with the car fluid shelf on our list, we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so we get this. We have nothing with a basic design. What is our we should check what our actual totals are with all this. So we can go and change it from shabby to cloth and wood. And rotten floor to parquet. We got a bunch of new goods on our shelves here. But where was it? There was somewhere in here. Oh, it was down here. So UFO. Yeah, so at 10 UFO, we'll get, like, more something going on. And we are currently at 7 UFO. Yep, so we lost 2 civilization, gained 1 popularity, gained 8 mystery, and 2 UFO. And we did turn a profit, even with all our capital expenses. I don't know what this thing is in the corner that looks all moldy, but I really kind of wish we could get rid of it. Alright, so what we're going to do is, before we get caught up with any of the nonsense here... Oh, this is more than I thought was going to be going on. I don't know what I was expecting. Sorry, day 32. I don't know what I was expecting from these eyewitness accounts. The neuroanalyst's conclusion took me back to the days when I was on the other side of science. Without promptly conducted drug, psychiatric, and cognitive assessment, eyewitness testimony cannot be accepted as factual evidence. In other words, witnesses are prone to lying, concealing, exaggerating, and making mistakes, while potentially being under the influence of fatigue, cognitive distortions, and psychoactive substances, including difficult-to-detect ones taken consciously or unconsciously. The iron logic of the machine. Cool dinosaur. You? Oh, so you're not a ghost. What? Wait. It was you that with the knife last night. I mean, the other night. It was definitely not last night. Why did you have to threaten me? What? I didn't threaten anyone. Then what were you doing there? At the gas station? I was looking for the right tire. I don't believe you. I'm telling you the truth. I make sculptures out of tires. It's called upcycling. That makes no sense. I'm telling you, I was working on a sculpture, stayed up late, and ran out of tires. I needed one of the specific size and rigidity, and I remembered seeing one like that at the abandoned gas station. The gas station isn't abandoned. Well, I didn't know that, did I? So I went there, started cutting this tire to make sure, and saw this you. Well, I got scared and thought all the ghost stories were true. What a load of crap. What's with the fire, by the way? Well, the landfill owners sometimes set tires on fire by accident. The landfill owners? So, you're not the boss here? No, the bosses don't show up here. I'm just a caretaker, a watchman. Why would they burn tires? Why would the landfill owners burn their own tires? Because it fills up faster than they can dispose of them properly. Isn't that dangerous? What if it escalates into a massive fire? Well, it could in theory. That's why the piles are separated by trenches to prevent the entire landfill from catching fire. Why not just burn it all at once? That would produce an environmental disaster that couldn't go unnoticed, and it would get to the owners in trouble. No one pays attention to small fires. Isn't that bad for the environment? Aren't these tires bad for the environment? Very bad. Then why burn them? Told ya, proper disposal takes time and money. Why not just leave the tires lying around? Can't they just lie there? Why burn them? Who's they? Well, the tires. Lie where? The landfill's full to bursting. They're full to bursting all over the world. Ever since people switched to electric cars. What do electric cars have to do with that? Burn rubber, not gas. You know the motto? No. Well, they're heavier than regular cars because of their batteries, so they get through tires faster. So all the landfills like this one are full to bursting. And nothing can be done except burning? I'm doing something. The sculptures, I sell them online. And they do recycle them sometimes. It's faster than my way, but still slow. I don't know what else can be done. If you do, then do it. Protest electric cars? Do you protest electric cars then? Do I look like one of those crazy activists? You told me about the harm they cause. So what? I can tell you lots of things. About squealing brakes and solid particles in the pads and tires, and about the batteries themselves. But I'm busy. This isn't my fight. And if you need an activist, look online. Or talk to Bill, the local farmer. The one blackening the sky with his big big black pickup truck. Maybe he'll latch on to you. He's been driving me crazy with his anti-electric talk. Fair warning, he also believes in UFOs. I know, I met him recently. Well, you can't imagine the mush that's gone in his brain. Can I get back to work now? End conversation. Alright, sorry for disturbing you. Try not to scare me at night anymore. I told you, I got scared myself. I mean, yes, it is true that electric cars do wear out tires faster, but there's a big difference between you've gone through some extra, tires, and you are burning copious amounts of fuel. Like, electricity is much easier to produce cleanly than, gas, which is inherently always going to be high polluting because you're literally burning it. And there's not really another way around it. And now I get to catch up on all the customers and everything that we're dealing there. It's also a curious thing, it's like the idea, it's like, yep, all landfills full of tires because electric cars. It's like, alright, I mean, every single car rolling through here is a gas car and everything. And I don't imagine it's going to be like that dire of a difference. It'll be a problem, certainly. Still. I don't think the devs behind here are trying to have some like big anti-car narrative or anything, by the way. Yeah, we don't burn coal or natural gas for electricity. Love the activism of anyone who is not electric car, who's an idiot who believes in UFOs. Yeah, it's like, that's the thing. you'll have people it's like, actually, electric cars aren't actually good to the environment. It's like, well, if everyone is exclusively burning just coal, yeah, it wouldn't be that much better. It still is technically better. Because one big thing burning lots of fossil fuels is more efficient than a bunch of little teeny tiny individual engines burning fossil fuels. It's still bad. Wasn't paying that close attention. All right. You looking game? Yeah. It's got a lot of
Thank you Donkey Duck for subscribing for 46 months. Zoom zoom goes the electric car.
Yes, Zoom Zoom does go electric car. And thank you, Donkey Duck, for the tier 3 sub. That's incredibly generous to go that far above and beyond. And also, been subbed the channel for 46 months, so I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. Like, really does mean a lot and all that stuff. Oh, we got a repair person. Yeah, it's very, gas station simulator coded. Where, like, you know, you have a bunch of these, like, random one-off tasks you do, that you slowly add more and more of them. And all that kind of stuff. That adds a certain amount of complexity to the game, but it is just kind of running down doing the tasks, and over time you can kind of automate them away. It seems like the solution to this one isn't going to be you just hire a mechanic and then you step away. Instead, you have ways that you make the jobs take less effort until eventually you can kind of like fully automate them. So, oh sure, never look at the entire issue. With electric cars, side effects, production, disposal, overall worse than electric cars without that. I wonder if they'll add electric car chargers to the game. But yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, where people like to find electric cars and be like, ah, it's just a solution for everything. It's like, well, no, they're still environmentally bad. Like, we shouldn't misrepresent them. You know, all cars are bad for the environment. But like, generally speaking, even for the negatives that come with electric cars, gas cars are still worse. But it isn't without its faults. But it's also not some magic pill that just you hand wave, thumbs up. It's kind of all those things that a lot of the benefits from the environment, like if you're trying to actually make things, it's reduction in use is the primary thing to properly improve stuff. But yeah. You wish you could do hybrids. They do have potential, then either by themselves. It depends. So a lot of that gets down to your individual situation on what's the better choice. If you're doing lots of short drives, usually electric car will just hands down be better. If you're doing a lot of longer drives, that's kind of the weakness of electric cars. If you have inconsistent driving, like sometimes you're long, sometimes you're short, that's a lot where the hybrids can come in. Where like you can go day to day without using that much gas, and all that. It isn't a one thing fits all kind of situation. Broadly speaking, though, electric is generally better than gas. But at the same time, where it's easy to feel like it just solves everything, then that's just not the case. They would have to do the tech to be able to recharge the electric part of the car with wheel generators for hybrids, though. You drive 250 miles a week. You love saving versus gas. Oh yeah, no, as far as like money costs to the consumer, electric cars are just way better. Getting electric power is just so much cheaper than gas. It is a thing, like I don't have an electric car myself. I have wanted one for a while, but I'm in that situation where my car is perfectly fine, and ditching your perfectly good car to get an electric car is usually, from the environment standpoint, just straight up a loss. Because the manufacturing is one of the main places you get costly electric cars and all that. And again, they're not some magic we solve everything situation. I probably should have waited. Shelves. We'll grab both of those. That gives me all the shelves. I'm assuming I can't Add to my order that already exists. Yeah, the order's on the way, so I have to wait. You spend about $50 on electricity this month. That's less than you spend in a single week in gas. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. From the consumer side, gas is just way more efficient. That's kind of one of the reasons why a lot of the, like, where people can be overall negative about electric cars, it kind of falls apart. Because with a lot of those arguments, you just, like, just the same that there's, like, economies of scale, that is also true when it comes to, like, again, having your individual little car burning gas versus, like, one large power plant burning gas. There is definitely an economy of scale and all that stuff. You just hope your electric car battery never goes bad. Just an entire new one, then, for the cost? Well, that's the thing. You look at, even with consideration of the cost of battery banks, which are expensive, when you do the numbers around a lot of that, if you take into consideration how much you spend in gas over the years, it ends up being way, way, way more than the battery bank. But the catch is, when your batteries go and you need to replace it, it is a big slap of money all at once. And for a lot of people with their budgeting and all that, that can be hard to manage, to be like, okay, my car is X number of years old. Sometime in the near future, I'm going to be in for it for thousands of dollars to get my battery bank replaced. And it isn't necessarily a thing that when your battery bank goes, you just replace the games, or you don't replace the whole car right out. It depends. Like, that's the thing. You also take in consideration electric cars have not been on the road that long. So far as, like, broadly consumer and all that. Yeah, we had some of the older ones, the EV1 and all that back in the day. But so far as modern stuff. Let's see, batteries have gotten crazy durable. The car's like 200k miles, still at over 75%. Yeah, and that's the thing. There's a lot of, you gotta keep in mind, there's a lot of interests that are tied up in fossil fuels and all that are presenting the electric cars as far worse than they are as well, because there's monetary reasons for it and all that stuff. But like, it's the same thing. Like, one of the ones you saw is like, but what happens if you run out of car, charge in your car, and you see a bunch of people pushing the electric cars? Like, hey, what happens when your gas car runs out? It's the same answer. You get out and you push your car. There's literally no difference between those two. That's not a good thing. Like, there are definitely arguments between it, but like, yeah, if your fuel source runs out, whether it's battery or gas, the same result is car no go. And yes, you can go and get like a gallon jug and go and come back and get some gas and put in your car, and it's a little more complicated with electric car, but it's the same problem and all that stuff. But at the same time, you could technically get a trickle charge on your electric car where you literally have a strip of solar panels on the top or whatever, and it's going to take a while to get any kind of real charge that way, but you can have your car where it runs out and technically will slowly refill itself. It would be very inefficient, but it does exist. And you'll have people sit there and like argue this and that. The thing is, there's so many cost savings you get with electric cars, because like, you don't have oil you change. It's just not a thing. You don't have like all these internal parts that you have to deal with your transmission and all that. Those just aren't there. You don't have like all your different piston setups and all that, then all those complicated parts to deal with. You basically have an air filter, you have lubricant, and then you might have like 1 or 2 sets of gearing in there in its entirety. It's a very simple engine, which is like one of the big benefits of electric cars. And again, I'm not trying to be like, oh, gas car bad, but it's like where people will dump on the electric car. It's like, no, it's not like, there is money trying to convince people it's worse than it really is. It's not, again, a solution to everything. It's got its problems. The battery disposal, if it's not recycled properly, is awful. And if it is recycled properly, it's still pretty bad. But yeah, there's a lot. Then you have a whole bunch of people like, that's one of them new fandangled electric cars. It's not a real man's car. Let's see. You work in the oil industry. People can deny all they want. Electric cars are going to work. It's just a matter of when, not if. Yeah, no, there's just too many advantages. Like, that's just kind of the thing. There's just too many pros. Alright, so we can get a couple more points here. So we can grab you. Like, and again, there's definitely people, it's like, I have this situation where I go along with me, it's like, alright, electric car's not the right choice for you. That's totally fine. Like, you are not the use case. You're a big believer in synthetic fuels. You think soon they'll replace gasoline? Batteries have limitation with vehicles and heavier cars? Until the lithium runs out? I mean, but we can make the exact same argument until oil runs out. And, you know, we'll get synthetics. Batteries will hopefully advance as well. It's funny. Almost all the arguments you make for or against, like, electric cars are just as applicable to gas cars. And again, this isn't me dumping on gas cars. It's me saying, hey, we shouldn't dump on electric either. There's definitely use cases for either. So we got 4 more UFO, 3 more mystery. Oof, that's 4 more. That should put me over the 10 for the UFO. Let's see, trillions of barrels of oil available. Do we have much rare metals for lithium? No idea if that's true, but you heard they were scarcer. They are scarcer, but you also need far less. Oil, you burn a very, very large volume of oil, where each individual card doesn't really have much of the rare metals in them. They do use them. They are a necessity for it. Yeah, so we're at 11 with the alien stuff. Yeah, and lithium itself can be recycled. It's one of the reasons why they make such a big deal about being like, hey, don't just chuck your laptop batteries. Like, the lithium in there, like, we want to keep it. As with electric cars, you can at least charge your car at home if you get that installation. The pro of that encourages people to invest in solar panels, people roofs up front. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, that's the thing. My pushback isn't being like, hey, how dare people use gas cars? My pushback is, you know, while certainly with, like, electric cars, they're not a solution to everything. You hear a lot of hostility against them that's like, but a lot of that's either unfounded or ignores that, yes, that is a problem, but that's also a problem with gas cars, or, like, it can be a problem that's unique to electric cars, but then you go, right, but we're getting rid of this other problem with gas cars that's considered worse. Good to see you again. I was like, good to see you again. Likewise, how's business? Slow and steady. No troubles up from UFOs? I'm not sure, but I think I saw your triangle. That's bad. Was it moving? I don't think so. Maybe it was a false alarm then. But it's best not to risk it. Your gas station makes life easier for a lot of people out here. Try not to go outside at night. Yeah, everyone keeps saying that. And rightly so. How's the farm? How's your farm? Not good. If it weren't for you, I'd have gone broke already. What did I do? Gas is cheaper than electricity. It helps me stay afloat. Why is gas cheaper? How come gas is cheaper? Well, it's not exactly cheap. It's just that electricity here is pricey. There are barely any big local generators, since the terrain is difficult for wind turbines and panels. And there are huge losses on the old power lines. Long distances, low consumer density, difficulty of maintenance due to the terrain again. So the power company bleeds us dry. They know we have no choice. It's cheaper to put a gas into a generator. And the older combustion engine vehicles aren't that expensive and are fairly easy to repair. The only thing you can do with these new electric vehicles is send them back to the factory. Ask about the harm from electric cars. I met this guy at the tire dump. Grumpy Bobby? He's like a brother to me. He also saw the UFO. He said something about the dangers of electric cars? Of course, it's all connected. They pollute our environment even more than the old internal combustion engine. That's not true. And the latest high-tech prototypes are even worse. The tires and the brake pads alone produce more solid particle emissions than the modern engines. Have you heard of these studies about how harmful they are? Of course not. The media doesn't like you to pick up on them. And here's the funny thing. Electric cars are heavier because of their batteries, right? That is true. So, what do you have to be, some kind of genius to understand that tires and brake pads and even road surfaces wear out faster? All those things are true. The second part is absolutely true. And that's why all the landfills are so packed. That's where the exaggeration is. Let's put a pin in the brake pads. What about recuperation? Oh, I can tell you're a city girl. Recuperation. Folks don't even know words like that around here. But I know it, and I have an answer. Because of this recuperation of yours, the brakes are hardly used, right? And what happens to the mechanism that is not used for a long time? Don't believe me, read up on it. There are plenty of cases. And the carbon footprint of producing an electric vehicle, how many years does it take to balance it out, do you know? And the fact is that the trouble of the tire disposal is a piece of cake compared to the batteries. Then they still haven't figured out how to recycle them en masse. Only small percentages reuse, and mostly for the pretty photos in the articles that can't be verified. But nobody cares. Take the dirtiest thing on the planet, production-wise, slap an eco-friendly label on the packaging, and that's it. No one will want to dig deeper. I'm telling you, we haven't stopped polluting the planet. We're just doing it a way that they want us to. I mean, okay, so he's got like some early like one or two things that he started off with some stuff. It's like, that's baseless. And he's like, okay, well, here's some actual statements that are true. Like the properties of the car, they are heavier, they wear out tires faster, they wear out brakes faster. These are factual things. But then it's like the sudden stipulates like, and now all the landfills in the world are full of tires. It's like, okay, hang on. That's, wait a second. Roll it back a little bit. But this last statement is also not that they want us to, but like, we haven't stopped polluting the planet, we're just doing it. I was expecting to say we're just doing it differently. And it's like, well, that's actually fair. But that's still also like, what's worse? You know, going and every single night drinking like 3 or 4 mixed drinks before bed, or drinking 3 or 4 sodas. Both of these we can say are objectively bad for your health. But slamming down 4 mixed drinks every night before you go to bed is going to be way more significantly ramifications to your health than 4 sodas. Both are bad, and we should acknowledge both are bad. But we're not in the same department of bad here. End conversation. Good to know. I think the hostility towards electric cars is not due to electric cars per se, it's a pushback feeling morally attacked. So people are feeling hostile, so you don't see people being hostile towards electric cars. Yeah, no, there's definitely some of that. You definitely have people who are like, who get an electric car and they kind of lord over others. Just the same way that you have some people who are like very overtly religious, and that's fine, but they do so in a way to like be like, oh, I am better than thou kind of thing. So, like, there's definitely that, where you do have people who create a certain level of hostility, that it's just like, look at me, I'm better than you kind of thing. And we even have that before electric cars, where you'd have people, it's like, you know, if nothing else, like, oh, you drive a Miata? That's not a man's car. You driving a little sissy convertible or whatever. It's like, dude, I get good gas mileage, because that's what I used to drive. So there is definitely, like, some of that you get where just people can be kind of crap. Alright. You celebrate how fast your car moves off the line, and then you regret how much energy you just used for it. I had a lot of buddies when I was in high school that it wasn't right where we were at, but it wasn't super far that there was a drag track. And there was a good number of times that they would, like, get whatever sports car, go to the drag track, and then they would complain endlessly about the price of gas. Meanwhile, I just had, like, you know, a fairly efficient gas mileage car. And it's just like, you didn't want to be mean about it, but at the same time, you're just like, okay, you got a car that's crap on this particular stat, and now you're complaining that it's crap on that thing that you knew it was crap about. And also, whenever do you get to actually run that at a reasonable speed? Because it's pretty close to never. So it's one of those things, it's like, you feel bad for them, but it's just at the same time, you're like, alright, tell me, miss, have you been working here long? Not really, why? I wanted to know, how often do the Northern Lights appear here? I'm not sure. You'd better ask the local old-timers. I'll do that. Tell me, have you ever observed any other anomalies here or strange cuts in the rocks? Cuts? Yeah, traces of tools that couldn't have existed in ancient times. I'm afraid I don't know the first thing about that, but there are more anomalies here than I'd like, that's for sure. That's what I thought. Are you a scientist? You could say that, yes. Andrew Glass, historian, archaeologist, and independent researcher. I study pyramids of highly developed ancient civilizations around the world. Pyramids? I didn't know there was any of those around here. Well, miss, in that case, you've overlooked it just like I did. Just go outside and turn around. Cloven Peak? It's a pyramid? But of course, one of the biggest and oldest in the world. And also, the best explanation for the Northern Lights occurring regularly on these very atypical latitudes. Well, I hope you succeed in your research. I certainly will, miss. Since the Northern Lights have started again, it means the pyramid is active. I came here in the nick of time. Pyramid Mountain. There are mountains all over the world that are suspiciously resemble pyramids. Even though this usually is due to an overactive imagination, many people believe that one of these pyramids holds the knowledge of an ancient, highly advanced civilization. Knowledge that will only be revealed to the worthy. Let's see, well, today you learned about the impact of weight electric cars has on tires and brakes. Never thought about that before. Yeah, no, it is, like, that's the thing. When it comes to, like, where these people are having these, like, anti-electric, and, like, to be clear, I don't think the game is being anti-electric car. I think there's these two individuals who, you know, believe in aliens and conspiracy theories. They're the ones who are all like, them electric cars are from those people in power. They just want you using that electricity so that they can get their piece of the pie. As if, you know, gas isn't already the piece of the pie they're getting. But I think it's supposed to be in that regard. But, like, it's one of those things, and that's when you look at a lot of conspiracy theories, that there'll be, like, a little hair of truth in there, that they'll have, like, some basis that it comes from that is true, but then it just wildly derails off into the thing. They'll be like, have you ever seen how the gas prices go up? And you'll be like, yeah, gas prices absolutely go. That's because the mole people have taken over the government and they're going to go and get us huffing in aluminum. And you'll be like, I'm going to need you to take that back a couple steps. Yes, the gas prices are going up. That is correct. But what was everything else you just said? Okay, we got ancient civilization people here. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. We have this whole thing. We still have two entire different branches of, like, conspiracy, mysticism, whatever. Did we get the second thing under here? Oh, okay, we got another big thing with the UFOs because we went there. You'd think that modern technology should have long put the end to the UFO claims, but the situation has hardly changed. The same blurry photos and shaky footage, despite state-of-the-art cameras in every other phone. The same outright fakes, the same testimonies and unreliable witnesses. There is no evidence. Official sources state backward locals mistake atmospheric discharges or the identification lights of delivery drones for UFOs, or witness the reconfiguration of communication satellites in low orbit, or they are simply trying to attract tourists to a remote region. But eyewitnesses insist the lights appear too low for satellites, and the area is too remote for the delivery drones. Let's see, And there clearly weren't any back in the 1960s, and if there were atmospheric phenomena, then why do they move in patterns of the mysterious lights seem so purposeful? The theory about the attempt to revive tourism also doesn't hold water. Today, no one in their right mind would travel to places without the usual comforts and amenities. It's much easier to put a neural inductor and experience all the delights of the wild nature without leaving the comfort and safety of your apartment. So we're actually in the future. We're actually in the future because you can't jam a neural inductor into your head in real life. So where we didn't see references past the 1970s, we're like, when is this exactly happening? We are past right now. And yet there's one problem that's hard to ignore. There's too much evidence, and a suspiciously large amount of people really disappear out there. See, it's all partnership between Bigfoot, the gray aliens, to confuse people. Yeah, it's actually, there is all these phenomena, but they're actually not out to any good. They're just mischievous. They're just spending all of their time just kind of trolling people by being like, hey man, what if we showed up over there? It'd be great. And I understand where people were like, that sound is way too close to the sound that Steam makes when you message. I just got myself with it where I was like, did the transaction, I heard the pink and it's like, oh wait, what? Alright. So let's check on here. Okay. And I got the postcard shelf, but we actually don't have postcards. Alright. Yeah, so upgrades. We can't do anything till we finish our current objectives, and we got all the upgrades for now. Shelves. We do have all the shelves that were available for the time being. So we'll get a lot more shelves. And I mean a lot more shelves. What's interesting is I do think more showed up since we looked at them earlier. I'm not confident on that, though. So, if we wait one more day, what I could probably do is I could potentially get the UFOologist shelter for plus 10, the UFO stuff. Can you upcharge the fuel? It upcharges every time we increase our stuff here. Yeah, so we can get the UFOologist's shelter, which gives us 10 to aliens. But it does hurt the overall impression it plays. So I could just get more of the shelves I already have. I'm not going to do that. Because if we just hold out on our money till when we hit, when we get, like, the next gas station level, then what I could do is just immediately buy all the upgrades. Because the things I need right now are just entirely filling up gas tanks and selling stuff in the store. Earn your first 10,000. Alright. Yeah, we got a customer at the repair shop. Oh, it's got me marked for another one. I do appreciate you hear the air compressor in the background when you switch that. Granted, the high RPM that you hear on it makes it sound like it's a real small air compressor. With how hard that thing goes, it's just you expect to see like this tiny little like little tiny pancake air compressor just blasting away, which is not the right air compressor for a for filling tires. A pancake air compressor is definitely, you know, a lot more leaning towards dealing with like nail guns, something that you just need fast air, not lots of air. You know, versus stuff like a lot of auto shops and all that, you'll usually have like one big air compressor in the corner, because then they can bring it up to pressure and just leave it that way. Stop making a mess in my store. Do your transaction. Yeah, so the catch is oh, it's just customers at the register. I thought it said to do cash, and I was like, wait a second. Okay, that does count. Alright, so yeah, so I just need 11 more customers there. We've already done enough of this stuff. Too bad you can't tase them for littering. Just, they literally just like, get the hell out of my store. You'd be like, this is the only place in town I can get gas. Well, you should think about that before littering on my floor then, shouldn't you? I know I ran into that kind of thing when I worked at the tool store in the town I had growing up in my teens. That it's not often we would basically like kick people out of stores. It's probably like once every like 2 or 3 months you'd have someone who would cause a thing that'd be like, you know, get the hell out of the store kind of deal. And the few times that happened, like we'd have people push back and be like, but you know, there's not another tool store for like 10 miles. Like, well, maybe you should have been a jerk. Day 33. Okay, so be it. Yes, eyewitness counts are the most unreliable thing. That's it. Easy to falsify them or to correct the memory of a couple of leading questions. I know that better than anyone. But why so many? Why here? Is someone doing the same thing I did? But why? Where are the publications, the articles, the bestsellers, the big scoops? Where's the profit? Where's the money? In postcards, souvenirs, for the rare tourists? Don't make me laugh. I think what they're getting there is that scientist who's like looking into this, that like they lied about this stuff in their history is what I'm gathering from that. So they were like falsifying some mysticism or whatever, but then over time they I hate that they literally like right at the register. But like then they like get to like starting to believe it themselves, and they're like, no, let's be objective and do the science behind it. Don't you litter on the way out. You know your type. Alright, because I don't... So the problem is, I don't want to end up buying all those well, I mean, we are going to get more floor space, but we already have the merchandise on the floor. And also, we don't actually get much of our money... Like, most of our money is the gas. No, as I said like twice now, the gas price goes up as you improve your gas station, so you don't go up and say like, I want to make this more expensive. It just gets more expensive. That it is variable based on what your store's like, not rank, but there's a couple of the stats of the store between your mysticism, or your mystery, not mysticism, mystery, and your up there. Why is there a prompt? So you can just see the breakdown. I can show you here in a second. The good news is once we get that... Yeah, because we walk over to the sign here, and we look at it, it'll say the base price is $1, and then we get 74 cents more because of our, what's the word I'm looking for? The civilization score, and then 16 cents more for the prestige. So apparently I actually don't make any extra money on the, on, like, the mystery stat from it, but the mystery stat does make things sell faster. I'm doing it because the idea of, like, doing this whole making your place based around just there's a bunch of local folklore that's all, like, urban legend and all that kind of stuff, urban myth, and just being like, alright, yeah, we'll lean in on that. We'll make an absolute tourist trap of this place. Is there anything else we should be spending money on? Because upgrades... I don't have anything else we could do with that. We are only missing 2 more types of classified stuff. Literally the only thing I can do from you is buy gas. This one, you've already bought all the shelves. They bought all the shelves until we level up, and then we'll have a couple more shelves we can add. We've already got our goods of all types, unless... Okay, that just cycles through those. Oh no, there's more! Okay, that's confusing UI. That is a party foul. So I actually have a whole nother type of merchandise we can get. Okay, but we can't get all the other stuff. That's fine. There's at least something to go and add on to our place. Yeah, because we just need to refuel 7 more cars, and we need to, ring out 8 more people at the register. So with this, I should be able to go over and stock it up. I was getting confused as to why I was able to get a postcard shelf, but then not actually stock it. I'm gonna actually get a second postcard shelf. Because I'm guessing it's one of those things. A bunch of different ones. Alright, that's fine. We're making a ton of money. We've gained +1 mystery and +1 legends of the lake, which is interesting. Because I don't recall adding anything new decorations-wise. Huh. I wonder where those points came from. Good to have you, sir. Welcome, sir. If you could go ahead and after we're done here, go into my store and buy something, sir. I have a quota to hit. It'd be much appreciated. Hello, ma'am. Just remember, every single time you get gas, you get a discount in the store. So if you could just go ahead and buy something, that'd be much appreciated. We got one at the repair shop. You love the red panda? Yes. I walk outside, immediately tosses more junk in the ground. Stop littering in my store. I appreciate that I'm seeing less and less and less people operating in cashier. Alright, 5 more people at the pump. 7 more people in the shop. And then we can finally move to the next level and see what else we get. And that's going to be some more people coming into the shop. That'll be good. I like our alien inflatable thing. Are you littering in my store more? Come on. Okay. Oh, paying with cash, gross. I mean, at least he left me a $20 tip, which is a pretty amazing tip. Okay. So 3 more people need to go into the store and buy stuff. I didn't see how many more from the gas pump. It wasn't many. You just hear the little sad someone made a mess sound again and again and again the entire time. We've gone through more than one trash bag this day. I'm right here. You don't need to litter on the floor. Okay, 2 more people at the register, 4 more at the gas pump. So tomorrow we should get this all done. It's just unfortunately, like, until we get that progression, there's not a whole lot else for me to do. Because, like, I can add shelves, but I already know we're getting, like, a bunch more shelves. Okay, so let's see here. I do still appreciate that one of my best-selling things in the entire store is just the, just like the safety stuff. It makes me happy for my guests. That they are conscious enough to be good about their basic road safety. I also have no idea what they're going to charge me for the next upgrades. It very well could be a decent sum of money. But yeah, I'll get this all unlocked. Alright. I also keep waiting for another event to happen. I'm assuming the next event is kind of locked behind us tearing up the place. Oh wait, what am I doing? There is a thing I could be doing right now. Let's go here. Upgrades. Where were you at? No, you're under decor. Decor, gas station. Where are you at? Where are you at? UFOologist's lair. Alright. So yeah, the popularity. So our UFO thing is at 22. Let's see. The fame level for the local legend increases when you install the corresponding design elements. Increases demand for the corresponding projects and their sell prices. So we are all in on the alien gas station. We're just figuring out that we think Bill might have a lot of money and is just trying to keep on the down low. We're actually trying to make our gas station specifically targeting Bill. Bill seems like a sucker. I mean, a good customer. You go ahead and, Hey, Bill! We were just talking about you, friend. Tell me I'm not the only one who saw that. Sorry, saw what exactly? The Beholder's Triangle right above Cloven Peak. Well, I'm not sure, but maybe there really is something like that over there. So I'm not going crazy. They did reactivate the base after all. The base? Yes. They have a base inside Cloven Peak. It's been there for millennia. That historian almost got it right about that pyramid. Only it wasn't built by our ancestors. It was paleo contact. Something's brewing. Could it be another invasion? Or is it they will send out invisible stealth scouts first, for sure? To make sure that we can't do anything against them. If you see one, don't let them know. If you see someone invisible, yes, let them think you're none the wiser. Then we'll stand a chance at least. Good to know. I feel like I'm encouraging Bill. Only because I want his money. Alright. So we don't need anyone else inside, we just need gas. Isn't that any good service person's job? I mean, yes, but it definitely feels like we're trying to be a little bit more exploitive about it. Meanwhile, your archaeologist brother-in-law would be actively trying to throttle that guy. Be like, please stop talking. You're making a mockery of my entire profession. We're not looking for aliens in the pyramids. We're not looking for lizard men or mole people or anything else. We're just trying to figure out what old tools they use to do certain things. Some we know, some we haven't found, but we got pretty good guesses. I just need 3 more people to buy my gas. And that way we can all get into arguments about what the dodecahedron that the Romans had was used for. Where people argue that to nauseam. you with your cash. I also find it weird that they have a 20-cent coin. It's fine, but the fact that it goes 50, 20, 5, 1, it's like, okay, I mean, that's fine. Like, the other coins, like a 5, a 1, and a 50, it's like, sure. But 20 is a weirdly specific thing. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, okay, like, I could argue not needing the 25-cent coins because you got the 5-cent coin and all that. But the fact that it's a 20-cent coin is just a head-scratcher. It's fine. It's not a problem. But it is a very unusual denomination for a coin to have. Especially if you're going to have something where you only have 4 coins. It is just kind of a strange, like, spot to try and land on. Okay. I mean, it's no more odd than dollar and the 50 coin we have. Yeah, the dollar coin is a weird one to us, for I have a dollar bill and a dollar coin. Let's see, you believe euros have a 20 coin? Interesting. Like, that's the thing, like, having a 1, a 5, and all that makes sense. I can even get behind a 50. A 50-cent coin makes sense to me. Like, the 25, I can take it or leave it. Like, the 10, I can take it or leave it. But, like, the 20 is just, like, a weird... Because, like, it's not a multiple of whatever the other one's in the same sense. You got 20 cents here, but your smallest coin is a 10 cent. Yeah. We have 2 $1 coins and a bill. Yep. Well, to keep in mind, a lot of the 2 $1 coins aren't really used. Like, you can use them as currency, but broadly people don't. They're more of a collector's thing. There's a reason why we print so few of those relative to any of our other currency denominations. You have a $2 bill? Didn't they get rid of the $2 bill? Or did they bring that back? Because the $2 bill... Or I think that was one of the other ones that they produced very few of those. Because I know the $2 bill used to be a normal thing that they printed a bunch of, and then after a while, they stopped really making that many. I just couldn't remember if they've completely eliminated it as far as that, or if it's like, again, they kind of do it for like the collector side of things, where they produce a very small number of them. The $2 is not in normal circulation, but you can still get them. Yeah, and to me, that's just a collector's thing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is they don't put that in normal circulation. The point being more, they're not producing new ones for purposes of circulation. They're just still out there and are still accepted. Alright, one more after this one and we get to level up everything. You have a few of them when you're a kid. It won't say how long ago that was. Banks will give you $2 if you ask for them. Yeah, no, it used to be a whole thing that my grandmother on my mom, or sorry, not my mom's side, on my dad's side, that was the thing she would do. She'd give us $2 bills, like, you know, as part of like Christmas gifts or whatever. Okay. Because as much like it was seen as kind of a novelty. All right. So yeah, so once we hit the end of the day, we can finally upgrade our our store here. And see what our next unlocks were. And I want to say this is around the point that we get the unlocks. It's just a straight up automatic gas pump. I no longer have to do anything myself. Which will make the gas thing interesting. Because one would argue that that'll become more time sensitive now because the pumps will run out. Okay. Are there two of you merged in one? How's it going? No incidents? Well, apart from a couple of bizarre things that people don't talk about, so not to appear crazy, everything's fine. Sometimes strange occurrences can distinguish completely ordinary dangers, so it is always best to report them. Do you believe in the mystic stories, UFOs, and the things in the lake, or any of that sort? Would it make you feel better if the sheriff started believing stories people don't talk about, so as to not appear crazy? I'm not sure, but at least I'd be reassured that you wouldn't call me crazy. I was born here, I've seen some weird stuff. So I doubt your stories could surprise me. Funny thing is, now that I'm going over the incidents in my mind, I realize that they could indeed all have been completely ordinary explanation. Just like I said. But still, what do you think happened to the previous owner? As I said, there are many theories. How about you and I play a game where we have to name the craziest one? Then I'd say it's not a right for the sheriff to play it. What if you had to play it? To gain the trust of a witness, for instance. Ha! You're a sly one. Alright then. Indigenous people sometimes believe that there are places in the area of the Cloven Peak where the boundary between the spiritual world and our has thinned. Black snow falls there and black plants sprout from the ground. And sometimes spirits travel from their own world to take someone or switch places with them. Crazy enough for you? Wait, even a little creepy. Then it's your turn to tell a story. Deal. Otherworld. One indigenous legend speaks of giants whose axe blow was so powerful it split not only the mountain, but space itself. And now our world sometimes gets visitors from the other world. But who are they? Lost souls or spirits pretending to be lost? I become acquainted with some people, but I don't know what to expect from them. Which people? Ask about your customers. It was one of my customers. Fringe historian. An oddball historian. Could it be the one that's claiming that the Cloven Peak is a pyramid? The very same. Well, he's new here, but I think he's just as harmless charlatan. They are not uncommon in these parts. They come, explore something or other, and leave. Do they go missing? No more often than the others, but louder. As always happens with people who are slightly famous. We had an entire film crew disappear once. From that show Ghost Hunters, I think? Anyway, as far as this historian is concerned, I don't think there is anything to worry about. Alright then, thanks. Hunter. A hunter, he looked dangerous, hardened. Yeah, I don't like him either. Mostly because I have a very strong preference against crocodilians, but that's just nature in me. I'm not actually quite sure what animal I'm supposed to be, maybe a badger or something, but you know, we're anthropomorphic animals, and some of us can be a little ambiguous. Like, obviously that is a rabbit behind me, but what the hell am I? He's not from around here, shady guy. No criminal record, but I'd advise you to be cautious. Alright, ask about the neighbors. I ran into someone next to the gas station. And you want to know if they could be a possible threat? Who else would I ask if not the sheriff? Landfill watchman. There's this guy at the local tire landfill? You mean Grumpy Bobby? Oh, you don't have to worry about him. He may not look like it, but he's something of a local celebrity. The whole town is filled with tire sculptures. Interesting. I see. Thank you for the information. All right. Even the sheriff littering on my floor. This place is truly lawless. I'm also amused by the idea that we're not changing people's oil, we're just adding oil, which implies like every third car coming through this place has a very significant oil leak in their cars and needs to be topped off regularly. Because under normal circumstances, you shouldn't need to have your oil refilled before it's changed. Not unless something is damaged or wrong. Their Honda's clear. I mean, even with a Honda, if it is just burning through and or leaking oil, that you need to refill your oil before it's time for your oil to be changed. Again, something is wrong. You are ignoring a problem. Small farm town problems? Oh yeah, no, I've definitely known people growing up who just didn't take care of their stuff. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You will lose a little bit of oil over time that'll get burnt and stuff like that. But when you're talking, you need someone to like refill your oil. You've got a problem you're ignoring. 31. Now that hurts. We covered almost the entire forest around Cloven Peak with cameras and cutting-edge sensors, and we haven't detected a single anomaly in a month of monitoring. And then the sheriff brings us a whole stack of eyewitness accounts for the same period. Alright. We'll feed it to the neural analyst tomorrow and see what it says. Wait, what? I didn't see you walk in my store. I do think we gained a mystery point for that when I picked up the radio. So, like, getting the radio things has given us information. I'll say I walked in there in a little while. Let's do a quick run back and forth this night. See if I've overlooked any of the radio things appearing. Day 74. I barely slept the last 3 days, trying to find the answer to that last question. I've been guzzling coffee and staring at the screens, replaying in my head conversations I had with Red Elk. When suddenly today, exactly 3 a.m., I see him leaving an abandoned gas station and looking straight into the camera with his signature smile, and the next second, he's gone. Of course, I immediately rushed to the control panel to rewind and watch the footage. I looked at the time code and it showed 5 a.m. I looked at my watch, 5 a.m. Where did my 2 hours go? And what the hell was that? I looked at the footage from 3 a.m., an empty gas station building with no sign of Red Elk. Am I going crazy? Or did it just doze off without realizing it? Or is that when you reached that time with daylight savings in this area? And the reality was, you just hit 3 a.m. and then it jumped forward and suddenly you're at a later time. You know, and it's 2 hours for some reason instead of 1. But ignore that fact. Because if we're going to indulge in ridiculous conspiracy theories, let's go ahead and indulge in a conspiracy theory that this place changes its hours by 2 instead of 1. Oh. So apparently we can go back to the tire landfill. We should probably do that. But first, it's upgrade time. So let's start by going... Our gas is already in good shape. Let's restock our shelves. And once we do our inventory real quick, we can go on next thing. I'm curious if, like, certain stuff, like, what is the thing that locks you finding the next things and all that. Okay, so we look at our goods. Just double checking to see if anything needs to be restocked. Alright, and I can't afford it. Okay. You're expletive expensive. I had the money before we redecorated our place to be alien themed. But I think that's fine. We can probably get that money knocked out in just a day or two. Okay, before the day can get going, let's see if there's anything to check out at the tire place. How's it going? Fine. Have a good day. Fair enough. So it makes me wonder if for money, once you get these upgrades going, all my prices seem to be primarily based off of the popularity score and all that. That going so far into the mystery and the aliens helps me sell merchandise that's alien themed, but doesn't help me with the other things. What's your kind of conversations? How are you going? Good. Bye. Later. Alright. Just need to make money. Don't litter in my store. We're adding a $5 surcharge for littering. We're not your mom. We shouldn't have to clean up after you. I mean, even mom shouldn't have to clean up after you unless you're like really little, but still. There's not a social pressure or obligation to do that. Alright, so we can go ahead and get the oil up here. Oh, there's another one at the repair shop. Change the oil on 20 cars. And I heard someone make a mess in the other. There. We did see that there is a Roomba of sorts that we can get to clean up the place. But that comes later. That's the reason we want these upgrades. Don't litter on your way out of my building. I expect almost nothing of you, and yet I still find myself disappointed.
Hey Rual Storge, are you ready for them wasp? I am not, they are ignoring.
Are you ready for them wasps? I am not, they are ignoring? What? But thank you so much for the 100 biddies, I do appreciate it. Ready for them wasps? I don't know what wasp we're talking about. Also, all these cars coming in with their tires basically absolutely flat. It's like, this should have 25 PSI in it. And you go, what's the pressure? It's 8.
Wasps that fly around and sting you.
I mean, they are a thing here, but thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I mean, as ready as you can be any given year. Wasps are definitely one of those things that is very, very, like, pro-con. Wasps actually do get rid of lots and lots of pests that you deal with in your gardens and all that. But also, they're wasps, and, you know, that's kind of a bad time in its own right. I'm also running around here a little bit to check the super thing. You don't mind wasps so much? It's hornets that usually get aggressive around you. Yeah, no, it's hornets are the ones that I think of. The ones that I think of as being like particularly temperamental are yellow jackets. Yellow jackets get really rough because if a yellow jacket ends up getting killed by something in an area, their default behavior for the other yellow jackets in that area is to go into like full warpath. And yeah, they will just be completely awful to anything in the area for, you know, several hours after a yellow jacket has died in an area. Stock in our store. Alright, so it looks like one more day ought to do it. We're making over $500 worth of profit per day. So next day we should have our 3,000. Here I was all like, yeah, I'm gonna have all this money. Alright. That's fine. I mean, if we have people like this show up where they're just one person, $84. I don't need many of those customers to make that work. Yeah, I've at least found wasps. The only time I've gotten stung really bad by wasps is one, if I'm doing something to cause a problem. I've seen people get stung for that a lot, you know, like squirting them with squirt guns and all that. And, you know, shocker, the wasps respond pretty negatively to that. Or something like, if there's a situation where you are caught by surprise / they're caught by surprise, like, you know, one gets, like, caught in a pants leg or something like that, I've definitely seen them go on the warpath in that case as well. Because the bald-faced hornets are the worst of the yellow jackets, in your opinion? They're super defensive. But actually spray their venom and aim for the eyes, that sounds awful. And thank you, Joe Deere, for the another 100 biddies. Do appreciate that. There was camping and there was an underground bumblebee nest right by the entrance to your tent. Super non-aggressive, but holy crap, it was massive. Little buggers like a quarter or 3/4 of an inch long and fat. They had some noise coming in and out there for sure. Oh yeah, that's the thing, like, bees are usually really chill as long as you don't do something to, like, piss them off. And thank you so much for the gifty sub, the anonymous gifty sub to the community and all that stuff. I really do appreciate that. So I hope, People Wonder and Z, I hope you enjoy yourself some nice advertising-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. And thank you, John John Deere for 100 biddies, and thank you so much for all that support happening all at the same time. Alright. Really do appreciate all that being possible. Sell 500 items. Why are you all slobs in this place? Like, clearly that's your fault, Rabbit. I don't sell apples and you drop a half-eaten apple on the floor. I'm not saying I'm pointing fingers, but I'm pointing fingers.
Thank you Cotty Husky for subscribing for 13 months. Hype train is a go.
And thank you Cody Husky for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month to use it here, and I really do appreciate that. Is there a trash can you can buy? Oh no, it wasn't a trash can. You can buy what's effectively a Roomba. We just don't have access to it yet. I gotta level up the place. Which we have the money now. Now it's a matter of waiting for the day to get done and upgrading whatever we can. You hate when doing something outside and the wasps come fly around? Not less delicious then. Oh man. Like you'll be just trying to like enjoy a citrus drink or something outside. And you have like the bees just kind of hovering around your drink. It's like, look man, I don't want trouble, but like I need you to not be there. Do not eat the spicy sky raisins. Alright, we're going right for the upgrade. We're not putting it off. Upgrades. Tier 3. Done. Upgrade your store to level 3. Oh, you are all expensive. So go ahead and get the cheap ones. So another attraction spot. Another lamppost. And all the rest of these cost a bunch of money. But that's okay. I believe outside I already do have some decorations to put there. Yeah, so if we drop the alien one, it'll give me better prices. Because that gives us the higher civilization thing. Yeah, so it's jumped us over $2 now. And I'm assuming we've unlocked higher rank stuff in our design too. An atom lamp for $1,000 boosts us a ton. They are watching lamp. Yeah, so a lot of this is going to be leaning more and more at the cost of civilization. Which is interesting, because it looks like we would want... Oh, here we go. So we can get an eco lamp, and the eco lamp gives us a lot of civilization and not much mystery. And all that stuff. So it looks like at this point we can start grabbing stuff that like weighs it one way or the other, where we can go up for lots and lots of mystery, but losing a little civilization. Or Retro is back, which gives us a bunch of civilization at the cost of mystery. Backwards Charlotte gives you an absolutely absurd amount of mystery at the cost of a very high amount of civilization. Let's grab a little bit more gas. And then let's do our inventory. I just wanted to make sure we got the upgrade first. And we have once again had our warehouse doors moved. Which that's the thing that gets me the most, like, it expanding, it's like, sure, it makes sense, you add more to your building. But each time the warehouse doors move, I'm like, man, relocating where your warehouse doors are on the wall is not a minor change. Looks like we also have another poster spot. Let's go to our designs. So we have these posters. Most of these are way outside of what I want to spend right now. Let's get that cheaper one there. Because the cheaper one, I can go right here. That lets me increase my prices a bit more. Yeah, so $2.15 per gallon. Okay, I'm expecting something to happen tonight. No? Really? Okay, so we got lots of upgrades to do. If we can get some of those set up so that they're, you know, either more lucrative or less laborious. I didn't actually look carefully at what was even offered. So the upgrades, we got the cleaner bot. It cleans stuff. We got the restroom. That just boosts our stuff. So we have the cash register, which makes things go way faster. The parking lot just gives us civilization. We got the gas pumps, which are now self-checkout. We can hold 1,000 liters. The auto repair shop opens up car recharging. The car wash, which is a new thing we'll have to do. And then we have the entrance billboard and all that. So I got a new repair thing. We can eliminate cleaning, and we can simplify the register even more. We can fully automate the gas pumps. So it's basically going to be eliminating some gas pumps and all that and trading it out for different tasks. Which is, I mean, the idea is that you slowly start changing what your mini games are and all that. So as you start getting tired of the old mini game, you're moving on to the next one. I mean, I'm just going to take what I can afford. We're going to put, like, no real priority on one over the other. I did see that we can also get it so our fuel storage is 1,000 liters. At a minimum, all of them give me a little bit more civilization score, which adds to my popularity. My popularity then ultimately does give us more customers at higher prices. Okay. And I'm imagining it's one of those things that once we get the automatic pumps, we'll probably end up needing the 1,000 liter tanks just for the sake of being able to handle things in a timely manner. Ooh, $124 gas sale. It's almost like jacking up your prices is just good for business. That's not even counting the, that when we do that, they give us tips that seem to be based on how much everything costs. Yeah, no, that's the thing, is we definitely need to keep increasing the money, because, you know, per the usual, the cost of each upgrade is going up as you go along, like as they have like the different tiers or whatever. Okay. Alright, so you're still shopping, that's fine. I did see the last one gave us a little repair, a little solar panel on our roof. Alright. Okay. Please stop making a mess in my store. Oh, hey, big spender. I mean, honestly, at the rate this is going, it won't take me too long if I'm getting, like, an upgrade every day or so. And then on top of that, we're gaining a little bit of popularity each day, which means a little bit more money each day. Okay. We'll grab a thing of the gas. I'm pretty sure we just hit nighttime. Check our inventory, see about what upgrades we can get. You've tried walking off down the road? Yeah, we've tried to walk the extremes far left. You hit an invisible wall eventually. And I've checked a couple of times. I'm assuming we'll still be introduced to new areas occasionally. We'll see. Not sure exactly what to expect. Alright, so we've got our fuel topped off for now. Upgrades. We got $1,200. So, what I'll probably do here is we can get the restroom. That's actually a restroom. And that's what we can afford from that. And then we got you, so let's grab a set of you because you're getting low on stock. Grab you because you're getting low on stock. You and you. And you. And you. Grab some of that. There you go. Looks like we gotta restock a lot of stuff. Alright, before we go too far, let's see if we can't afford any new shelves that we don't already have. We can buy the beer shelf. Done and done. Because basically what I'm going to do here is each time we get through a day, I'm just going to get any and all upgrades we can. I'm not going to even prioritize, just try and get them done. Let's see if we can still get the beer in time, or if the beer's going to be too much out of my budget. Alright, so 1, 2, 3. I just had to wait a couple extra seconds. Alright, with that I'll be able to stock some beers. But yeah, we can get like a major upgrade probably each, every day, every other day, or whatever it ends up being. Chuck on a shelf, which would ultimately be a little bit more money. Alright, I need to go in here and grab it off the shelf. Alright, we got beer on the menu. And what is our gas price up to? $2.20. And as a reminder, we're spending about 70 cents for the, 70 to 80 cents for each refill. Or like per gallon or whatever from us. So we are basically charging about 3 times as much as we're paying for the gas. So very, very genuinely, gas is huge in-game money. Bill's definitely gonna love the beer cooler. Almost certainly. That bathroom's gonna be some excellent passive income. I'm actually curious how much it's gonna be. The highest we saw was like, I think it was something like $8 and something, or sorry, $10 and like 30 cents or something like that. There we go, getting $138 per fill up. Love to see it. All right. $134. It amuses me that we're increasing our margins each and every day for literally the same commodity. So it's not just that we're increasing our prices, we are just literally jacking our prices up that much more. And I haven't been paying attention. I'm willing to bet our repair prices are also going up. Because I know they were like 20 bucks or whatever when we started it. $25. Yes, I'm pretty sure we're just increasing the price of our repairs as well. Just the idea that we're just like, we've been here this whole time. We haven't changed anything about like our actual operations and the value we offer our customer or anything, and just be like, yeah, we charge more now. What about it? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Gross cash. I mean, definitely the magic is the gas pump for money. Like that is the thing, just printing our money more than anything. It's true the stations on the edge of town go wild with it. So, around where I'm at, it's not the one you gotta worry about the edge of town. it's like, what is your distance to the airport? Um, there was literally like a national news article about how ridiculously overpriced the gas was at Orlando International Airport because it was just an outlier for how egregious the gouging was. That I think it was like 300 or 400% the local price of gas or whatever. To such a point that the legislature capped how much they could gouge for it because it became such like a big bad PR thing for the area. All right. Right, $20. I've been trying to watch for it. I haven't noticed it because I'm busy getting caught up with all these like little mini games. I got to worry about timing and all that. I've been trying to keep an eye out to see like what we're charging for the bathroom now, because like I said, it was at like $10.30 the last time I caught it, but we've done a lot of upgrades and all that since then, and it definitely scales with the popularity of your place. Okay, so go here. There's your 50 liters here. All right. So we can get the parking lot. The cash register gets me 3 civilization. The car wash gets me 2. Let's get the cash register, because the civilization is what determines our price. And I'm willing to bet our shelves are probably too much. I mean, I won't be able to do anything with their souvenir shelf realistically, but I will get it. Alright. I'm assuming I won't be able to afford the souvenirs. We got $65 to my name. No, the moment we get down here, we're way outside. That's fine. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom really fast, so I'm gonna quickly stretch my legs, use the restroom, I'll be back in just a minute. Yeah, 3+ civilization, which means 1 more popularity, which means more money. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, we are back. Alright, so it's been a while since we've had any weird stuff happen in the evenings. We have been upgrading our place, it's been going smoothly. All that. We are making the money, making the dosh, making the cash. We definitely want to get those pump upgrades though, because that'll take one thing off my list of things I gotta worry about. But for right now, I'm just, if it makes me money, that's good enough. Yep. And we're coming pretty close to charging 4 times as much as what I'm paying to get the gas, is how much I'm selling it for. Which makes me want to be like, we no longer do repairs, we no longer do this, we sell gas. You know what else we do? Nothing. Go away. We'll get this one, I'll have to get another order of gas. It's also amusing to me that not only are we getting more money per time that we're filling up people with gas, they're also ordering gas in higher volumes each time. So we are just gradually hiking our prices more and more, and they're just like, yeah, I want more of the higher price gas. Let's see, today you get your puppy checked out by our vet, and one of her mixing vaccinations done. So now we can start properly socializing her. The vet says she's, 1 second. She's probably going to top at about 50 pounds, which is going to be the smallest dog in a long while. And she's vaguely lappable. Nice. I'm glad you've been having a good time with the new pupper and all that good stuff. Okay. Being too big for a lapdog would be sad. To be fair, even dogs who are objectively too big to a lapdog quite often still think they're appropriate size for a lapdog. Much to the sadness of said lap. Alright. So that'll be another 200 liters that we'll need to chuck into the gas pump. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like we're making somewhere in around 1600 a day. And then we're just doing these upgrades, which should be increasing our money that much more. And considering I'm having to refill my gas pumps, or my gas tank, like, a good handful of times a day. That threw me for a minute. Interesting, so we just got a +1 on Bigfoot. So we're definitely gaining some, like, of the mystery stuff by just existing in general, and I don't really understand where it's coming from. But yeah, so we gained a level in Bigfoot, but I don't have any Bigfoot decorations at all. Maybe it's when they buy the postcards, that the postcards, like, give me a tiny bit of XP for it. Really? Alright, so it's almost done day. Yep. We just need the sheriff going, it's like, you know we have local legislation saying you can't price gouge, right? You are the last gas station here, and while you should be allowed to turn a pretty hefty profit, you are charging a magnitude of more than 4 times the going rate for gas. There is definitely a limit in what is acceptable. Alright, let's go back up here. Get our next round of upgrades. Okay, so 1,500 bucks. And with that, Cleaner Bot adds 5 civilization and weirdly adds warehouse size? Cool. And with that, we'll get our goods. We'll start stocking more of our stuff. Okay, we're just checking for anything that has like 5 or less inventory. Surprisingly, none of our booze is selling very well. I do wonder if the merchandise here will be similar to what we saw in the other thing. Aw, come on. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and ditch 1 or 2 of these ones earlier on. Let's make sure Ghost View wasn't a thing here. Oh, it's my warehouse is full. It's not even the money, my warehouse is full. Okay, well we'll get that sorted by just grabbing the inventory and getting put on the shelves. We don't have as much just sitting on the shelves spare. All right. There we go. We got our shelf full of tchotchkes for everyone to buy. Yeah, so we gained a level with Bigfoot, like lore or whatever. Oh, I did not buy... Okay. We'll have to immediately put this money right back into gas. Because I wasn't paying attention, their gas is getting a little bit low, but that's okay. We are continuing to just expand with the little Roomba and all that. That's 5 civilization. That means they should be able to have jumped my price a lot. Oh yeah, that's another like 17 cents on to our gas prices. Just keeping those prices climbing. All right. Now, one of the only downsides with the gas pump stuff is I have to do the upgrade per pump. So I kind of have to do it twice. You go, little Roomba. Alright. Oh, there's another one that's going to be pulling up here. Inflate 50 tires is what I got the achievement for. Nice. Say, have you personally noticed any suspicious large footprints in the area? No, but if I haven't been in these parts for very long, yes you have. And I try not to stray too far from the gas station. Why? Yesterday seemed to have picked up the trail, but it cut off at the highway not far from here. Are you saying you saw the footprints? So it's not a fabrication after all? It's hard to say. There's so much conflicting information about Bigfoot, including that they are capable of hypnosis and are some other dimension altogether. Well, many things around here would fit that description. That's what I'm starting to realize. But we did see giant footprints. Someone went into our warehouse and left giant footprints. Okay. Our day is basically running back and forth between, you know, cashing people out at the register and then doing auto repair. I mean, it's actually more auto servicing. Even though they call it the auto repair shop. We're doing tires and topping stuff off. We're not repairing. We're just, you know, dealing with your normal wear and tear stuff. Again, granted, you shouldn't need people topping off your oil constantly. That's not normal. That's your car's got a problem. Get it serviced for real. You might have a blown head gasket or something going on. Then the shelf of those your name tchotchkes? Absolutely. But they'll be like Bigfoot snow globes or whatever, but they'll be like, you know, Karen and Emily and Tom. And no matter what, you won't find your name there, or if you do, it'll be spelled weird. Like it'll have extra letters added to it. Or it'll be one of those things, you'll have like a group of 5 people there, and there'll always be the one person whose name never is on any of those displays. So they always kind of feel left out. Alright. It's also something for this being, you know, in theory, in the future where you got like neural whatevers. We're not just seeing cars here. That's one thing. We're seeing a lot of like, when I say not modern cars, oh gee, sorry. I thought it was done. We're seeing a lot of like station wagons and that cars that you don't even see that much nowadays. So it's really, really weird time frame in this game. Because, like, they're talking about electric cars and all that, and, you know, clearly they're not a new piece of technology in this world and all that. And neural implants to go on vacation without leaving your home and all that. But then also they're driving around, like, station wagons and, you know, old SUVs and old pickups and all that. And it's like, yeah, you'd see the occasional old pickup someone's just keeping on the road and all that. But it's also, I think it would almost stand out the one person with the station wagon that's still running around in town. Alright, we'll get the car wash, because I can afford it. That means more work. Yay. Well, that's what looked like a hybrid under the hood. Yeah, there's probably a couple in there. Okay, so the next rack is going to be ice cream. Okay. And we're just looking for the ones that we're getting low on inventory of. Yeah, we don't move much beer. Okay, so I have to order that. And now I have to do another order. Beyond the Sticks, the new Pandangle tech has reached here yet? Right, but we're at the point where there's like neural implants. There's a lag of adoption of technology when you start getting out in the boonies, as it were. But it's not forever. By the time you're like, oh hey, we can just get a neural implant out here, one would assume you'd have some like basic stuff going on. Okay. Alright, so we can probably actually get... So we got the ice cream, we'll get the glass shelf. And now I can go to order goods. Get back over here to ice cream. Because we don't have you in stock. Alright, that's what I can afford. Alright, so today we've added ice cream and shades and glasses and all that to our inventory. Alright. Yeah, considering we spent $1,000 in upgrades and we're still profitable, things are going great. Store is growing. So we've got our car wash. I think that was over here. No. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, so we got our car wash way over here. That's going to start getting to be a little bit of a rough one with how far I'm going to have to run back and forth to do things. Alright, so you got someone at the car wash. Can you wash my car? Okay, at least you're paying me $137 for that car wash. Because it's definitely about to be like, oh no, if this is like 20 bucks, we are definitely just neglecting these people. So while it's a bit laborious, at least it pays. Oh, and the gas prices climb? Alright, and there's your oil. Oh, we got another one lined up after you. Okay. We definitely have got to get that bigger gas tank. Because they keep buying more and more gas, it's only taking me like 3 or 4 customers to basically exhaust all my gas in my supply. All right. And honestly, those sunglasses seem like they sell for a pretty high dollar each. Okay, we get the repair shop. I got 2 cars here. Then I got a car wash one. Okay. You're also definitely like, look man, hire someone. With the prices you're charging for your gas and all that, you can afford to put someone on your payroll. You gotta run all the way over here to the car wash. Okay. I will say, we're definitely getting our workout. Getting those steps in. I love how every game is now Power Wash Simulator at some point. I mean, people have come to realize that power washing is just incredibly cathartic. It's like, even in real life when it comes to, it's like, okay, it's a decent amount of work. But like 90% of the part that's not fun about car washes and all that, or like, sorry, doing the pressure washing and all that, is basically setting up your pressure washer. Like, once it's set up, just going and like waving back and forth and watching everything get clear. Like, don't get me wrong, there's lots of things that'll dry your skin out. It can be, you know, you can get like little rocks and pebbles and all that thrown up if there's like loose stuff on this, you know, road or whatever. But it can be very, very, very cathartic. It's like, because you do a lot of cleaning and you put a whole lot of effort into it, and you can look at it and be like, okay, that was cleaner than when I thought. But it's never like with the pressure washer where it's like literally you can see like the stripe of area you just did. So it's like a very distinguishable, you know, progress that's happening. Alright, so upgrades. Auto repair shop 3. Oh, fuel tank. Fuel tank, fuel tank. The price is bad today, and we're just gonna hope we have a better price tomorrow. So let's go to our orders. And just double check that inventory. Now, the real challenge I'm running into, they've only been restocking when they're below 5. But it's almost becoming hard because of how limited the capacity of our warehouse is. We're just getting more and more items. Ooh, boy, those glasses are expensive. There's a flare or something going up back there? I distinctly saw, like, to the left of the building, what looked like a flare being launched. There's searchlight back there as well. Oh, I should double check. Like, people were worried this game was going to go, like, full-on horror or whatever. We made really good progress. I don't think this is a game that's going to be hundreds of hours long or anything like that. Let's take a peek back outside. You see? Oh, no, I see the spotlight. Well, maybe that might be a spotlight right on the hill? Either way. It's Hunter signaling for help? It could be. Alright, so we technically had a negative profit because of all the upgrades. But we are making... I feel sort of uneasy. Restless. I should go get some air. There's spooky ghost things in the air around me. There's the searchlight. I probably... VR trap roll not loop. Well, that was a little creepy. Was that it? Did I accidentally skip it or something? We didn't even get a new entry in our book, I don't think. It was all a dream. Well, that's what happened when we were supposedly abducted by aliens as well. Yeah, we didn't even get another subset of stuff here. Okay. You'll probably have to ask the sheriff. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen, is someone's going to show up and want to talk to me about it. I'd say my only complaint about this minigame, it's a little hard to make out where it's going to spray and what needs spraying. Like, it's not terrible or anything. It'd be a little tricky to tell. Okay. Oh, there's another one. The real pain is going to be when it's time to fill up my gas pump. Oh yeah, we jumped that price up like another almost 15 cents. Basically just increased the price like another 10-ish% since last night. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's crazy they still pay tips. Oh yeah, and it seems like the tips are based on the amount they spent. I mean, if you're worried about today's gas prices, every one of these people has to put like almost $200 worth of gas in their car. If that's not a reason enough for everyone to be driving an electric car in this place, I don't know what is. Now, granted, they did allude to the fact that this particular area is like weirdly that the electricity is, you know, abnormally expensive here, which is part of the reason why there's so much that people actually get gas and take it home to run their own generators, because just, you know, the cost of power here is just weirdly so far out of whack. Which they gave some, you know, plausible reasons why it was, you know, bad infrastructure, rural area, so low density and yada yada. It's just, you know, the terrain is poorly suited for most types of renewable power like solar and wind and all that. Just paid $400 to fill up your truck? Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it gets up there. But like, then you see the little sports car roll up and they're still paying like $200. I'm like, I'm sorry. If I completely dry, you know, get my car bone dry, you know, it's gonna cost me like 50 bucks to fill it up. Like, it's not nothing. But like, you know, your typical sports car isn't rolling around with like a 50-gallon tank or something. Versus if you have like a really big truck, you genuinely might have a 40-gallon tank. You love to go electric, but the fact you drive like 80,000 miles every year kind of inhibits that. Yeah, no, that's absolutely a thing. There's one of the characters in this game is like very anti-electric car, but he's also the alien conspiracy theorist person in the town. But yeah, that was one of the comments where it's like, you know, I'm not negative on gas vehicles. They both have, like, both gas and electric have their places they shine. But yeah, that's usually the one, is if you're going to be driving long distances on any regularity, that's kind of the weak point of electric cars. I say as someone who would absolutely, my next car, if I have the option, is going to be electric. Cities around here won't put more than $100 in at a time. You haven't had full tank in years. I can see that. I imagine it's probably one of those things that you need to, like, go inside to, like, the counter and be like, hey, you know, I want to put $200 in that tank or whatever. But, like, you gotta pay in advance of it, because at the, I know one of the things they'll do here is that you'll put so much gas in, and then it'll make you, like, re-swipe to, like, keep going. Like, once you hit a certain threshold, or like, alright, if you want to keep putting gas in here, you need to, so that's one. We can't afford that one. So we'll go ahead and get the parking lot. And we got all the glasses pretty much sorted. So next we're going to get cigarettes. And sweets. And tools. So we've got all the shelves for this this set. In your area, it's law that you have to prepay. Yeah, no, like I was saying, I don't have a tank big enough that I have to worry about it. I'm under the impression what most of the time they do here is you start filling up, you hit some sort of amount. I don't know like the exact cutoff is, but once you exceed a certain amount, oh, you are a really big shelf. Okay, you are massively inconvenient, actually. But once you hit a certain amount, you have to, like, re-swipe. But I could see it being a thing you'd have to prepay after a certain amount. Certain size, whatever you want to go with. Can I just scoot you up there? We can put you better against the wall. Gas is not a good price, so wait in the morning to refill if we need to. Let's see, they can't go over that from a credit card, And if they try to charge it twice, the credit card company will freeze the card for fraud. You don't drive all that much, so things. Interesting. Yeah, your tank is 180 liters. You've had to swipe 4 times to fill a tank before. Yeah, and I can imagine it's probably one of those things that you could get the fraud alert, because that's I've only gotten hit where like the credit card like declines and you have to like call in and be like, no, really, I am trying to buy this, which I appreciate. Because very genuinely I haven't had many times in my life, only once or twice, but I've had someone try to put a significant fraudulent charge against me, and I will say in all those cases, the bank was good about, well, actually, one time they got past. But, pretty much every time someone's tried to fraudulently charge me, the bank has turned around and been like, hey, did you buy this? And it's like, no. It's like, okay, we're gonna disable your card, a new one's in the mail. Which sucks in its own right, because then you're like, okay, well, that means I don't have a card right now. Because I'd much rather go through the credit than the debit card. That way, if, again, someone gets a hold of it and compromises it, with the credit card, you can be like, hey, that's not my charge, and you get a bunch of guarantees. The bank will ultimately get right by you in the end. But you're out that money for while it's in that limbo. Like, while they're getting it all sorted. The big thing is you gotta be careful with credit cards and make sure you keep them paid. That interest rate's no joke if you miss, you know, like, not if you miss a payment, but if you let it sit for the month where it gets interest. You've done that once, but asked the credit card company to approve one more charge for me on the defunct card, and it made it work. Yeah, no, that's definitely a thing you can do, is you can work with them and be like, hey, like, I know you need to shop my card, but we gotta get this sorted. Like, bills are gonna hit in the meantime. But so yours is a business credit card, so it doesn't have quite the same limits as fraud protection. As far as blocking purchases, you still have all the same protections for fraudulent charges, but the threshold to block is a lot higher. Yeah. Well, that was, I used to know a guy who dealt with fraud detection at banks, like, did the software for it. And it was very interesting hearing him, like, talk about, like, oh, you know, here's the things that will trigger your card to go. And he was like, if you ever want to guarantee trigger the, like, you know, this credit card is stolen, he goes, get a pair of shoes and get 2 tanks of gas as separate transactions, you know, in one day. It's like, you'll trip it. Guaranteed you'll trip it. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. And he's like, yeah. It goes, you know, for people who steal credit cards, that was just kind of one of the things that they would do, is that they would go buy a pair of shoes, get a tank of gas, and then get their buddy a tank of gas. And so it's just one of those things where, like, yeah, when that comes up, we just always flag it. It's almost guaranteed to be fraudulent. You're so annoyed with your bank last year, it blocked your credit card like 5 times for buying stuff online. Yeah, that was, oh, it was something online, and it was recently too. I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, it was for TwitchCon. I think it was trying to, I think it was the hotel stay for TwitchCon this year, which is in Rotterdam is where I'm going to be going, because I'll be going to that one, not the US one. Even though I'm in US, it's more the timing than anything this year, is they're putting the TwitchCon US, like, literally it wraps up about the time of Thanksgiving weekend. It's like just days before. And it's like, I'm sorry. There is no way in hell I am flying home on Thanksgiving weekend. So I'm going to Rotterdam this year for TwitchCon EU. But, yeah, trying to get, like, the hotel in Rotterdam. I went to pay, and it flagged as, like, fair enough. I've never done anything in Rotterdam. Just randomly having a transaction in Rotterdam, that makes sense for the bank to be like, hold up, wait a second, let's verify this. It's like, cool, verify, like, alright, cool, you just need to rerun the transaction, we did block that one, you're fine. Like, cool, no problem. Reran the transaction, and it blocked it. And it's like, all right, come on, man. So it took like 3 times to get through, but it was definitely one of those things like, I appreciate you're trying to protect me, but also, no, really, I do need to get this hotel stay. All right. So we can go ahead and go to sleep. It sounds like a great way for streamers to give all their family con cred over the holiday. Yeah, I mean that's one thing. I'm thinking more not even from that angle, Klaus. It's Thanksgiving weekend, like that period of time is one of the worst times to travel in the US, just hands down. It's one of the highest airport traffic times of the whole year. It's also especially difficult because historically November has been like the big earning month for content creators, because that's where the ramp up is for all like the game sales and sponsorships and all that kind of stuff for the holiday season. So not only are you going to be dealing with one of the worst times to travel for just hectic and busy and expensive to travel, you're going to stack on top of that, you're doing it during one of the highest earning times for those people as well, in a job that has a reputation of not paying well. And it's just like, all right, hang on. And so I'm like, you know what, I'll just go to TwitchCon EU instead. Let's see, you got an explanation eventually that apparently the Sola payment prancer was flagged as suspect, and some of the games from like PoE 2 use that. Gotcha. But yeah, then on top of that, you're not wrong. You know, you're going to a conference, whatever bug is going around, cold, flu, COVID, whatever, you know, what we not so lovingly refer to as con crud, is going around, and then you're gonna go and go visit grandma immediately after being exposed to who knows what. There's a very good chance you're gonna be around family who, you know, might be dealing with like genuine health stuff, that getting sick is very dangerous for them. That's not really my reasoning for not going, but it is a very valid reason to be like, hold up, maybe this isn't the play I want to do. Yeah, of course, in other words of Peggy Hill, the day before Thanksgiving is, in your opinion, the busiest travel day of the year. Or, Peggy, it might also just be a statistical fact, and not an opinion. It might just be something you probably read, I don't know, in a newspaper, or on just anything relevant to travel in the US and when to and not to travel. And that mayhaps if you don't absolutely need to be traveling at that point, maybe choose a different date. That's kind of the thing that I've had that discussion with a couple of my family members about, like, you know, doing stuff on like certain days and all that. And I'm definitely on the camp, it's like, hey, you know what? If we want to get together for like celebrating Christmas or whatever, let's do it like the week before or week after. If anyone has to travel or whatever, like do it not on that day, just to get people away from needing to travel or do whatever that time. It's like the same thing with like me and Toom celebrating Valentine's Day. We don't go out to a restaurant to eat on Valentine's Day because you're gonna get worse service, not from anything wrong with the people, they're just gonna be overburdened. They're probably going to cost you more than normal for a lower quality experience, and it's going to be hectic and busy with the wait. Versus, if you wait like a couple of days to a week later, you're just going to have a much better experience all around. So I'm very much in the camp of still celebrate the time, but you know, wait a couple days or whatever. Your extended family always do Thanksgiving the weekend before. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things, just kind of nudge it to not be on the holiday itself. It's the same thing, you'll have people who go to, like, there's a lot of touristy stuff around here. That people do a lot of that touristy stuff. And they always want to go on, like, the holidays and everything. It's like, no, don't do that. It's like, oh, but it's a thing we can all celebrate together. We can celebrate Christmas together at Disney World. It's like, don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. That is a terrible idea. Ooh, we just charged $26 and something cents to use the bathroom. Heck yeah. I'm telling you, we just need to close this gas station and open up a line of porta potties. That's where the money's really at. Just you, your family, and 100,000 other people. Ooh, what is the capacity of Magic Kingdom these days? I think you actually very genuinely might be underestimating it. Because often Christmas, New Year's, they hit capacity where they literally say no one else is allowed in the park. Like, park's full, beat it. I'm trying to remember what the capacity restriction is on Magic Kingdom that they'll start turning people away. Because I do think it might actually be over 100,000. It's ludicrous the number of people they fit in those places. I'm sure someone can look that up or at least get some rough statistic or whatever on it. Just do like a search for like max capacity Magic Kingdom. Because that's also the weird one with like total capacity of all parks is 330,000. Okay, so let's consider 330,000 for all parks. Now, the question with that then goes, do they count the water parks? Because most of the time, the water parks are not included in most statistics given for the Disney parks, which means you have 4 parks. Of which I believe Animal Kingdom is the lowest capacity. And then Hollywood Studios would be next. Magic Kingdom is highest capacity. And then Epcot's pretty close to Magic Kingdom. The Magic Kingdom at Disney World is generally estimated to have a capacity around 90,000 to over 100,000 guests. Yep, so it's like you and 100,000 people. Yep, that is about right. Yeah, so actually the 100,000 was right about on the money. I knew it was somewhere in that ballpark. Okay, so we got good prices today. So we can't quite get... We can get that much gas. Is that right? Yep. Alright. Okay, so we can get the auto repair to the next level, which adds battery charging, but it lets me jack up my prices even more. You heard some U.S. family really, go to debt to go to Disney World with kids. It's not some. I think it was like 30% of families who go to Disney, that's the one thing they have in common, is they acquire significant debt as part of it. I can't remember the statistic off the top of my head. It is not a small place. And then when we're saying debt, it's not even usually a small amount of debt. Like, don't get me wrong, you can go to Disney World and with a full family, you can do it in a couple $1,000s pretty easily. But if you're going there, you're usually going to stay at a resort or whatever, and it can become ridiculous fast. Because you consider just the cost of admission for a park. You're talking like, what? If you manage to get lucky, around $130 to $140 per day per person per park or whatever. And they'll usually have like parks you can go through, different ones. So you consider that, and you got a family of 4. So you say you got like a family of 4 or 5 people, and you're gonna go for, not just a day, you're probably gonna go for at least a couple days to a week. And you got your family of 4, it's 130 something bucks per person. We'll say 150 just to make the math easy. And that's not counting your hotel stay, your flights, or anything else. That's not your food, that's nothing else going on. That's just to walk in. And if that's your once in a lifetime, you're probably getting your fast pass, because otherwise you're not doing everything, and that's gonna be another $100 per person all week per day. You get where this is going. You can make it a ridiculous amount of money very, very quickly. The family of 4, for a family of 4 flights, everything to go to the LA to Disney and Universal stays for a week was like 20,000 Canadian. I believe it. Yeah, no, there's a thing where people are like, oh yeah, this person went, this family went on vacation to Disney and they went 20,000 in debt And you'd be like, how on earth did that happen? Like, it's not that expensive. Like, nah, man. It's not that they, like, nickel and dime you on everything. There's just so many, like, everything's more expensive, so you grossly underestimate the cost of it. Like, you're not sitting down with a family of 4 and not, you know, dropping less than, like, 80 to $100 on anything food-wise. Like, you are 100% going to be blowing past that. Man, I need more warehouse. Let's see, while looking up the capacity, today I learned there's a resort on the premises that's owned and operated by the Department of Defense. That wouldn't surprise me. Likely for whenever, you know, whomever working with the government is visiting the parks or whatever. Let's see, you budgeted $22,000, so you did okay. Yeah. Just cannot get all those shelves stocked because I need to be okay with our inventory being lower than it is. Okay, so I can't afford to grab that. That's over half your yearly income on a trip. Mm-hmm. Very, very genuinely, I am actually personally someone who would say, unless you know someone who can get you into the parks at like dirt cheap or free or whatever, a lot of cases the unfortunate reality is, unless you're going to be doing like a whole big thing of it, in a lot of cases going to a trip to the theme parks here is very cost prohibitive. Like, you're probably better off spending your money on other options, which sucks, but like the cost of Disney and all that is so astronomically high. And again, like Magic Kingdom, there's no such thing as an off season. There's like the busy season and the busier season. Off season doesn't exist anymore. There used to be one, but those days are long gone. So it's really hard to enjoy them. Epcot can be pretty good. Animal Kingdom can be pretty good. Studios that, but like, there's just not a good time to go like Magic Kingdom, and for the price, like, I don't understand people who don't know people who work there or whatever, who so don't get in on the cheap. Like how that works. Because like, very genuinely, for that same price, you could take like a week-long cruise and just be sorted. And again, if they're not on the cruise, I'm just using an example, but like, you could also just like get a plane ticket to Italy or whatever. The only time there's an off season when there's a hurricane warning, even then the locals still show up. Oh yeah, no, even when there's a, cause like, you gotta consider the fact that in a lot of cases, people have already committed their trips before you know if there's going to be a hurricane rolling in. You're not showing up that last minute. People are planning months and months and months and months and months out in advance to go to the parks. Last year, you did 3 weeks in the UK for 5 of us, and it was only about 30,000. Yeah, and that's for like 3 weeks. Which also means they're willing to go while sick. Yep, that is another problem you do run into. With the amount of money you've put into it, be like, I've got the flu. Well, we put too much money into that, so you're going anyway. Which is not okay on a number of rights. Because even if you can go and be like, hey, Mickey, I need you to go ahead and give me a refund on that one. Even if you can get them to go for that, which they typically won't. You know, it kind of doesn't matter past that point because you've had to get your plane tickets and all the other stuff that's not refundable and all that, or, you know, so massively inconvenienced, or the hotel stays and everything. You're just not going to be able to get everyone to, like, give you credits or whatever to read going around that. You know, your employer's not going to be like, oh, hey, we'll just move the week off and all that over here. Alright, so we just added a massive amount of inventory to our store. So our fuel is full. We got all that stuff. We got, I don't remember what upgrade we got. Oh, we upgraded the car repair. We can now recharge car batteries. Let's do a run back and forth real fast, see if we see any radios. I haven't looked in a while. And this is we can go over here and visit the tire dump, whatever you want to call it. Alright. Will we be able to hire employees at some point? It looks like you don't hire employees, it looks like instead you automate things. So we get to the point where the gas pumps become self-service, so I don't have to do it anymore. I don't know what all happens with all the things, but it does look like there's effectively a way to lower the amount of work you have to do, but it isn't just, you know, huck an employee at it. So, like, I could see, like, maybe later we get self-checkout or something. $146 for a car wash. But yeah, so we do get automation. I haven't looked into the depth of, like, everything. I know the pumps, like, it's literally my next upgrade fully automates the pump, so the pump stopped being a thing. Okay. Put the positive on, put the negative on, start charging. Take the negative off and take the positive off. We're getting pretty close to charging 5 times the amount. We're a bit over 4 times the amount that we pay for gas that we're charging for the sell price. Because the gas cost me around like 75 cents, give or take. So we're getting pretty close to around 4 times. Or like we did have the store cleaning we were having to do ourselves, like sweep up the trash and all that. We have a Roomba that's doing that now, so you no longer have to deal with that. But yeah, no, this poor whatever creature we are definitely needs some kind of help. And don't get me wrong, a lot of these mini games as we've been going along, like I've noticed we're just not seeing cash anymore, which I'm all about. We no longer have to manually scan each thing, it just kind of holds spacebar. This one, instead of having to like time it to the exact spot on the gauge, I just hit the 2 buttons to like get it to do its thing. The most athletic red panda I've ever seen? Yeah. I'm trying to remember, I believe red pandas tended to be pretty chill most of the time. Also, if you need to go to the car, if you need to go to the car service place and get them to just regularly recharge your battery, you also have a problem. Like, either your battery's getting messed up, or your alternator's gonna have a problem, or the belt involved in that's having a problem, or you've got a short that's draining your battery. But, like, get that crap dealt with. Because a lot of those things will cause you serious problems if you leave them going. Like, if your alternator's starting to go and you ignore that, that could be a serious issue. Especially if it shorts out. You'd be looking at a very major repair, potentially. How's the gas prices today? Good. Alright, so if we upgrade our auto repair shop one more, then we will get to our next objective kind of thing. We're still just going to keep upgrading whatever gets us the next thing, the next progress. Poor Roomba deserves better. All you people who shop here are awful. Yeah, so like you just have to scan each and every item individually. And count change. I'd really like you to be bigger spenders if you don't mind. Because we're so close to fully automating our pumps. Did you just load your basket up and walk out? Have I just been shoplifted? It's because it hit nighttime and they were still shopping. But she did not pay for the things that she loaded up in that cart. Sheriff, I need to call you about a thing. Oh, you're only 2,000. Adds a tool for buffing out scratches. And each one of these is adding to our civilization score, which is increasing our prices. Alright. Customers at the cash register 30, refuel 50 cars, buff out scratches 15, charge 20 batteries, do 10 car washes, and get 5 car wash tips. And that'll boost our popularity a bunch. So with that, let's look at our stocks. I mean, I think the reality is I don't have enough shelf space for any of this. I'll buy one of you. Just on principle. You're a high value item. I'm assuming it's because the game saw me as having not served her before nighttime, and it was just she was buying so many items that she didn't get taken care of. Very, very normal behavior. The customer walking at the last minute, and we're like, "Hey, we're closing in 15 minutes," and then they give you a big fuss. Yeah, so we're gaining legend stat from something. Like I said, my assumption of where we're getting this from is the selling of the postcards and all that stuff. Does this trick work in real life? Like the jacking up the price by improving civilization, or people walking into the store at the very end and like walking off with goods because you're still open late? Because if you walk off with the goods, you're still getting in trouble for shoplifting. So if we do the positive and negative in the wrong order, we get badly electrocuted, right? Potentially. Oh, we are making money. $149 car wash. And then they gave me a $30 tip on top of that. Okay. I'm wondering if they can only ever have 2 service things they need done at a time. We're getting to the price that I'm getting real close to getting $200 per fill up. We're getting dangerously close to getting 200 bucks per film. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while. I'm a little concerned that you're just buying a thing of gas and a candy bar. That feels mildly unhinged. How is your research going? I'm waiting, miss. So excited. Waiting? What for? When Cloven Peak has accumulated enough energy to activate the next phase. What is the next phase? The death of everybody. I mean, I hope we'll see it soon. Oh, car wash, not repair. But first, the big money. Okay, let's get the car wash. The car wash being automated seems pretty understandable. Like you have in real life, you have automatic car wash that you just drive through and they got big scrubbers or whatever. You know, and there's pros and cons that can damage your car and all that. But I could definitely see in the game that you just get that and then that whole right side stops serving a purpose for me. They just don't have to go over there and deal with it. So despite the fact that we have gotten the thing where we can, you know, fix scratches and dents on people's cars now, everyone just needs their battery charged, is what I'm understanding. And I'm going to try something. Okay, so you cannot do it in the wrong order. I wanted to see if you could try and do it wrong, if it like go zap or anything like that. Or pop or whatever. Now, to be fair, needing to have your tires refilled is totally fair. You can have stuff like a leaky valve, or like if the temperature is tremendously different, like you're going from when it was like really hot to really cold, then your tire pressure could end up being a lot lower because of the temperature difference. Like that's a reasonable one to need to have done. But like, yeah, like having the oil topped off and having your battery constantly recharged is definitely one you're like, come on. Oh, you paid in cash? Gross. We don't like your kind around here. Get out of my store, you literal foxy lady. Like Fennec foxy lady or whatever you are. You just went today because your tire was leaked. Turns out, yeah, screwed it. Yeah, no, it's a thing. Like, you definitely want, if you have a tire that's noticeably leaking, it's still something to get checked out. But there are lots of valid reasons why a tire pressure might be a little on the low side that you want to get topped off. That aren't like, oh, panic, you got a problem. The poor Roomba's trying so hard. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, I'm assuming we're hitting nighttime. Yep. Oh, I see the spotlights you kept talking about way over there on the left. The last time I saw it was like right on the edge, so it looked like the mountain was glowing. Alright. So let's pop in here. Our gas price is good. They are, so we'll go ahead and go 1, 2, 3. That takes care of that. Upgrades. We'll get the entrance billboard. But rather than worry about buying stuff for the billboard, let's save our money. And then tomorrow we can go and get our, tomorrow we can go and get our better pumps. Well, a better pump, singular. Yeah, because you make it so it's self-service. So we won't need to deal with that anymore. And our warehouse is basically full, so I'm going to choose to... Well, actually, I'd probably still restock my shelves. All right. So let's see what it says now that we've gone through all that. Okay. Alright, so we actually have a lot of space, so let's change our approach to this. And I'm just gonna wait till stuff runs out of stock. So if anything that is out of stock, we get it back in stock. Because very generally running into a situation that I've got no spare room hardly. And obviously when we level up again it'll be good. So yeah, so these two we don't have in stock. Okay. And that puts us practically to full again. Alright. Yeah, we just had light go by our window. So what's gonna happen now? Whoa, that's weird. I should tell Mr. Glass about it. Yeah, that is not a northern light. That is the mound has a big glow coming out of the side of it kind of deal. Yeah. They're only allowed to go to the landfill area during the day. That's a weird thing back there that says 23 that I have no idea about. Okay, no new radio whatevers. Okay, we just thought trippy lights. And then you wake up and it's nothing supernatural, it's just literally a volcano erupted. $2.50 a gallon per liter. We're getting there. All right. I wonder if we upgraded the pump in the middle of the day, if that would break things. Because we had that earlier with the repair thing, that I upgraded that, and then there was just a car waiting for repairs that just didn't do anything. It just sat there like, I don't know what to do. Alright. Yeah, so all our other stuff is still relatively low. But Aliens we've got pretty high, and that just has to do with the fact that we've got, like, the inflatable alien decoration here and all that. I haven't seen a reason to switch it to other things. Alright. Got a car wash to do. And we are now breaking $200 for a gas fill-up. And $150.50 for a car wash. You gotta watch for when someone uses the toilet. I'm curious how much we're charging for that at this point. Ooh, well, those tool chests that only come in sets one. Oh! We sell the tool chest for $180 individually. I think we spend like $50 on it. The downside is you order them in sets of 1. But still. Okay. And thank you, Dragon Rose, for the 65 stream streak. I do appreciate it. I've been enjoying the stream. Okay. Boo, cash, boo. Boo. Get out. Alright. So we'll definitely be upgrading one of our pumps today. If we upgrade the first pump, that should mean most of the time that I don't have to go out to the pumps. It'll only be when the pumps get overwhelmed and they have one go to the second pump. Oh, I do have customers inside the store. We can go ahead and deal with that. Just, the Roomba's going full force and you people are just trashing the place. Okay. Okay, so we just need to wait a minute for it to be nighttime. Then we're gonna upgrade our first pump to be like fully automated and all that good stuff. Okay. Upgrades. Gas pump number 1. Bam. That is a U-prom to deal with pumping your own gas now. And the next thing is we need 1, 2, 3, 4. Get our gas in here. And then after that, doing a quick inventory to see if we are out of anything. I do kind of wish with this whole inventory there was an easier way to organize it. Basically be like, hey, what am I actually low on? Like be able to sort it by quantity kind of thing. And grab 3 of those. So then, most likely, the next day we'll be able to do the other pump. And then we can just keep getting whatever upgrades, decorations, that kind of thing to keep boosting our prices. Because it's going to take us a while to refuel the cars and do all the repairs and do all the car washes and everything else it wants us to do. That's just going to take a little bit of time. Which is fine. In the meantime, we can continue to get like better decor to boost our prices and all that. And with that, we can go over here. It's not abundantly clear when it comes to restocking some of these, how it all works. But that's okay, I won't sweat it. Yep, so technically lost 750. Can you imagine really having to go to the washroom and not having $30 in change for Porta John? Yep. I mean, it's bad enough when you've gone, like, you know, here in the US, you don't typically have to pay for restroom. Aw, yeah. And we still get the tip. They still tip us. They pump their own gas and tipped us $43 for it. This is just how you business. Okay. So all we gotta do now is just keep an eye on the gas. $31 to use the bathroom. That's how it's done. This is how you business. $155 to do the car wash. Okay, do we have someone who was blocking the pump long enough? Yeah, we had someone blocking the pump long enough so that I just have to manage it. $221 fill up. We are officially past 4 times the price that gas costs us is what we're charging. That better be the best pee you've ever taken for that price. Hey, if you've waited long enough that you're willing to drop $31 to pay to use the restroom, you probably have to use a restroom so badly it might genuinely be the most relieving pee you've ever had in your entire life. It might also be to a point you're having a genuine health problem because you're holding your wee that long. But, you know, we're not doctors. The fact I'm up to 1,000 liters and needing to replenish the gas more than once a day sometimes. This red panda is just strutting because this red panda knows he's got a good, well, she's got a good deal. I think they keep referring to her as a she. It's very hard to tell sometimes with this kind of thing because, you know, you're a red panda. Your friend found a secret bathroom in the Eiffel Tower that said it was the best view ever. So we're about to hit the halfway point on the number of customers we need to ring out, and that's only since we got this quest here, which was when we did the car. No, not the car charge. We got a thing where we're supposed to be able to do the scratch and dent on cars, but no one's asked for it yet. Which I'm not going to exactly complain about. That'll be just another mini game to juggle. They keep making a mess in that room, but it's just trying its best. You best check out. We're getting ready to close. And then you're going to throw a fit when you don't get that. And I want my money. Okay, day's over. I am $6.40 short. $6.40 short of getting my upgrade. That is what you call a big bummer. You mean 544? Yeah, whatever it is. 534? Whatever the amount is, we are change away from it. It's also a thing that I definitely at some point want to be able to automate some of this away. It is definitely the thing you have to do at the end of each and every day. Be like, alright, let's deal with our inventory real quick. So grab you. Math's hard. I mean, I also don't really care that much. Like it's not math that's going to change anything about how I play. It's just like, oh, I'm short. Versus like when you're playing a game like Factorio and you'd be like, okay, you know, this is something I might actually care about the processor. So we did get those sorted. And those, and I think we got stuff for this shelf. Grab you. You. All right. Yeah, that warehouse limitation's hurting us bad. I'm also down for what was it? It was Big Ambitions. I like the way Big Ambitions deals with the inventory later. Like you have to set up some stuff, but you eventually do just get to the point where it's like, I want this much kept in stock. And then like the thing is, it only restocks at certain times. Like for the game here, it could be like it restocks a certain time of day. I actually have no idea what shelves we actually got stuff for. Really? Nothing else for this shelf? Yeah, it's fine. It's whatever. There. I'll make it look a little less weird. Is gas a good price today? No. We'll just go to sleep. We'll deal with gas tomorrow. Because they'll have like our very first gas sale in the morning. I'm gonna upgrade the pump. Probably breaking everything. Okay. Topping off the oil. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
We'll see.
We're gonna have fun skiing.
That's the plan. Yep. Alright, let's go and repair, or not repair, upgrade that pump. Cool. So you have all of the upgrades. So yeah, so level 4 appears to be the last of what we'll get in the game so far as our upgrades and all that, so far as that. But hopefully that means no more gas pumps for me. Oh, let's take a quick look to see what the last level contains. I'm assuming it'll be a lot more automation stuff. Let's look at our upgrades. So at level 4, a fully automated repair shop with a robotic arm, a robotic car wash, allows you to install replace lights in this spot. More attractions, more restroom, parking lot. So the only thing I don't see is I don't see an automatic car wash. Oh no, there was an automatic car wash. Yeah, so we can automate almost everything. No, actually, I don't think we can automate the store. The store seems to be the only one we don't get to automate. Dear goodness, lady. We have people coming here with some filthy cars, but this is next level. You roll this down the entire mountain of mud? That's right, you give me my $160 for doing that. I wonder what's going to actually have me repair anyone's scratched vehicles. $32 for the bathroom. Heck yeah. Alright. So the next thing we're going to end up spending our money on is ultimately just going to be upgrades for, like, the decor. Because we've already got all the other stuff unlocked. So now with the decor changes, that'll up our customers, and it'll potentially get us more pay per customer. Okay. I appreciate the people who buy, like, everything. Yeah, it seems like the register is the only one I didn't see automation for it, that we will ultimately still have to deal with, like, buying inventory and the register. But that'll mean me basically standing inside here dealing with that. And I assume, like, that point will be just dealing with, like, upgrades and all that. It does make me curious with all, like, the supernatural nonsense going on. Like, where that's going to go with all that. I also have to go out and, like, pick up the resupplies of things. Yes, we're definitely gaining experience in all those. And as I said before, I think we're gaining like experience with like Bigfoot and the various different things. But like anytime we sell their souvenirs or their postcards, that's what I'm guessing. That we get a reputation of selling that stuff over time. We got our gas coming in. Alright, gas prices are up to $2.71. All right. Okay, now we've got all those restocked. All right. So let's take a quick look here, see if there's any of these that we need to get there. So that's out of stock. That's out of stock. That's out of stock. And our inventory can't handle more than that. Okay, so you only need to refuel. I mean, we still have a bunch more cars to refuel. We're making good progress in a lot of stuff. We're not seeing the buff out scratches at all. What I might actually do here, since that's not showing up, what I might genuinely do is he might figure out, like, the next time it saves. And when it saves, we can try ahead of, like, just re-logging the game or whatever. Because I need to get buff some scratches out, but we haven't had the opportunity to do that at all. Like, no one's asked for it yet. I'm not sure if it's not working. Because this isn't an early access game. This is a full release. Let's double check things, because we did get... Premium level auto repair shop adds tools for buffing out scratches. So we do have that. It is purchased. So it's not like I've just forgotten about it. Alright, so now we've already got everything upgraded while it's unlocked. So yeah, so you can get this stuff that boosts a bunch of nonsense here. That gives us the retro back. Yeah, so you either do retro with cedar to like massively lean it one way or the other. We got the gas station sign. We can massively lean it one way or the other. We go like super duper duper increase our prices and all that, or super duper duper do the mystery stuff. Kind of hoping to keep stuff on a balance. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had a great rest of your stream and all that good stuff. We are just going in here and running ourselves a little bit of a gas station. And I am blanking on what I want to do with some of this stuff. So we have our alien things for the wall. But check out Attack's absolutely fantastic content. We're playing some Star Sector today, which is absolutely a fantastic, fantastic game and all that. I'm sure Alex took really good care of you over there with that game. But welcome in, Raiders. But we're playing The Last Gas Station. There was a demo for this in Next Fest, which I hadn't played. We've been playing this here. It's very gas station simulator, but less jank and more pixel art. And then there is sort of a story going on, and it's sort of a lot of supernatural weird stuff going on. That they leave it up to, is stuff like actually weird and supernatural, or is it just like completely reasonable things and all that? Regardless of, we're 100% capitalizing on all the supernatural shenanigans. And what I'm kind of at the thing here is I've got a bunch of money that we're trying to get stuff going. Let's leave that alone. Alright. So I think we're good there. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here is we're going to end the day because we think something might be bugged. So I'm going to go ahead and end the day, which I believe saves us. And we're going to back out and come back in real quick. Because we unlocked the thing where we can fix people's dents and scratches on cars. But then I'm not actually getting the ability, like it's not actually happening. And it is a thing I need to do to continue. Star Sector is a classic. Took a few tries to get a good campaign going. This game looks neat too. Yeah, no, it is very, very gas station simulator. We are getting what feels like it's fairly late game. Yeah, I'm assuming this is the scratch and dent stuff here on this wall. But here's hoping there's not a bug. But yeah, so to give you an idea of some of the stuff we've been doing is, as we make our gas station nicer, we just keep jacking up our prices more and more. It's just a thing that happens. So we're currently charging our customers about 4 times the rate it cost me to buy gas. So we can also clean people's cars off with our car wash. And you might go, what do you think I'm charging for a car wash? You know, maybe 30 bucks, maybe 40 bucks, you know. Gotta make some money. The answer would be $159.50. So that's our current going price for a car wash. You want to use the restroom? No problem. $32. You want gas? We're honestly getting to the point it's about $200 to fill yourself up on there. And we're talking for a sports car. Oh, good. Yes, I think to remove that. That's good. Okay, so we're buffing out scratches. I didn't see how much we got paid for that. But yeah, so we are... It basically, the nicer you make your gas station, it's just a multiplier in what you charge for everything. Ugh. Cash. No. No cash. $319 to buff a couple scratches. Oh yeah, no, it is absurd. And basically the thing that determines that, if we look up here, on the top left there, you have your popularity setting. That basically determines the prices you charge. And what feeds into that is the civilization score feeds into that. And I'm not sure if the mystery score goes into that, but the mystery score makes weird things happen. So we've been leaning into that, which is why you'll see like we have alien posters and all that around, and a bunch of things like tire decorations. And so that's where, when you came in, I was looking at the decorations where it's kind of like, I don't know. Because previously, most of my decisions were like, okay, this is just straight up going to boost, like it's a positive. But we're now hitting the point where some of the things is I get a decoration and it lowers my overall popularity but increases like my alien score. And it's like, okay, but do I want that? Because that means I'm going to be lowering my prices on stuff unless it's alien specific stuff. And what they consider alien specific is like your green soda might be alien specific. There's like bobbleheads and that are alien specific. And so it's kind of figuring that out. I don't think of those things like, oh, you min-max strategy or whatever. But so far, the things we've seen that seem supernatural, you could excuse away as being like weird dreams and stuff like that. But, you know, it's hard to tell, like, with that kind of stuff. It's like, okay, is it a dream or did it really happen? And they've left that kind of open to interpretation. I don't know if at the end we're going to get, like, something confirmation one way or the other. Because the last time we woke up, we had, like, purple flames coming out of the side of the mountain that, you know, one person's claiming is a pyramid or whatever. Because that's the whole gimmick, is, like, supposedly Bigfoot's in the area, and that, you know, there's a pyramid inside the mountain that's, like, from an advanced civilization, and that there's aliens and all that. You know, and, like, the real conspiracy theory that, like, electric cars are actually bad. That's just, there's the guy who believes in aliens is, like, very overtly anti-electric car, which is interesting. He also believes in aliens and all sorts of other weird stuff, so you know. Maybe not use him as, like, a solid source. It's one of those things. It's got, like, a couple bits of, like, actually true information about how electric cars are heavier so they go through tires faster, which is true. Like, that's a factual thing. But then immediately tangentially goes into, but this is why all landfills are full. And you're like, I feel like there's a little bit more to that one. I don't think the slight increase in tire utilization of electric cars is the reason all landfills are full. It's like the guy when I used to work downtown Orlando who was just yelling at everyone going by that the jaywalking laws were just there to keep everyone down and that we're all suppressed because of the jaywalking laws. And I'm like, okay, you could certainly have a whole argument about a lot of things, but I don't think the jaywalking laws are, like, the big scary thing you probably need to keep yourself up at night about. Especially considering Orlando at one point had the highest number of pedestrian vehicle conflicts. In other words, people be getting hit by cars. Like that to me seems like, okay, well, there's actually a problem, which is more of a design problem, really, and that's just a band-aid trying to deal with it. Alright, so let's see here. We are out of medical kits. We're out of little warning signs because our warehouse is inadequate for me to put more of this in here. We're out of fraction 60. That could be weight 60 oil. I'm actually not sure because that bottle to me looks like antifreeze. I mean, I guess that also looks like antifreeze, and it would make sense with the ghost thing or whatever. Whatever that is, maybe windshield wiper fluid or whatever. Whatever it is, no idea. But people buy it from me, so I don't really care. If they're giving me money, I'll stock it. It's fine. We got our beer. We got... Oh, can't carry that. Warehouse is full. Let's see, there's some truth to the negative externalities of enforcement jaywalking laws, but yeah, no, there's definitely, like, unequal enforcement and that, like, it's not that there isn't stuff there, but, like, you know, to the point you're walking down the sidewalk screaming at the top of your lungs about how everyone needs to wake up, that, you know, they're being oppressed because of the jaywalking laws, and you're like, my man, there are much bigger concerns. Regardless of what at all you believe in, any alignment you might have, there are bigger issues to be worried about than the jaywalking laws. We do not need to dig into politics. But the point more was just like, oh, this person is utterly unhinged. And they're probably going through a crisis and yada yada, like, big sag. Okay, so our gas is full. I've got a big pile of money. We need to charge 13 more batteries, 1 more car wash, buff 14 more cars with scratches, 3 more customers checked out the register, and 25 more cars refueled, which you don't actually have to do anything for anymore. We've got all our upgrades for here, and then once we finish those, I get the tier 4, which lets me automate a lot of stuff. But where we're probably at is I likely need to make some decisions on our design stuff, because this gives us a bunch of bonuses. I think we lean all the way in on aliens. So let's get the They Are Watching Us lamp. The Flying Saucer lamp. We already have the other one here. We can get our billboards here. Alien Homeworld billboard. Forgotten light poles. So we have 4 of those, I believe. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And I don't have quite enough to get like the ridiculous one there. We are going all in on the mystery. Okay, so we got a score of 16 right now for alien stuff. So let's go over here and swap you out for alien stuff, and swap you out for alien stuff. Okay. Is there anywhere... Yeah, so you're all alien stuffed up. We'll put the alien facade on there. So that is technically lowered. Oh, actually, are we higher overall? So our design is now minus 17 for civilization. But we are at level 33 for alien. And 82 mystery. So we are going all in. As much as we can get away with all that. So we spent a lot of money. Oh, yeah, there's a voice recorder by my bed. That's not weird. Saturday. No, that's weird. I just said that. I decided to ask the Soldiers, that's a weirdly capital I, at the base, if they'd seen Red Elk, to which I always got roughly the same answer. They hadn't ever. At first, I thought it was simply military humor, some kind of stupid prank, but no, none of the soldiers of the company have ever seen Red Elk. Before our arrival, Area 23 had been fully mothballed, and there had been no personnel on duty, and no one gave me a tour. All the eyewitnesses claimed that as soon as we arrived, I went off to explore the base on my own. Luckily, my full access RFID bracelet automatically unlocked all the doors for me. So who was I talking to for so many nights in a row? Yeah, it's probably fine. Why is my light off? My light's never off. Yep, you just pump your own gas, and the best part is they pump their own gas, and they still give me a tip of $27. Alright, let's top off their oil. Because every single person in this town has an oil leak in their car. Alright, so it's your tires filled. Okay. So basically what we do here now is we do our auto service, we do our car wash, and we handle the clerk. We used to have to handle all the pumps ourselves, but we have since automated that away. Okay. Oh, and you wanted oil. I'm pretty sure this town is just one town of nothing but blown head gaskets. That's the only way I can explain how everyone is perpetually low on oil. that everyone has a blown head gasket is just dumping oil out the side of the top of their car like it's some kind of sieve. Sieve. Not sieve. Alright. Yeah, so the price we're charging for stuff has gone down dramatically since yesterday. Oh, hey! It's the aliens guy, the guy who threatened me at shotgun point my very first day here. And they'll be like, what have you done? You're with the aliens. I knew I should have put you down. Or are you making fun of me? As long as you buy my goods, I don't care. I wonder if it's also a thing, if you cater your place to like being for the aliens, if you can kind of push this person or that person to showing up. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But the bad pistons, the extra, well, explains the strange things. Everybody in the little bit messed up because of the bad extra pollution. Did you see them? Who? The invisible scouts. Blasted little green man. So, are they invisible or green? No, the invisible ones are the scout drones. There's no one inside, they're unmanned. That is the first wave. Our environment is not suitable for the aliens themselves. They breathe lithium solution after all, and the cobalt is like sugar to them. That's why we mine it in such quantities. This whole eco agenda was created only to poison our water with lithium and cobalt. Do you know how much fresh water it takes to extract 1 ton of lithium? Millions of liters. If you don't believe me, look it up online. We haven't stopped polluting the planet. We just do it in a way that benefits them now. And the government is in cahoots with them since it allows all of this. The second wave will begin soon. They will fly in openly. I hope it doesn't come to that. It will, you'll see. Good to know. Someone in line needs to tell this guy to buy his stuff and move on. Exactly, it's like, look man, you could go and shout your nonsense someplace else. I got a kid to get home to feed. Alright, let's get to the car wash. To be fair, I feel like our decor might be egging him on slightly. Like, I feel like I might be slightly responsible for him getting a little bit more unhinged as the time goes on. As he drives his giant gas-guzzling truck with the snorkel and everything. Alright, so we've washed enough cars, we've dealt with enough customers at the registers. It's the buffing out scratches, refueling the cars, and charging batteries we've got left. So 2 of those are at my repair shop. Those are taking time. And the refueling cars at this point is fully automated. All I gotta do is top off the gas each day. Sweet, let's go ahead and do that while we wait for it to be nighttime. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's a good price today. Okay, gas is topped off because it can only carry 1,000, and we have 985. Alright. Let's go ahead and go to our inventory stuff.
Thank you Kreesk for subscribing for 47 months. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Rualst, let's go.
Hey Kreesk, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, and yeah, 47 months, you are almost at 4 years. You are very, very close to hitting the 4-year mark, and that is absolutely ridiculous. And thank you so much for that support. I really do appreciate it. I've been supporting the channel for a long time here, so thanks so much for that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Not sure if you noticed, but the cash receipt gives you what item is associated with the legend. Yeah. You can also see that when you're purchasing the stuff. And the stuff mostly associated with legends, like, if we look at our stuff when we're buying here, it'll show it all there. So you'll see, like, that's the pyramid one, that's this one. So I've been just stocking all of this. And then the lightning bolt one is just, like, generic whatever. Yeah, we've gotten to the point where I'm just waiting till we run out of something to restock it because I just have no inventory space. Like, when we buy, like, 2 or 3 of these things, suddenly I've got all that stuff in inventory, and it just completely overwhelms everything. So I'm looking forward to our next upgrade, because I'm assuming I'll get 100 more inventory space, which will probably do all of nothing for us, because we'll turn around with that inventory space and have like 3 more categories of items to deal with. Alright, so I got 2,500 more money. So let's see about our design stuff we can do. So we've already got all this stuff. So the interesting one is that one jumps our mystery by 30, which is ridiculously high. So we can get the cozy rugs to boost our mystery. Did we get... Right, we couldn't get the sign yet. Yeah, so this sign gets us the most of the highest, like, mystery stuff. And then this gas station sign. That's our 2 signs to deal with. We get the mystery flooring and the mystery walls. And then all the rest has been alien stuff. Let's go out here. Just cozy rugs, and they're just kind of chucked all over the floor wherever. Cool. So signs. There's that one. And this one. Okay, so it looks like it actually get a sign for over my door as well. I also did notice there was a recorder over here. They've reached almost 100 mystery. 2 weeks. What can one accomplish in 2 weeks? Not much, especially when you don't know where to start, and you're torn between mysticism and science. Red Elk, whatever he was, most often contacted me when I was whiling away my nights in the monitoring room. The recent episode happened under similar circumstances. Maybe it's all about sleep deprivation. That term reminds me of an old technique. I should try it. I'm assuming we still can't go over here during night. Nope, that's fine. Oh, that is a lot of spotlights going now. Okay. Previously, when we've looked at that, there's just been like 1 or 2, but now it is a ton of spotlights going on back there. And they're just running over here in case there's more recordings. It's into who or what was Red Elk? I had too many hypotheses. An alien, hypnotic illusion of the Yeti, a Disney of the reverse house, or depths of the lake, or perhaps a mental projection of the pyramid machinery and Cloven Peak, if it exists, of course. I have little belief in the latter, but it too could be argued. But the main question is, what was he trying to achieve, and why did he contact our stop? Oh, we also saw, like, a nightmare version of ourselves that didn't interact with us in any way, so we weren't sure what to make out of it. So let's see if we can't find a mystery sign for over our door. Let's go to signs. So that's the shop there. That one will be the one that goes. Let's go all in on the mystery side. Okay, so we're up to 97 mystery. And 33 on UFO. Oh good, they've noticed me. For God's sakes, enough already. This is absurd. Am I dreaming? Am I accidentally skipping these? It was a dream, and a crazy one. I'm gonna be very careful on the next one. I might be skipping some of the dialogue in those. Like the last two, I mean. Because I feel like there should be more with it. There isn't like a revisit Cinemax, I assume, right? We can also go here to Cloven stuff. We have the UFO. We have to hit level 40 with the UFO to get that unlocked. And right now we're at 33. Because it feels like those are ending abruptly. Like I said, it might be something like, because I've got this paper, it might be saying space to skip. It has been one problem I've mentioned a couple times in the game, that depending on what I'm doing, like this one F will be confirmation, that one will be shift, this one will be space. They're very inconsistent on what you use to confirm and accept stuff. So I'm a little worried that what I've been doing there is trying to continue the prompt and accidentally skipping it just the last or two, because I'm getting more things that require me to use space, so I've started using space. And it of course happens at the end of the day. So circling back to check it, if that was the case, it'd be a whole thing. Okay. So we're getting close to having all of our cars refueled. We still have more batteries to charge and still more scratches to buff out. The big things we're running with those ones is just not having people show up that need that work done. Can you rebind the controls? Well, that's what I'm saying. The problem, Necron, is each of the mini games is moving around what button does what. So it's not that like I have the wrong button for this or that. It's like literally each and every individual like mini game has its own configuration. So it's kind of that problem, because we can check on the controls. There's not much. Yes, there's almost no settings to the game. So you know you cannot rebind controls. But that'd be kind of my one negative is like it's very inconsistent, like what is to accept and do things. But I think it should just be, it's like, hey, if you're gonna have F accept, cool, F is accept. Everywhere you go, F is the continue, accept, progress, whatever button. Not that I can't use other buttons. Like, for the battery, you have, like, F is for this thing, you know, shift is for the other one, and space is that. That makes sense. That's fine. Alright. Need your scratches worked on. Be scratched up. Let's do this. Not what I need you to have. Yeah, so it's got a bunch of these. Yeah, we'll just double check the next time a cinematic happens. Let's try and be very careful. And just kind of be like, okay, just verifying 100% that, you know, we did in fact not skip things. And if we did skip the past cinematics, that cinematic was we saw the aliens doing stuff in the background or whatever. But it's always at night we see these things. But the only ones I think we skipped, if we did skip, which we might not have, is the alien abduction thing, like we see the stuff in the background there. That was one. And then there was one that there was like a doppelganger, like with red eyes or whatever, just kind of like we walked over this way, they were standing over by the gas tank there, and they're like, it just said not like some not words. It's like kind of gibberish stuff. And then, you know, it kind of just ended. And your character's like, wow, that was weird. Was that just a dream? Oh, it wasn't gibberish? It was backwards. I missed that. Then, do you remember what it said backwards? Because I completely overlooked that. Alright, but before we go and sleep again, just in case one, there's a cinematic, let me just get the gas. You don't remember? Gotcha. Then I'm assuming it was nothing that was like, oh, this big earth-shattering thing. You know, like some big story thing or something like that. Alright, I can't actually... get that one added until we drop stuff off. Alright, but bear with me. I'm going to quickly use the restroom and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in a minute. Okay, and we are back. Right, so we were waiting for the gas to arrive. And then after that, we get our delivery of junk. And I'm just going to make a thing where we just do one delivery of junk each night. I'm not going to put the effort in. The gas is the thing that's making us the most of our money. Alright. I'm wondering if it'll be a thing that we'll see, like, all sorts of weird stuff happen based on what we decorate our store to. And my assumption is once we hit, like, the 40 or whatever in a thing, we get its, like, main cinematic or whatever. It's kind of feeling that, like, not won't be the max you can manage, but probably in that ballpark. Okay. It's also those things that, like, the mystery, I'm very curious how that plays into anything. Like, it's unclear how that stat really manipulates stuff. So it's definitely the popularity defects price. And the civilization has a very direct effect on popularity. Alright, so we got one at the car wash. But I'd really like to get these done, because next level we just start automating a lot of this away. We can't automate everything, but we can automate a lot of it. We should also probably go check with the person at the tire place. Haven't been there in a little while. Alright. And we can get you done. It's like 2 seconds real fast. You got anything going on here, buddy? How's it going? Fine. End conversation. Have a good day. Alright, so nothing going on here. So we've got one at the store and one at the car wash. Okay. And you're paying in cash? You monster. For some reason, we're selling nothing but alien stuff from the looks of it half the time. And apparently the people only paying cash, which makes me sad. And I guess the idea here is, since you do seem to be able to level the stuff up by just 20-cent coin, yeah. But that you do be able to seem to like gain levels in the various mystery things by selling their goods. That leaning your stuff super duper hard to one group or the other could potentially help you boost the sales of that thing, so you can like max it out or whatever. The thing I don't understand is just broadly having the mystery aesthetic, what that does. Charge the battery. Come on, get yourself scratched. Yeah, get those scratches and those batteries. Alright, we're getting there. Hey, Salford Sal, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. If we can get a shout out for Salford Sal, I'd much appreciate it. I'm just going to keep running around and running my gas station in the meantime. But for those who don't know, Salford Sal, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Plays a whole range of games similar to what we do, like a lot of like city builders, settlement builders, like your Timberborns and all that kind of good stuff. Doing some Oxygen Not Included, some Oni, another game that Salford Sal is very known for playing, and definitely has certainly made Pip Witches. That's a meme on Salford Sal's channel about the demands for Pip Witch, while Sal is definitely like, no Pip Witches. Only under duress or bribery. We have to include bribery. We at least got to be honest about it. There has definitely been an instance of Pip Witch bribery. But yeah, no, definitely good times over there. Highly recommend. But plays like Oxygen Not Included, Going Medieval, I believe Forest Frontier. What else was it? There's been a whole bunch of stuff we overlap. It's a lot of games that we both played. But very good times there. For everyone popping in here tonight, well, first of all, I play a whole range of games. I'm Rual Storge, we play a variety of games. I used to have a world record in Project Zomboid. We do play, like News Tower. We do play a lot of similar games to Salford Sal and all that stuff, as well as like Simulation, a bunch of other stuff. Today we're checking out The Last Gas Station, which is like if someone took Gas Station Simulator and said, what if we turned down the jank a little bit, gave it some really lovely pixel art, and then on top of all that kind of stuff, turned around how much inventory space? Alright, we're low on inventory space. But then also add a bunch of supernatural stuff that it doesn't have like... There is like story stuff going on. It's not like strictly like, who am I? What's my past? Or anything like that. It's more, you're in just an area that there's all sorts of like wild conspiracy theories around like supernatural stuff, like aliens and lost civilizations and all that. And so far the game has kind of let you just interpret, is it real or is it not real on your own terms. That your character, like, you wake up and you see stuff, and then you're like, okay, but was that a dream or did that really happen? But we definitely are leaning in towards price gouging people and then using all the various stuff to, like, very much lean in on the tourism side of it to get ourselves more money, which you can choose to do or not to do. Like, you can change it so you just have, like, regular shop signs and, like, a normal thing. But you know what? We are going all in on the alien vibe and seeing what we can make happen. Let's grab this and check our shelves. Restock our stuff. But yeah, so it's got like the... If you think about, you know, gas station simulator where you run around, you have to like fuel up cars and do the car wash and repair. It's got a lot of those same things. They do have very, very different mini games for a lot of them. Like the first fueling game is the same one that Gas Station Simulator has, but like it very quickly deviates from it, and you get upgrades to automate stuff. So instead of having employees who are terrible at everything, you just kind of lean more and more into automation. All right. Oh, that was weird. The reason I was like, that was weird is our character turned up for some reason on their own, so I was like, oh, is something gonna happen? Yeah, so right now what we're working on is we need to get 3 more people to buy gas from us. We need to do some repairs on some cars. Because they're trying to unlock the last tier of stuff. This isn't a super long game, but none of these kind of games tend to be. So what I need to do is I need to buff scratches out of 11 more cars. I need to recharge 9 more batteries, and I need to refuel 3 more cars. Oh yeah, that's where we go. So we're going to go ahead and buff out the scratches. And we can add some oil. But once we do this set of objectives in the bottom right, we can go to the highest tier one. So you need to charge the battery. So you got to connect the positive, the negative. Start recharging it. Take out the negative, then the positive. So it's got all these mini games that have like a bunch of steps to them and everything. So it keeps it a little bit interesting. And they do a relatively good job that as you start getting, it's like, alright, I'm ready for this mini game to go away. They'll either replace the mini game or have a different one going in. I also am amused that we get to charge people completely unreasonable prices. Our prices are down right now because we're, instead of gouging the prices, we're focusing more on trying to get alien stuff going on. But we were charging, I think it was $150 something for a car wash. Over $200 for like sports cars to fill up their gas. What else was it? $32 to use the bathroom. That was not what I was expecting. Like me playing this, or just with its name, you weren't expecting it to be what it is. It's actually been a lot of fun. Come on, I need you to get oil. The second one. I don't know, I'm doing good. But no, it's very, very gas station simulator coded. Just, you know, pixel art and all that stuff. And also check out Azrael, another fantastic content creator. It does a lot of simulation games. So if you like your simulation games, you can find that over there. Charge the battery, can do. I actually like that charging the battery is like in real life, that again, you gotta connect your 2 poles, and then you turn on your charger, you turn off your charger, disconnect the 2 poles, all that kind of stuff. So like, it's not super duper realistic on a lot of the stuff you do, but it's like, oh, okay, you have like a couple steps going on here. Alright. So I refueled all the cars we need. We've got 10 more cars we need to do scratches for, and 6 more cars we need to recharge their battery. And the reason why we're so far behind on the scratches is I think the game had a bug that it wasn't getting any of the jobs to clean up the scratches. So we did like a save, exit, reload, and then suddenly was getting them. So I think there was just an issue there. Oh, so I got customers inside. Alright. But yeah, so we've been automating our jobs. So you saw like the Roomba come through. I used to have to clean all the floors myself. Now I got a Roomba. Okay, so we did gain 1 mysticism, or one of the mystery for the sales there. So we're leaning hard into aliens and mystery. And I think what I'll do is I'll aim to keep like the mystery at around 100. And that, as you know, as we get that all sorted, I'll start backing off the mystery a little bit to lean into other things. Alright. So I'm assuming it's nighttime at this point. Yep. How's the gas price? Gas price is terrible, so we'll do that tomorrow. Okay, so let's go ahead and order whatever we're short on real quick. Yeah, about my only things is, and this is a problem that this genre's always had, like, for ordering stuff, I do wish we could streamline this in some way. Like, make it an unlock. Make me have to earn it. No, I'm going to grab more postcards because we go through those a lot. Like, make me have to earn it kind of thing. But it would be nice if with this type of stuff, I could just, like, sort by, like, hey, what do I not have much of? Hey, Penny, how's it going? And the game's good. We are absolutely price gouging people, and it would have it no other way. And also, for those who don't know, Penny Meowie, another fantastic content creator, been doing some Project Zomboid. Did you already have your event? I thought that was still coming up. Is that the 30th that your event is? Oh, today is the 30th. I'm hoping I didn't miss it because time zone things. Hey, Rual, what day is it? Look, man. Dates are hard. When you full-time content create, about the only thing you worry about dates is, like, where things line up and land and all that. We had the pre-event, in which a bunch of the challenges to complete in order. The better start. The main event is later today. Gotcha. So, for those who don't know, like, Penny Meowie is doing a Project Zomboid event later today. That, like, there's going to be a bunch of creators playing Project Zomboid. I don't actually know the competition challenge thing. I think there's going to be a, like, I think it's an RP thing. I don't know the details on it. But, like, it did, like, from everything I've been hearing secondhand, it sounds like fun. Alright. So let's see if we can't get that thing. I have to go through what's happening this week, week to week, because partner work shifts. And you know the worst memory remembering what she's doing each day? Yeah, it's, it gets wild trying to keep up. Alright, so let's see. So last night it was like 85 cents or something for gas. Ow! That's way worse. What is the bar above the shelves? Oh, that's how full the shelf is. So I've got some of those shelves that aren't very full, but I just guess I just don't have the merchandise they want for it. The other thing I could potentially do is start just deliberately buying just the alien stuff or whatever, and not so much the other stuff. OPEC is finally catching up to your price gouging? No. No, don't let them catch up to that. I need that price gouging. It's where I get all my illegitimate money. Okay. And you want oil. I need you to not want oil. I need you to either want your battery charged or scratches buffed. Ideally, both. Yeah, I think that's what they want. Like, anyways, just like fun personalities, good times, that kind of thing. Like, with the people I've heard of involved, it's not that any of them aren't good at the game or anything like that. But, like, if they were just going for the sweaty tryhards, they would just target sweaty tryhards. It's much harder to launder Monday with reasonable prices. I know, right? Remove scratches. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your support in helping me rank up again. Did I miss something with the mods? Where did I miss that? You don't know what Oach has to say about the price gouging? Probably not much. Oach is about safety, not about prices. Oach is making sure you have guardrails and all that stuff. And you wear your PPE. You mean still true. And we are officially at 100 mystery. I mean, if you need to buff scratches, easy way is to find more while filling tanks. Yep. Just walk by with your keys like, oh no, man, someone scratched your car. Look, I'll give you a discount on it. Just because we're buds and you were already here. All right. So we're down to just 5 more charge batteries. We're still at 9 scratches. We're just not getting many scratch repairs. Which it is a bit of a bummer that we're kind of being held up for progression, not because of like money earned or anything else like that, but just waiting for the correct jobs to come by. It's not the end of the world. It's not been terrible. This has been our first stream of the game. But we have been kind of stuck at progression, just waiting for them. Okay. And what I might do is I might go out of my way to try and buy stuff for the shelves that don't have things. Can you hire staff? No, so you don't hire staff, you automate. That's the thing is, the thing you see on the bottom right when I'm not on this screen, that's the thing that lets me advance to the next set of levels. I've got to do the Achieve Mastery first, and then with that I can start automating more stuff. So that's kind of where we're stuck right now, is that I want to automate more. I can't quite get there. Alright, so those 2 shelves. Need more stuff. Alright, so let's focus on these 2 shelves here. So we go to this. I believe that's this shelf. I've got those things. These and those. You'll see that lets us fill that shelf up. That's new. Okay, we've got a weird wispy thing going on the ground. Let's go see if we got any radios laying around. Get some more sweet, sweet lore. And I can't keep running that way. You'll be like, no. Can't go there till morning. Yeah, so like the wispiness on the ground, that's new. We haven't seen that before. Now what we don't know is that because I hit 100 mystery? Or is that just like a progression thing that just happened on its own? I'm gonna go and say it's probably 100 mystery. But like I said, what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna deliberately, as the mystery climbs, start backing off of the stuff that has all the mystery bonuses to get other bonuses. But I want to keep it at 100, I think. Alright, let's grab you. Okay, so got that shelf stocked. And grab you, you. You'll see about this shelf. Okay. That way the shelves are like all the way in the orange here. Yeah, there you go. Get those all stocked. Okay, and that's fine. Made a bunch of money. how's the gas prices today? Good, gas prices are good today. We'll buy what little I need. But yeah, we had the price of gas up to like 270 something when it's just focusing on money. But now we've been trying to focus on some of these other things to see what we can get done. Alright, come on, scratches. Scratches. Ugh, oil, I don't need you to want oil. Okay. Get the car wash. I'd be curious to see what we'll end up wanting to switch first, because it looks like we'll probably need to get like 3 or 4 mystery, and at that point that'll be enough to swap out the sign, because I think the sign gives me like a +4 or whatever. Then we can swap it out for a sign that just pays me more. I'm hoping that, like, by some magic, if I stand here, more repair stuff will happen. I don't think that's true at all. But, you know, we're playing the waiting game. I just need people to show up for repairs. That way I can immediately automate my repair stuff, and never have to repair things again. Okay. And I can do with this. Well, at least you have the battery charger. I really do need this to be scratches. But at least the battery charger is something I need. Oh, there's another person waiting in line. Come on, scratches. Come on, scratches. With a sports car like that, yeah. With a sports car like that, I know you probably dissed someone and they did not take it well and they scratched your ride because they figured you cared more about your ride than you did about them. That still makes you an awful person, but, like, you know, at least you're giving me the business that I need. Is that 3 or 1 scratches? That, I believe, is 1 scratch removed. Because if it was just like that was 3, that would be easy. It would only take like 5 of those to get it all done. Like I said, that's kind of been the hold-up here. This is the first time it's like, oh, we're being held up by this a lot. Because I'm getting a bunch of money. I could spend it on random things I don't need. Like different decoration styles. But as I mentioned before, I'm trying to get the aliens to 40 so we unlock all the information on the aliens. Because my suspicion is that if we were to go to this, that if we get the aliens to level 40, we would get to see some kind of like cinematic that would bring closure to the alien stuff, because that's the highest information we get. Oh hey, I haven't seen you in a while. And you just want 1 alien soda, of which you're going to pay in cash. Have you found your Bessie? I have, only I'm afraid the lake has done something to her. What makes you say that? After I found her, I gave her her favorite lettuce and went to bed. And in the morning, I thought at first that she didn't touch the treat. But then I looked closer. The lettuce leaves were cut into perfect triangles. Sounds odd. It sure does. Something strange happened to me too. I hope you didn't go to the lake. No, but you might say that the lake came to me. I was woken up in the night by the sound of footsteps, and when I went out to the store, I saw wet footprints leaving from the hatch in the warehouse to the exit. A hatch in the warehouse? Yeah, there's a locked hatch. I don't know what's under it. I've heard about underground tunnels of the old military base, but you better talk to Erich about that. Who's Erich? He's the ophthalmologist. He's new to Cloven Peak, but it seems like everyone already knows him. What does an ophthalmologist have to do anything with a military base? He used to work there, at least that's what he says. Where did you say those wet footprints led? To the exit. And then? I don't know, it was late at night, so I didn't investigate. And rightly so, wet footprints, especially at night, are not a good sign. But if something like that can come out of your hatch so easily, I'd advise you deal with it as soon as possible. Okay, I'll try to talk to this Erich. Okay, that seems like some kind of progress of something going on. Did we hit some type of threshold with that? No. Excuse me, could someone pull in their car and make me fix the scratches on it, please? I don't need the business, I just need it for my checklist. Yeah, keep in mind, one, it's in liters, but also, we have charged considerably more for it. And also keep in mind, we are charging, how much was it more, like 3 or 4 times more? I think we got a little bit over 4 times as much as what we spend on gas we were charging people for. Alright. Man, it's time to go to the parking lot, throw some stones at cars. I know, right? It's like, look, man, if we gotta take some drastic action, I do think we need to get these scratches going on. Alright, so let's go here again. Here, so we're looking at this shelf. Grab a stack of those. Grab 2 of these. That's probably fine there. Grab a stack of these. Too bad you can't buy a promotion for, like, free scratch with an alien soda. Yeah, no, it'd be nice to do it. Do you think the prices affect the rates customer come by? No, so the way the game works is as you gain your, the blue thing, like whatever the blue stuff is, it's your popularity affects your price, or sorry, the popularity affects the rate that people come by, and then the blue lightning bolt, is the thing that is the primary contributor to popularity. But like I said, we're trying to like mess with the mystery stuff and all that as well. Oh. Something going on. Who's making a racket again? It's those footprints again. I have to find out where they lead. Are you open? You are not open. They went right? Yeah, I'm running around looking. So we're not hitting spacebar this time. I think this trail leads to the lake. Not that I believe in all this nonsense, but I'd rather go there in the morning. Alright. we can now go to the lake. I'm assuming. Okay, so spacebar does not skip, by the way. So we didn't skip things. We just had like the alien things like, "Ah, come on," and then you hit the button, and it went out. So I think the idea is there, like, not that it was a jump scare. That's overstating it. That you'd see something a little upsetting, and your character would just wake up. You're like, "Was that a nightmare?" So before our customers show up, follow the trail. Afternoon, what are you doing here? Oh, sorry, afternoon, what are you doing here? Living, fishing, you? I run the gas station nearby. I've been wondering about all that noise. What is this place? The shore, the boating station. And where are all the boats? All? There's only ever been one. Where is it then? She floated away. She has a mind of her own, floats away when it comes, then comes back. Do boats do that? Looks like they do. Aren't you afraid of the lake? Me? What do you have to be afraid of? Lake, of course. What's wrong with the lake? Well, they say that their ships sink here and people disappear. These things happen on lots of lakes. But isn't this one special? It sure is. It's beautiful. Lots of rare fish. I love it here. Have you been living here long? Very. And what about all the strange finds? I don't know. Never found anything strange in all my time here. It's other people that keep finding stuff. Why do you need so much fish? I'm trying to catch rare species. What for? I help them survive, breed them, and then release them. So you don't eat them? What? No, of course not. Alright, it was nice to meet you. It was nice to catch up. Nice to chat. Drop by when you can. Day 27. This red elk is a good conversationalist. He really does know a lot about local legends. I thought he'd only tell me a couple of new ones, but it turns out my ignorance extends much farther than I'd thought. Even feel a little embarrassed. However, it's possible he's just making them up as he goes along. There's something odd about all his stories. A kind of disjointedness that seems to suggest a common meaning. But at the moment I try to grasp for it, the narrative falls apart. Sometimes I feel something similar when I talk to our neuroanalyst. Maybe Red Elk uses it to generate them while I'm sleeping. Okay, so that was interesting. So we can now go to the lake. I'm hoping there's more that happens with that, because we got the one guy who does the tire art, and we had one dialogue with him. And ever since then, we've never been able to, like we could talk to him, but it's just like, how are you doing? Fine. Bye now. Okay. But that's definitely moving towards one of the other... Who are you? I'm pretty sure this is the Bat Rat or Rat Doc or whatever he was. That's the one who has all the theories. Good afternoon. Marge said you wanted to talk to me about something? I was busy for a while, but today I had errands in this area. I love what you've done with the place, by the way. The gas station looks completely abandoned not so long ago. I'm sorry, who is Marge? Don't you know her? Quite a striking lady, carries a scuba tank around. Oh, that Marge, and you are... You can call me Erich. So, what did you want to talk about? There's a strange hatch in the floor of my warehouse, and not long ago, someone came out of it at night. I know about the hatch, but it's unlikely anyone would have come out of it. Are you sure? Now that you said it, not so much. I saw wet footprints, but in the morning they were gone. Maybe I just dreamed it? where does this hatch go? Well, you must have heard that there's a military base nearby. It's an underground communications run through nearly all the forest area. The hatch in there, the hatch in the gas station is just one of the emergency exits. But as far as I know, this particular tunnel has been flooded for a long time. At least, according to the plans I saw. Marge said you used to work at the base? Guilty, but I can't boast about having high security clearance. So if you start asking me about Area 23, I will deny everything. Area 23? You must be new here. I am. Come on. It's a legendary base. Secret tests, alien autopsy, UFO hangars. You haven't heard anything about all that? No, do you mean to say it's true? I can neither confirm nor deny it. Damned if I know. I worked there when it was an ordinary doctor checking the soldiers' eyesight. So I had no access to the secrets, alas. I see. How can anyone open this hatch? As far as I know, you need an RFID bracelet with the clearance, or you can do it manually from the inside. Well, thank you. So, you say the tunnel underneath it's flooded? If the plans I saw are real, and not a dud for disinformation, which would be on par for the course for the military, as you know. I see. Well, thanks again. Till next time. Alright, new legend. Numerous weird phenomena have been observed around the area of Cloven Peak. Some believe that they are caused by a secret government base, Area 23, and its secret experiments related to the development of psionic weapons. And I believe with that we have discovered all of the different, base conspiracy theory things. But, the only one we've gotten any distance in is the alien one. Oh, hey. Day 68. What did Red Elix say? What if it knows we're watching? What if that's the reason? I simply can't find any other explanation. Could aliens from distant stars see the radiation from our sensors and bypass them? How would it would be simply foolish to think otherwise. Could this be possible for a mysterious rare species, potentially capable of hypnosis? Which is how it has successfully eluded us all these years and centuries? Hypothetically, yes. And if it was visitors from another world or inhabitants of the reverse house, call them whatever you like. What do we even know about them and their abilities? Absolutely nothing, and so on and so forth. By the way, I haven't seen this red elk guy in a while. I better ask the soldiers. Which then, we got story that from the soldiers, they were like, there's never been a person like that following you around, you just talk to yourself. Repair shop, get me over there. We got scratches to fix. Please, please be scratches. I want to fix scratches. Can we fix scratches? I'd like to fix the scratches. Add oil. Fix your cars, people. I shouldn't need to be topping off your oil constantly. We did gain 1 level in UFO since I last looked. That is some good news. I keep seeing that we're gaining popularity, and I'm not entirely sure where from. I mean, I guess it's good reviews. So every single time we're doing the gas pump, it goes up. Oh, wait. Come on. Remove scratches! Yeah, thanks, buddy. I needed this. I'll even do your oil. For the cost of a change of oil. We're officially over halfway through the scratches. I know, right? I offer buy one, get one deals. You buy one, and you get one. You don't get one free. You just get the one that you bought. Also, supposedly this is in the future where we have like neural inhibitors or something like that we can, you know, go on vacation without leaving home. So yeah, everyone's driving around gas-guzzling station wagons in a future where we've got like electric cars everywhere and like able to do like these neural inhibitor things and all that. It really is confusing. Because it's not only that they're driving cars, like whatever, or even that they're driving gas cars, again, whatever. It's that, you know, they're still rocking station wagons and somehow keeping them roadworthy. You know, at the point you can get like brain implant to, you know, go on vacation. Let me guess, if I try to go here at night, they'll be like, no. Oh, no. You do let me... I see creepy eyeballs. So, how's your gas station doing? Hello, and you're fishing? Same. Have a good day. I was not expecting it to let me go out there. This is going to turn out that you're actually the middle manager in a dead-end job. And using one of those neural things, that would be amazing. That, like, the whole thing is you're just... It's, like, just a Total Recall thing. Or was it Total Recall? Oh, no. Which one is the one where he, goes on a vacation about being a spy or whatever? And then you're supposed to be, like, left wondering, is he still, in fact, in the place or not at the end? Total Recall. Yep. Okay. So we need, I believe that was the gum packets? Then go here, get our gas. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go here, go to the gum. Alright. The gas shows up first. Alright, if we look here... Yeah, that drops us back down to... Yeah, it drops us back down to 100 mystery, but it actually lowered our popularity. What? So, old light, replace you, forgotten light. Oh, this is telling me what it's going to do. Yeah, so we boosted up the rating for our place, and we just let the mystery go down. So I'm slowly trying to switch us over from one to the other. And kind of balancing these out. So one of the things we could probably do here, we go up to there, go to the design, and go to our streetlights. So I've got that one, the forgotten ones. We can get the eco ones. It'll take a while before those will be relevant. But then if I gain one more mystery, I could swap it. And it should help a lot. Okay. And that's you done. Let's see. In We Can Remember It For You Wholesale, the guy had saved the Earth from aliens at some point in his past as a child, but didn't want to remember. Oh, I saw Total Recall a very long time ago. I just don't remember the details. Alright. I am trying to save up a bunch of money, so that way as we go along we can, you know, get the next tier and just immediately start unlocking a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so we're gonna start getting all this set up so we can start jacking up them prices. I've never seen Total Recall, but you know it's based on a Philip Dick short story. Add oil. I don't want to add oil. I want to fix scratches. Let me fix your scratches, man. Oh no, someone's keying your van actively. Okay. Alright, 6 to go. You only need 6 more scratches fixed. Come on, scratches. Come on, scratches. Oh, yeah. 5 scratches to go. Not remembering details of Total Recall is ironic. You're not wrong. Okay. Ooh, big spender today. Actually, it's not that much money. A lot of items. Not a lot of value. Okay. I appreciate all the alien stuff we sell. The car repair gets the priority. Remove scratches? Heck yeah, this has been a big scratches day. Only 4 to go. So scratches has almost caught up with battery charging. I do wonder if it's tied to like your level or whatever, that they have like a different distribution that comes up, so that way you know what we can do with all stuff. There was an alien thing in the original movie at least, but it was also late 80s, so special effects were weak at the at the time. Gotcha. Getting to the point where you should be asking for batteries. Unless you missed it, you've gotten 4 or 5 scratches since the last battery. It has the battery, or sorry, the scratches are still behind the batteries though. All things considered. Yep, we're 5 levels in alien stuff from maxing out the alien stuff. There's a pretty good chance by the end of stream we'll have maxed out the alien stuff. We can see what happens with that. Alright. We can go up here. How are my gas prices? Not great. We'll wait till tomorrow and see what happens there. We'll grab our inventory here. We'll go to the shelves that look like they could use some love. Alright, so we'll have to get some snacks off that shelf for that shelf. Got more stuff to get for that shelf. More stuff for this shelf. This shelf's all good. Okay, so we're looking at the eyeglasses shelf, the basic car stuff shelf, and you're just the regular old good shelf. We got a regular old goods. Now is that the one we're looking for? Okay, so you need restocked. Oh, it's this shelf, that's right. That fills up a warehouse. So grab those. All right. Let's actually restock our shelves. That's an important detail. Okay, we'll get glasses another day. Alright. Oh, I meant to change my things. What the hell was that? They keep checking that. I didn't click anything. Right. Time to cut back in the local legends. Okay, so let's grab the lantern. So you're switching to an eco lantern. So it's just like the moon was covering up like... Well, nothing else might be going on, but my computer sure possessed. The background turned from what it was to like a negative of it. Alright. You like just moon? Okay, so we're starting to increase the price in gas again. Let's go check the lake. How's your gas station doing? Flowing? You're fishing? Same. Have a good day. Oh, car wash. I'm gonna see if I can avoid paying the criminally high prices. Now, we do have the guy who's, like, all into aliens and showed up again. Oh, let's check. Maybe my level in the alien stuff went up a lot. I mean, it went up to 35, and that could be a threshold, because 40 seems when we get the last bit of the information. Yep, so that's the guy into aliens. We'll deal with him in a minute. Right now... oil. Boo. Boo. I know how you sheep are. I've seen Zootopia. No, like, just moon. Did we watch Zootopia? Do you not remember the end of it? Not gonna go into the spoilers. I have a business proposal for you. If you mean the UFO-themed merch, I am already... What? No, that's not what I mean. Alright, tell me. A concert. A concert? A rock concert. Well, to be honest, we haven't landed on the genre yet, and the first songs are still being written. Okay, but what does that have to do with me? This is a good spot for lots of people, and you'll get additional advertising. Win-win. Let me guess. The town council said no? Well, yeah. Cloven Peak is a quiet town and all that. Alright then. Yeah, let's shake up this pigsty. Hey, it's my place. It isn't that bad. I meant it figuratively. This place as a whole. Sorry. Okay, when should I expect you? Well, we're still composing the songs and gathering the equipment. Oh, so it's not soon? Well, the stage is almost ready. We can deliver it tomorrow. Is it a big group? Just me, Bobby so far. And the guy from the junkyard? Yeah, he has a very melodic voice. Who'd have thought? It's just a shame he likes pop music. I'm more into rock. I thought you'd be into country. That'd be a stereotype. I hope we can persuade the sheriff. She's a good singer too. I would have not guessed the sheriff was a she. And Marge won't give us the drums for free. Her Logan used to play them. Guess we'll have to invite her too. Quite an odd bunch. Alright, it's a deal. Thanks. So you'll be beating customers off with a stick. I hope that actually happens. And it isn't just empty dialogue. I genuinely want this concert featuring Marge with her scuba tank and all the other things going on here. You tease. I just need 2 more batteries and 3 more scratches. Right there at the home stretch. And then we can upgrade all the things. There'll be no more needing to spray these cars myself. I can just hand off repairing things to the automated garage. We can just sit around all day. Just like, you know, instead of doing all this cardio all day long and being incredibly fit, instead we could just slowly change our dimensions from tall to round. Not sure entirely how it happened. Get ourselves a desk job. Pay extra to go to the gym. Okay. Alright, I want you to pay by card, okay? Thank you. Oh. Day 2. We arrived at the site, and the duty officer oversaw the base while it was mothballed, gave me a tour. An exotic character, I must say. One of the last indigenous people. He introduced himself as Red Elk. I consider myself an expert in local folklore, but I'm sure he could regale me with a few tales I haven't heard yet. As for the base itself, well, it probably requires farther reflection. For now, I'll just say that my first impression was one of disappointment. So this is happening during the day, not in the evening. Day 66. 2 whole months of monitoring and nothing. Cobalt disappearances never reoccurred. But what was the cause? And why do all the incidents reported by eyewitness occur in precisely those remaining patches of land that are not under surveillance, even if we assume conspiracy among all these eyewitnesses, which is utterly nonsense? Given that given their very primitive background, they couldn't have accurately identified all of our blind spots. If I don't get an answer to this question, the project will be shut down, with the conclusion that all we needed to do was install more modern surveillance in the mines, which we've already done. Now, I can't leave empty-handed. And then we pop up into a secret military base and are immediately shot. Okay. Day 20. 0 activity throughout the entire monitored area, and not a single case of missing cobalt or vanishing veins. Last night I allowed myself to utter a curse about this, and Red Oak, who is as usual with me in the monitoring room, suffering from insomnia, suggested maybe IT knew we were watching, or maybe it knew we were watching. Why do these words haunt me? Day 76. Well, that's it. A thank you letter arrived. We're quickly resolving the long-standing issue of cobalt theft. Theft. Sure, the wording suggests that other theories are no longer being considered, and of course, they didn't forget to mention that the project scope doesn't include investigating reports of strange incidents from locals, and that in 14 days, the allocated funds will be exhausted, and they will issue an order to extract equipment and personnel. In other words, pack your stuff and go. Okay. I think I know where we find the solution to this. But we did gain access to this during the day. So it's not just hallucination. Alright, so here we go. I'm going to need my notepad for just a minute here. We're going to start way over here on the left. Okay. So as we walk in, there's a couple places that we've seen that have symbols. Well, the moon thing up there, I put there. So there's a lightning bolt here from this light. We don't see anything there. There is a moon behind us on that fuel tank. There is a triangle over here. I was actually really expecting the symbol to be there as well. I don't know if the 23 is going to be involved in anything, but there's a 23 back there that we couldn't see at the beginning. So my guess is each of these lights would have a thing. The question is, by having these lights where they are, am I blocking it with this style of light? So let's go over here to you. If I switch you to the eco light, I don't see anything else new there. So we saw there's a 23 here. We didn't see anything over here. Because so far all of those things have been glowing. Let's check to see what the upgrades are, because it could be that it's locked behind the building level 4 or whatever it is. Do we? Yeah, so we get 2 lampposts. So my guess is I'm missing one of them that we already have access to, and that these 2 will give me access to the other ones. So I'm guessing that's the teaser being like, tee-hee-hee, you're about to discover more stuff once you go and find the next thing. But we're very, very close. So I need the glasses. The rest of those are full. Let's go to order goods. And we'll get those two. And we're almost able to do it. Yeah, because we've got 4 of the light posts. Yeah, so like I said, my guess is we'll get the last 2 when we get the associated upgrades. And then we'll be able to go in there and figure out what the mystery is going on here. And I did deliberately not buy gas yesterday because it was like 90 something cents per bit of gas. But you're still... sadly, I cannot put it off another day. I'm still going to make really good money on the gas. I just wanted better money. Come on, man. Three more scratches, 2 more recharges. We can get this done today. Oh, you're building the stage. I totally forgot about the stage thing. This is like, the hell is this? Alright. The good news, we got a decent amount of money. Alright, there's at least the battery charge. Okay. We got another one who wants to repair. Come on, scratches. Come on, scratches. Get out of my sight. Oil. Now beat it. You're not welcome here anymore. So we need 1 more recharge and 3 scratches, and we got 2 cars lined up. Come on. I didn't see what the other thing they wanted was. Pump the tire. Come on. Get out of here. I want to hear about scratches. Charge the batteries at least acceptable. Alright, so it's just 3 scratches now. And we got 3 scratches yesterday done. It's either, well, it may have been 4, but either way, we got it done yesterday. A car wash. Okay. Alright, we got 2 lined up. We'll have to see what that's all about when we're not trying to keep up with this. Add oil, come on. Yeah, no, the game's been a lot of fun. I don't think it's a game you're going to put a lot of hours into. It definitely feels like 12, 15 hour kind of game. Of course, we're having no luck with getting the scratches to get this 4th things set up. I definitely hope it's got like a weighted RNG to help kind of force when you're waiting on one thing to force it to have a higher frequency of happening. Alright, come on. Please, I need this. What was that? Sound like someone kicked over an oil drum. Yeah, so we unfortunately didn't have any luck at all on the scratches today. Which is probably still fine. We probably need a little bit more money for the, for getting all of the upgrades. Maybe I just heard a door hit and didn't think much of it. You had the moon there, we have the lightning bolt here. Yeah, like I said, my guess is we'll add 2 more lights. That'll give us 2 more of them. There's supposed to be 6 from what I saw. I've got 3 of them. We got 2 more light posts. So I'm assuming I'm just overlooking one. How goes the shelves? The shelves all look fine to me. I'm just not going to bother with them today. I'm also just watching to see if there's a shelf that's like low on supply. Alright, you got cheap gas for me today? Well, better. I wouldn't call it cheap, but better. Alright, scratches. I just need scratches. There's nothing as far as I can tell that I as the player can do to influence this. I think it's literally we just gotta wait for the RNG to give me the scratches. That said, my assumption of what's gonna happen is, as we're doing this anyways, we will have other people show up, because we are gaining a bunch of things like around the alien stuff and whatnot, that we will have other people show up and, you know, want to give a story and dialogue. So we should still have progression there. Alright. Come on. It's right here, man. We got your scratch fix right here. Half price. We'll do half the work at half the charge. But we only accept it if you pair it up. Take your customers to check out. We got a repair. Come on. Scratches! It looks like we got another vehicle pulling up behind, too. Only 2 more instances of scratches? Come on, that truck looks like it's scratched. Come on, you need this fixed. Oh, yeah. 1 more instance of scratches after this, and we are good. Come on, thirds and charm. Yeah. Scratch. Come on. You know you got scratched car. Ah, battery charged. Let's deal with our customer stuff going on before it gets too late. The good news is we're down to just 1. Just 1 more scratch. Alright. Get our car wash done over here. And then with that, we'll have the level 4. And assuming we have enough money, we'll be able to get all that done. And it'll be just a matter of, like, money and, like, the different stuff going on. We've been all in on this alien stuff for a while now. Okay. I'd really like you to cash out before it's nighttime, sir. People have a tendency to walk out when it hits nighttime. Sir, we're trying to close. It's getting late. All you're doing is littering and making my Roomba work extra hard. Okay, we get you all squared away. You're fine. You're fine. Okay, so it looks like we could use more of the postcard things. Get that sorted real fast. We can also get our gas. So I need to go to the postcards. Grab a bunch of these. Alright. So 1 more scratch, and then we're probably thinking, wallpaper the PC change card. Yeah, no, I mentioned that. So the other day when we had the cinematic where it's just like the moon took up the entire background, that's when it switched. Like we had that, we woke up, we checked the computer in the morning to get inventory where I was like, oh, it's like a negative of what it was before. Because it showed the pyramid before being kind of a rust color, like a rust/reddish brown or whatever. And it's around that time that the trap door opened. But the trap door, we need a code. And don't get me wrong, with what we have, we probably could brute force it. But that'd just take time. And then considering we are already just trying to get this last little bit, and then I suspect we will be able to get the actual combination. Can the trapdoor be closed? No idea, but I don't see a reason to. Because we'll want to go into the observation room, at which point I am assuming we'll be able to get into more of the military base to learn. Come on, scratches. Give me scratches. I'm already here. Ready to go. Yeah, it's time. I don't feel like working on this anymore, so we'll finish up this person. Once theirs done, we're just gonna, in the middle of the day, try the upgrade and just see what happens. Alright. So let's go over here and get our upgrade. Watch be like 20,000. 10,000. Upgraded. 10 to civilization. Alright. 7,000 on the car wash. So I no longer deal with the car wash. And the lamppost. And the lamppost. And the attraction spot. Alright. So I still have to deal with the repair station because it's a bunch of money, but with that said, I'm no longer doing the car wash anymore. So basically my job is just to mind the store. And then this evening we can go and swap out the light posts and the sign. Okay. And that did jump us up a bunch of the reputation, so our gas prices are going back up. We're almost back up to $3. So we're pretty close to about what the highest we went with our gas prices were. And then the hope here is I did snag both of the street signs, or sorry, the street lights. So the hope is we will be able to get like the full set of 6 characters to then, you know, open up whatever that other door is down below. You think you would have upgraded the auto repair first, like the car wash? Since you like the car wash, it's more relaxing. So the problem was I didn't have quite enough money for the car repair. It was 7,500 versus the car wash was 5,000. Because I agree, I would have done the repair first if I had the money, but I didn't feel like saving it, so it's whatever. I could have saved it one more day and probably would have had enough. But I figured we'd just go with that. I also, you saw, just upgraded a bunch of like pretty minor things, just because I think those are the things that are giving me the code or whatever. So 44, 72. Just a beer and a picture of Bigfoot. That's about what I expect for a person who's going to be looking for Bigfoot. Okay, so lanterns. I thought I got a sign. Did I get an attraction spot? I did. Yes, I got an attraction spot, so I could probably put something better there. At least that's something there for right now. Gas prices going up. Alright. Okay, so we have foot, alien, lightning bolt. There's a moon behind there. We know it because we saw it earlier. Triangle. And I did see the flare. We'll check that in a minute. There's a 23 there. I don't think that's what we're looking for. Okay, did I miss one? Because that's 5 symbols unless the 23 is a symbol. So how's your gas station doing? Slow in your fishing? Same. Okay, so nothing by you. Alright, so maybe the 23 is the last symbol. We'll check, because I didn't look through the symbols, I just like, I just don't have enough. Maybe it is a symbol because it's the same color. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, and that counter is something on the background that's keeping track. Okay, so foot, alien thing, lightning bolt, moon, triangle, 23. Day 3. I had someone told me 5 years ago that I'd end up behind the fence of the great and terrifying Area 23, and in such a role I would have never believed it. Nor would I have believed what a dummy it really was. No prison cells, no UFO hangars, just an old useless missile base with a dozen empty silos and a bunch of generic underground corridors. Well, one of my favorite theories can be safely trashed. Pity. That was my favorite one. However, the utilities here are in surprisingly good condition. The installation is also good, perfect for our project's purposes. Day 83. The word unknown haunts me for some reason. It's as if some understanding is clawing at me from within, but I can't seem to find its way out. Today, I'll try floating in the deprivation chamber again. We'll see. Day 85. For some reason, all the true insights come in an annoying, mundane manner. I didn't even have any vivid mystical experiences in the deprivation chamber. I merely recalled one of my nighttime conversations with Red Elk. He had said mockingly, "Are you trying to understand the unknown? That's as absurd as trying to grab your shadow and examine it under a flashlight. When you open your hand, it'll be empty. Your shadow will be back on the ground." And everything fell into place. I'll try to formulate a hypothesis in my next entry. Welcome, test subject. Welcome, test subject. Whether you followed my breadcrumbs or came here on your own, guided by some other force, you have reached the end of the road. Congratulations, I am now going to murder you. Unfortunately, I cannot reveal the nature of the experiment you are part of. However, I assume you have some kind of hypothesis about what is happening. And if you were inquisitive enough, maybe it's not even too far removed from reality. Alas, I cannot tell you what awaits for you next. I do not know. I would only dare suggest that this may have to do with the path you took to get here. But let's get to the point. This is a sensory deprivation chamber, and once this pre-recorded message ends, you'll find yourself in complete darkness, alone with your thoughts. After standing for a while, you may wish to rest. The liquid you are standing in is regular saline solution. It is impossible to drown it. I don't think that's how saline solution is. So just lie back and surrender to what comes next. Who are you? You pick. Red Elk, Bigfoot, an alien, the unknown. Well, I'm gonna go with Red Elk because that is vaguely elk-like, just, nightmarish form. And all that. Red Elk. You're Red Elk. Yes. It's one of my many faces. What is this place? You tell me. The reverse house, your home, the afterlife, the other side. Huh. I'm gonna go with your home. Is this your home? My realm. You are in my power. What do you want? Remove you. Remove me? You mean kill? You want to kill me? Yes. But why? You gave me power, so I can. You take away space, so I will. How do I take away space? Knowledge, connection, agreement, clarity, stability, structure. No vibrations, no fluctuations, no flow, no space. But the power is there. I can, I will. You will disappear. Does civilization leave you no space? So I'm taking away your space by making it more civilized? Yes. Civilization is not the enemy. Come on, civilization is not your enemy. It takes away freedom and space, enemy. Hold your ground. You're wrong. Civilization loves fairy tales, movies, and games. Promise to do better. I'm gonna go with the first one. Even people in cities still love a good story. They spend billions on movies and games. Legends they don't believe in. They take more than they give. You will disappear. Farewell. I stop existing, and so they rock out. Yeah, no, it's definitely the bad ending.
They say the wars of power once broke before the wheel and fire, whispering the reelers run, sank through forest quiet. Timeless starts and deepest roots, a force no man could own. Progress came with iron boots, and it was overthrown.
So, I could see if we load back up and just run in there and do the combination again and just change the dialogue, if we get a different ending. Is Granny playing the drums? No, it's the scuba tank playing the drums. No, it's Granny. What is it, Logan is the scuba tank? So those are Logan's drums? So, I wonder if we change what we identify them as, how that goes.
The scholars game with bars and screens, the soldiers raise their fists, but nothing known can cage the truth beyond all mortal sense. It is silence, it is warning, it is mercy, it is dread. It can guide us all to shelter or erase a life instead. In the mountains, in the backwoods, where
No, I don't think the upgrades are what it is. The things I would imagine would matter is the choices we make in the dialogue. That could matter. Or where we had like the alien, Bigfoot, that kind of thing. That might also matter. Yeah, since you chose civilization over nature, maybe? So, I actually went with the mystic more. We only started switching to civilization at the end, and it was way lower than my mystic. Good music, though. And I do think the music might be associated with our ending because it does say our fate is unknown, since we disappeared. What I didn't check is if the achievements, if there's like a bunch of different endings, or if it's just like there's one ending and just no matter what you get disappeared. Okay. So I'm going to take one quick peek and just see if it looks like there's multiple endings for achievements. It feels like there probably is. So there's definitely things for... Huh. There's definitely ones that could be other endings, but they're very cryptic. Yeah, let's see, let's just see what we got going here real fast. Maybe the screen before the symbols determines the outcome. It looked like an angry face. Yeah, that's a curiosity. So let's go right back in here immediately. Yeah, so it's got 153, and civilization is up, and mystic is to the right. Let's see what happens if I go to our decorations out here that are leaning towards the civilization side. So we can go here. We would want to go to our lanterns. So take our lanterns here that are this style and swap those out. Oh, it doesn't have the last upgrades. Okay. Right, okay. Let's see if that changed anything down here. What's this all about? It's kind of a gas station simulator one. It just has actual multiple endings. Okay, it's green. It's green. Let's see what happens here. So we're going to re-enter the code that we discovered on the last one. And see if now the dude will be chill and not murder me. We already read all those things, so we're just going to race right on through and we'll deal with those later. Alright, so we got the dialogue about being welcome test subject. Let's just get to red elk. Okay. So here's where we're going to make some different decisions. Who are you? You pick. So I do think we stick with red elk. And this time, we see if he has a positive outcome. So red elk, you're red elk. Yes, it's one of my faces. What is this place? You tell me. This is your home. This is your home. My realm. You are in my power. What do you want? To help. Help how? You are making the power grow. I will help and protect, in secret, unnoticed. The time for answers is over. Go now. Go, but I have so many. Questions. But of course, the unknown, it's so simple. And it explains everything. Every inconsistency, every hypothesis, aliens, Bigfoot, that pyramid, everything. And the fact that our equipment can't pick anything, and even the strange way Elk spoke. How he sometimes reminds me of the neural analyst. Oh, and I can't go back in there? So, the unknown is my new hypothesis that explains all strange phenomena occurring out here. I believe there is a certain force, law, or entity essential to which everything is perfectly conveyed by this name. It's not yet clear whether it's intelligent or not, but remembering Red Elk's communication style, I'm betting on the former. All of its manifestations follow from this name, as does the fact that they are impossible to record with precision scientific equipment, unlike old point-and-shoot cameras and phones. Simply put, anything unknown that is captured on camera ceases to be unknown by definition, and therefore cannot be recognized as a manifestation of this entity. I've called this the paradox of the unknown. If we delve a little deeper into this paradox, I don't think it's all about observation and recording. The presence of an observer and the personal interpretation are important, but at the same time, there must be no stable consensus that could transform the observed phenomena into universally accepted knowledge. A single encounter is possible, but vast verification is out of the question. This explains the eyewitness problem. It also explains the forms this entity manifests in and the circumstances in which these manifestations are observed by eyewitness nighttime twilight shadows and the urban legends it dawns. Taking the ideas directly from our heads, I suspect that in another culture with a different myth, these manifestations could be completely different. My hypothesis also provides, I believe, an answer to the question of why here. True, it's a bit wobbly. At the intersection of philosophy and mathematics, at the beginning of time, our knowledge of the world was extremely meager, and our ignorance was endless. Knowledge grew and reached unprecedented heights. But any mathematician will tell you that it makes no difference whether you subtract 1 or a billion from infinity. The result is infinity. Along with our knowledge, the territory we have developed also grew. And by developed, I mean understood. And if the infinite is mathematically irreducible, unknown was once dispersed across the entirety of the planet. Now it can manifest only in the boondocks. As a result, the overall force remains the same, but the scope of the application has narrowed, thus intensifying manifestations. Yes, of course, there is still a rest of the universe to remain unknown, compared to which our increase in developed territory is negligible. But, firstly, we do not know whether this relationship is linear, and secondly, subjects and interpretations. Give me 2 seconds to snooze the ads so we can get through this. The ones we picked up are the ones that we saw previously, so those are not ones that we have missed. Now, granted, if there's like an achievement for getting all of them and I'm locking myself out of it, I will be pretty upset about that, but I'm not going to restart the day for that. Without questioning the validity of my hypothesis, I must admit that I still have many questions. Is the unknown sentient or simply reactive? Is it independent physical phenomena or a quirk of our minds? Does the unknown exist in isolation from the subject, or are an observer and their interpretation of the necessary and only conditions for its existence? Or perhaps the minds are merely nutrient medium? Is the unknown capable of defending itself and displaying aggression? For example, if it senses a threat that might explain the mysterious disappearances, and if so, what exactly does it perceive as a threat? Development of territory, the expansion of methods of objective control, progress, civilization, and knowledge in general, or only certain aspects? Only certain specific aspects. And most importantly, is the unknown capable of influencing the material world? After all, if I find evidence, wouldn't that make it magic? Given everything I've realized in recent days, I can hardly expect farther contact with Red Elk and the entity he represented. The unknown, by definition, cannot exist where we've already learned something, which means I can no longer study it directly. I'm too poisoned by the knowledge I've acquired. And for the unknown, this is now developed territory. All I can do is monitor others. Yes, the essence of the process will forever remain a black box for me, but I can still influence the input conditions to observe the final result. Fortunately, the environment here is favorable, and I've already obtained the plan. I'll create a fringe website with local legends, throw in a few contradictory fables, and the first apostles are bound to appear soon. The sensory deprivation chamber can be adapted for particularly inquisitive test subjects, or I just need a place to breadcrumbs correctly. Funny, I've come such a long way only to return to my old methods. Only now I know I am not embellishing reality, I am creating it. For several days, I've begun pondering how and where to begin experimenting with the unknown. To do so, I've analyzed the patterns of this entity most often follows. So the events the subject is exposed to are, as a rule, quite restrained at first. Unless, of course, the subject already believes in something, then everything unfolds according to a more, shall we say, bold scenario. But usually this is something that occurs in the broader consciousness of so-called peripheral vision. Something that won't conflict with the worldview, or even most inveterate skeptic. Apparently, the unknown values the subject's freedom of interpretation, and I think this freedom is the trap. If there's something to interpret, then something is really happening. So the emptiness and darkness shadows are really filled with something. Even rational explanations, if they leave the tiniest loophole for the unknown, will work to nurture its seed. Since every act of cognitive paradoxically, yet logically forms an internal and, importantly, often unconscious understanding. This pixel text is so hard to read. If we did not know something a moment ago, then that might be the case right now as well. And only after gathering the strength in the blind spot does the unknown dare to emerge into the light of awareness to say, I've always been here, like Red Elk. Hence the requirement for the location, it must not be too crowded, but not too secluded, not in the bustling web of the city, and not in the dense forest where no one ever goes. Having scoured the archives of Cloven Peak, I have discovered rumors of a mysterious phenomena concentrate around an old gas station where I last saw Red Elk. Thanks for the tip. This really is the perfect location. Now that is left is to choose a subject. Okay. I will help you secretly unseen. And I'm guessing there's another ending where if we just max out civilization and just crush Red Elk. I would guess that's an ending as well. I don't know if maxing out or getting really... high on the other ones to change stuff. Yeah, the doctor was down there both times.
It whispered in the river's run. It sang through forest choir. Of time, the stars and deepest roots, a force no man could own. But progress came with iron boots, and it was
this is a completely different song. You've also got the other one is a heavy rock song. And they had the bull singing. This time they've got the cop singing. The symbol on the drum, I believe, is the same. But where they had like the outline of red elk in the background, that wasn't there. Instead, we had pyrotechnics. So instead of pyrotechnics, it looks like they're going to do lasers on this one with like red elk and that. I didn't see us last time, but yeah, we're definitely down here in the bottom left this time. But I may not have noticed, because you don't see your character from behind very often. So it seems like the first ending, we were encroaching on Red Elk, and he saw us as a threat and killed us. This one he sees us as an ally, so he's going to help us. And I'm assuming we can also defeat him by just massively spiking civilization. What I don't know is if we go like all alien, all what, if that even matters. I have no idea. Yeah, no, it's a fairly short game. I said it probably was going to be. Like, if you think about Gas Station Simulator, it's also a short game. You can unlock everything in that game in the course of one sitting. And this is no different. Alright, so we're gonna probably go ahead and wrap up there because I've snoozed the ad as long as I can, so if I don't get you shuffled out here to the next place, you're gonna get slapped with another set of ads. But yeah, no, it definitely feels like, I don't know if there's more endings than that, because definitely we have like the bat, oh sorry, I think because the achievements were all cryptic, they didn't say like, you know, max out this, or like, I mean, they had the ones for like, you know, hitting levels or whatever, but for the endings they were cryptic kind of ones, and then there's other ones that they're not clear. But I'm willing to bet there's at least one more ending where we just max out civilization and just kind of bury Red Elk so he couldn't possibly stand a chance. So deny him power, as it were. So I think we have basically we went all in on the Mystic side, we're somewhere in between, and we went very, very heavy on the civilization side. I'm going to guess are the three endings. Which would take me a while to set up the civilization side, which is the reason I'm not trying to rush that as well, because I got a thing I'm doing tomorrow, so I can't stay up super late. But I very much enjoyed this. It definitely feels like a game that gets in, does its thing that it does well, right around the time you're like, okay, get on with it, is when it wraps up. So it doesn't have the chance to like overstay its welcome, which I do appreciate. I also appreciate that while it's like a gas station simulator-esque game, it actually has a story. And sure, it's this weird like Bigfoot and aliens and all that kind of phenomena, and all that kind of stuff. I also, like, I don't buy into the logic the Doctor had at the end, where the Doctor was like, ah, yes, by observing the unknown is no longer unknown, therefore the unknown doesn't exist where it's unknown, no longer unknown. So I must find someone to experience the unknown and then observe them observing the It's like, dude, you're being unhinged. With all said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow, that way you can find your way here again in the future, that kind of thing. Yeah, could be a short part stream of it. Sometime later, do all the Civ ending. Well, the Civ ending, I think, literally I could probably knock out in like 2 hours, I would guess. So I'm not sure it's long enough for a full stream or whatever, or like a half stream justification. I think it would literally be just save up enough money, flip all the lights and all that over to being the Civ ones as opposed to the Mystic ones. It would just take money. I think, how many hours was the playthrough? We're probably at about... We're almost at exactly 9 hours. Like right now, at this moment right now, we're at about 9 hours from when I started the game itself. So not when I started streaming, but when I started the game. So with that said, thanks so much for tuning in. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have a host ready over there, but thank you for tuning in over there. For those over here on the Twitch side, I'm going to go put up my ending stream screen. But yeah, so about 9 hours to knock it a playthrough. Keep in mind, we didn't